Chapter 419. Trash Sparring? Jun Changxiao's words immediately angered the elders of the various sections. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. Is the sect leader trying to stir up trouble? I'm sorry. Jun Changxiao said, I'm not targeting anyone. I'm just saying that other than Miaohe Palace, everyone else here is trash. Jiang Ye almost fell over. My sect leader is a bit arrogant. What an arrogant brat. Does he really think that he can show off in front of us after scaring away the elders of the deicide temple? If it weren't for the fact that I'm close to Palace Master Shi, I wouldn't have let a small iron-boned sect leader like you spout nonsense at the peak of Mount Hua. The elders of the various sects were furious. If it weren't for Jiang Ye's martial king aura, they would have attacked him already. Smack! Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers. Xiao Ziji took out a chair and placed it behind him. He sat down elegantly, crossed his legs, and crossed his arms. Mount Hua is an ownerless place. You guys can have your sparring sessions and I'll enjoy the scenery. Let's not disturb each other. Li Qingyang felt a little dizzy. My dear sect leader, you already said that they're trash. It's unrealistic for them to enjoy the scenery here. The patriarch of the Hai Qian sect said with a sullen face, The place you're sitting at is where we sparring. If you want to enjoy the scenery, go somewhere else. He was furious that he had been snatched away from him and was reduced to second place. All right. Jun Changxiao shrugged and stood up. A bunch of people who only know a little about martial arts are shamelessly discussing martial arts at the peak of Mount Hua. How ridiculous. This guy must have eaten gunpowder today. His mouth is full of bullets. Humph. The patriarch of the Hai Qian sect said coldly, So, sect leader Jun seems to have a deeper understanding of martial arts. Not bad. Jun Changxiao said, I'm a little stronger than you guys. The elders of the various sects looked at him with disdain. Really? The patriarch of the Hai Qian sect clasped his hands behind his back and said proudly, I would like to experience sect master Jun's martial arts. Forget it. Jun Changxiao sat down again and said, I have nothing to do. Today, I will discuss martial arts with all of you big shots. These words, this manner, he really deserved a beating. The reason why Jun Changxiao was so arrogant and egotistical was because of the side quest. Participate in the Huashan Martial Arts Symposium and discuss the Tao of martial arts with the leaders of the various sections. Judging from the behavior of the elders of the various sects, he did not think that he would be allowed to participate in the discussion of martial arts. Thus, he could only infuriate them. Arrogant junior! What profound martial arts attainments do you have at such a young age? Patriarch Lin can ask him any question and he will be left speechless. The elders of the various sects couldn't wait to throw out a bunch of questions about martial arts and turn Jun Changxiao into an idiot. The patriarch of the Upper Qian sect naturally could not tolerate this young junior being so arrogant and said coldly, Sect leader Jun, I have a lot of questions about martial arts and would like to ask you for guidance today. No problem. Jun Changxiao crossed his legs again and placed his hands on top of them. With a look of arrogance, he said, However, a person's ability is always limited. What I am good at is martial arts, mental cultivation method. The elders of the various sects all sneered. Most of the questions about martial arts were related to the mental cultivation method of martial arts. A guy who hadn't even grown hair was good at it. Then please teach me your martial arts mental cultivation method. The patriarch of the Upper Qian sect took out a rather brand new secret manual and said proudly, During this period of time, I have studied a palm technique. It is estimated that there are a total of 9 moves, but I have only comprehended the first 5 moves. I hope that sect leader Jun can help me perfect it. The elders of the various sects looked at him with admiration. In the Falling Star continent, to be able to create a palm technique, one could definitely be considered a martial arts master. If one's level was higher, one would definitely be a martial arts master. Moreover, not everyone could create their own martial technique, even if it was of the lowest grade. Jun Changshao said, "I will reluctantly give you some pointers." This was truly arrogant. The amount of hatred he pulled was also very high. The elders of the various sects couldn't wait to surround him and throw out all sorts of martial arts problems, suppressing him to the point that he couldn't breathe. Sect leader Jun, the Upper Qian sect, threw over the secret manual and said indifferently, "Please." Jun Changshao caught it, and when he flipped to the first page, the middle grade insight talisman in the space ring was formed, and a gush of profound martial arts instantly filled his sea of consciousness. After flipping through a few pages, he said, "To be able to create such an early middle rank palm technique, your understanding of martial arts is not bad." What early middle rank? Patriarch Lin's martial arts attainments are high. The elders of the various sects all began to admire him. A mid-grade martial arts was not something that an ordinary martial arts master could comprehend. Patriarch Lin's participation in the martial arts symposium this time was to show off his semi-finished martial arts to show off. Everything was as he had expected. When the elders of the various sects learned about this palm technique, their eyes revealed admiration. However, Patriarch Lin was not in the mood to enjoy the pleasure of showing off. Instead, he thought to himself in surprise, "This child can casually flip through the pages and see through the rank. Could it be that he really has some skills? Patriarch Lin, right?" Jun Changshao flipped back to the first page and said, "Although this palm technique is an early middle rank, your first move has a huge flaw. Even if you have comprehended it successfully, its power is only at the mortal rank." "Impossible," Patriarch Lin vowed. "I have studied the first move for more than half a year. It is impossible for there to be any flaws." Sect leader Jun, "If you don't understand, then don't speak nonsense." A sect elder said indifferently, "Patriarch Lin has already created many mortal rank martial arts. If there is really a problem, how can he not see it?" Everyone looked at him with disdain. Obviously, they did not think that Patriarch Lin's palm technique was flawed. Jun Changshao ignored everyone's sarcasm and pointed at the circulation meridian map. "If you adjust these two meridians, the flaws can be easily solved. Changing the meridians randomly, aren't you afraid of going mad? If you don't have the ability to point out the flaws, then you are a scourge." With Patriarch Lin's understanding of martial arts, he will definitely refute this. The elders of the various sects whispered and looked at Jun Changshao with gloating eyes. They were waiting for the patriarch of the Shangqian sect to use more advanced martial arts to slap his face. However, Patriarch Lin came over and looked at the two areas that Jun Changshao pointed at. He was stunned at first, then fell silent. After a while, a trace of understanding appeared in his eyes. His martial arts attainment was not bad, and he liked to study martial arts when he had nothing to do. Naturally, he could analyze the changes in these 2 points more comprehensively. "I see." Patriarch Lin's brain turned, and he suddenly understood. "I see." This, the elders of the various sects saw that he seemed to have woken up from a dream and thought to themselves in astonishment. Could it be that this guy really pointed out the flaws in the martial arts technique with just a few blind pointers? Jun Changshao turned to the second page and pointed at the 2 flaws. "Patriarch Lin, if you make a slight adjustment here, the power of the second move will be greatly increased." Patriarch Lin fell silent. After a while, a look of understanding appeared on his face, and he even nodded, subconsciously. "That makes sense! That makes sense!" Jun Changshao flipped to the next few pages and pointed out the flaws in the palm technique one by one, and gave his own suggestions and opinions. Patriarch Lin, who was confident in the martial arts technique he created, sometimes fell silent, sometimes became enlightened, as if he had opened a door and entered a whole new world of martial arts. Sect leader Jun. When he finally understood, he cupped his hands in respect and said, "You are truly a martial arts master." P.S. I have something to do today, so I will update 2 times first. Readers don't have to wait half the night. I will start writing tomorrow morning. I will update as much as I can, no less than 4 times. Chapter 420. The path of martial arts was broad and profound. Sometimes inadvertent changes could play a crucial role. Jun Changxiao's guidance seemed casual, but it was actually profound and exquisite. It made the palm technique more perfect and outstanding. Of course, in this world, there might be stronger martial arts masters who could modify martial arts techniques to the extreme from another perspective. After Patriarch Lin analyzed it carefully, he was immediately filled with admiration for Jun Changxiao. He only made some small changes to the details, but it made the entire palm technique sublime. This was something he could never do. The elders of the various sects who were expecting Patriarch Lin to use his profound martial arts to refute and slap his face turned ugly when they heard him call Jun Changxiao a martial arts master. It turned out that they were the ones who were slapped in the face. Patriarch Lin. One of the elders said, "Sect Master Jun only improved the moves, you comprehended. He didn't deduce the rest of the palm technique." This, Patriarch Lin approved of Jun Changxiao's understanding of martial arts. He was able to point out the flaws of the palm technique he created with just a few words. But when he handed over the secret manual, he also said that he hoped to comprehend the rest of the moves. Everyone, Patriarch Lin said, the derivation of the rest of the moves is not something that can be done overnight. Sect Master Jun has already proven himself by pointing out the flaws of the first few moves. Everyone fell silent. What else could they say when the fourth-rate Patriarch Qian Sect said so? Patriarch Lin. Jun Changxiao said, "It won't take long for me to comprehend the rest of the palm technique." Patriarch Lin's expression froze. He gave him a way out, but he didn't take it. Instead, he continued to climb up. "Humph!" One of the elders said indifferently, "Sect Master Jun, aren't you afraid that the wind at the peak of Mount Hua will cut your tongue? We want to see how Sect Master Jun will comprehend the rest of the moves." The elders of the various sects who were originally planning to beat the drum and retreat saw that he jumped out to show off again. Naturally, they continued to attack. Jun Changxiao said, "Let this seat think for a while." "How long is this a while?" A big shot asked. Everyone's time was precious. If he spent 3 to 5 days studying it, it would be a little troublesome. "Not much." Jun Chang smiled and said, "Just a quarter of an hour." 15 minutes? Everyone's eyes were filled with intense disdain. This kid looks young, but his ability to brag is quite strong. Patriarch Lin was stunned. "Sect Master Jun, I spent several months studying the 5th move of the palm technique. Are you sure you only need a quarter of an hour to deduce the 6th move?" Jun Changxiao said, "What I mean is deduce all the moves that can be developed in the future in 15 minutes. Patriarch Lin's mouth twitched. It was already impossible to deduce the 6th move in a quarter of an hour, let alone deduce all the other moves. Was he kidding? Since that's the case, we'll wait quietly for Sect Master Jun. After a quarter of an hour, we'll deduce the follow-up moves of the martial arts created by Patriarch Lin." The elders of the various sects sneered. Did this guy think that he had some ability and could really soar to the heavens? Jun Changxiao began to think seriously. His brain cells worked crazily, forming intricate patterns in his sea of consciousness. These patterns were like martial cultivators, repeating the palm technique's mnemonic chant and meridians. If Jun Changxiao was given a blank piece of paper and asked to draw a picture on it, it was absolutely impossible. However, if there was a half-finished picture on the paper, he could use the mid-grade insight talisman to repair the lines and finally complete the picture. This was the meaning of studying Patriarch Lin's palm technique. As long as someone started, the follow-up moves would definitely be able to follow. Whoosh! After a while, after tens of thousands of derivations, Jun Changxiao turned his right hand, gathered spiritual energy in his palm, and suddenly cut through the void. Patriarch Lin, he said, this is the 6th move. Seeing this, Patriarch Lin's eyes were immediately filled with astonishment. Jun Changxiao's seemingly ordinary attack just now contained the power of the purest yang. It was obviously compatible with the palm technique he created. Could it be that did he really comprehend the 6th move? Whoosh! At this moment, Jun Changxiao gathered spiritual energy again and performed an extremely powerful palm technique, condensing a faint palm print in midair. He said, "This is the 7th move." Bang! Bang! Then the figure in his sea of consciousness continued to perform an overlap, performing the 8th move and the 9th move in succession. The power of the 2 palms continued to increase, and the spiritual energy that spread out was emitting the purest yang aura. Patriarch Lin was dumbfounded. When he carefully recalled the 4 moves he performed in succession just now, he found that these moves were perfectly compatible with his previous 5 moves. They were definitely not performed casually. "Give me a pen," Jun Changxiao said. Xiao Ziji handed over a pen and ink. Jun Changxiao first thought for a while, then quickly wrote on the last few blank pages of the secret manual. Soon, the next 4 moves were written in the secret manual. Not only were the moves and the circulation of the meridians recorded, there were also quite detailed annotations. Whoosh! Jun Changxiao threw the completed secret manual of the palm technique over and said, "Patriarch Lin, please take a look." The leaders of the various sects were a bit confused. Did he really comprehend it, or did he just draw something casually in an attempt to bluff his way through? Patriarch Lin hurriedly flipped through the secret manual. When he saw the 6th move, he was deeply immersed in it and could not extricate himself. The move, the circulation of the meridians, and the various annotations shocked him. His hands that were holding the secret manual began to tremble. The 6th move that Jun Changxiao created was perfectly compatible with the previous 5 moves. It was even impeccable. Even if Patriarch Lin could comprehend it and create it, he would never have thought that the subsequent palm technique could be structured and played in such a way. In 1 word, perfect. In 2 words, perfect to the extreme. Patriarch Lin, who could not calm down, flipped through the remaining 3 moves one after another. The inspiration and shock he received was very intense. The leaders of the various sects could see from his facial expression and the changes in his eyes that the 4 moves that Jun Changxiao created were definitely not drawn casually. Could it be that this guy really had the ability to complete the half-completed palm technique in less than a quarter of an hour? This was too shocking. Even if it was the lowest level palm technique, it was extremely difficult to deduce the subsequent moves in such a short time. Others might not be able to do it, but Jun Changxiao could, because he had the talisman of insight, and because he confidently turned on a cheat. Sect Master Lin closed the secret manual and cupped his fists in the most sincere tone. Sect Master Jun's understanding of martial arts is truly admirable. He was convinced. He was convinced to prostrate himself in admiration. Jun Changxiao said, "The path of martial arts is unpredictable. Perhaps there are strong people who can create moves that are even more profound than Jun's." Obtaining the recognition of the patriarch of the Hai Qian sect meant that half of the side mission was completed. Naturally, there was no need to force others. When it was time to keep a low profile, it was time to keep a low profile. Patriarch Lin shook his head and said, "In my opinion, the 4 moves that Sect Master Jun deduced are absolutely perfect. No one in the world can compare to them." Chapter 421. When Jun Changxiao taught them the first few moves of the palm technique, the elders of the various sects thought that the other party was just lucky. It wasn't until the later moves of the palm technique were completed that they realized that the other party was really strong. No one in the world could compare to him. Patriarch Lin's high evaluation made them realize that the other party's strength was definitely not ordinary. "Patriarch Lin, you flatter me," Jun Changxiao said modestly. At this time, Even if he wasn't arrogant and didn't forcefully attract hatred, the elders of the various sects would definitely actively discuss martial arts with him. As expected, a sect elder who had remained silent all this time cupped his hands and said, "This old man is cultivating a mental cultivation technique. Because I can't understand it to a higher level, I hope sect leader Jun can give me some pointers." Jun Changshao said, "We are all people of the pugilistic world, and we are discussing martial arts on Mount Hua. Naturally, I am willing to give you some pointers." The corners of Jiang Ya and Li Qingyang's mouths twitched. Didn't he just say that he came to Mount Hua to see the scenery? Now that he was going to give pointers to the sect elders. Wasn't it the same as participating in the sect's martial arts discussion? Nonsense. If I don't participate in the sect's martial arts discussion and discuss martial arts with them, how the hell am I going to complete the side mission? The sect elder whose strength had reached the peak of Wuzong secretly told Jun Changshao about the mental cultivation technique that had puzzled him for many years. TSK. What he cultivated was a high-grade mental cultivation technique. If he and the sect didn't have a divine mental cultivation technique like the body metamorphosis scripture, Jun Changshao would definitely learn it and throw it into the technique pavilion for the disciples to cultivate. After comprehending it for a while, sect leader Jun explained it to the sect leader. The sect leader was enlightened and enlightened. Sigh. After a while, he said rather shamefully, this old man cultivated for more than 10 years and actually didn't discover such a simple problem. Jun Changshao said, the onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. The patriarch cupped his hands and said, sect leader Jun's explanation has benefited this old man greatly. Sect master Jun, the patriarch of the Upper Qian sect, who had just recovered from the palm technique, said, I also have a martial arts problem that I hope you can answer. No problem. Sect leader Jun, who was using a cheat, naturally hoped that the big shots of the various sects would voice out their questions, because this was absolutely in line with the mission's conditions. The middle-grade insight talisman lasted for 60 minutes. Jun Changshao stood on the stone platform and gave pointers to the elders of the various sects for 60 minutes. It could be said that he didn't reject anyone. During this period of time, many disciples from other sects asked questions. After they received answers, they all fell silent. They were all impressed by sect leader Jun's profound martial arts. Because there were too many people, there were also too many problems. A single intermediate insight talisman was definitely not enough to solve all of them. Jun Changshao crushed another piece of paper and continued to enlighten them. Speaking of which, it was strange. The effect of the second talisman was about to dissipate. Most of the people had discussed martial arts with him, but the side quest just couldn't be completed. Could it be that everyone here has to discuss before the mission is completed? Jun Changshao muttered in his heart. Sect leader Jun, at this moment, Shi Jingxian, who was standing at the side, said, I also have a martial arts problem that I would like to consult with you. He had asked all the elders of the various sects who had participated in the Huashan Martial Arts Symposium, but she was the only one who had not spoken. Jun Changshao smiled and said, Based on my friendship with Palace Master Shi, I can ask you 10 times, let alone one. Shi Jingxuan's face immediately turned red. Obviously, she had a slight misunderstanding of the word friendship. When the elders of the various sects saw the palace master of Miaohua Palace blushing and remembered how Jun Changshao helped her up the mountain peak, they secretly guessed that the two of them had an extraordinary relationship. The man was handsome and valiant. The woman was an outstanding beauty. The two of them were both sect leaders, and they were a talented man and a beautiful woman. They could be considered a match made in heaven. The funniest thing in the world was that Jun Changshao was still single based on his strength, and a group of people were helping him to get out of it with their fantasies. It was believed that many readers were worried sick about sect leader Jun's marriage. Shi Jingxian told him about the martial arts problem that troubled her. She also talked about a mental cultivation method called the dust smoke eye barrier technique. A woman with an eye disease cultivating a mental cultivation method that covered her eyes with dust and smoke was really a bit *cat up. However, when Jun Changshao began to comprehend and deduce, he suddenly understood. This was a special mental cultivation method. Only martial cultivators who could truly see everything could comprehend it to the extreme. Even if Jun Changshao could use the insight talisman to easily spy on it, it would be difficult for him to cultivate it perfectly. Unless he went to the extreme and poked his eyes blind, he would explore the more profound mysteries in the true darkness. It had the meaning of, if you want to cultivate this technique, you must first castrate yourself. Shi Jingxian was born with an eye disease, so it was undoubtedly the most suitable for her to cultivate the dust smoke eye barrier technique. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changshao was silent for a moment before saying, although this mental cultivation method is profound and unfathomable, you can't be too hasty when cultivating it. Otherwise, it's easy to go berserk. As for your confusion, in Jun's opinion, it's just that you want to comprehend a higher level too much, so you can't calm down and figure it out properly. Shi Jingxian said, I've been trying to figure it out for a long time. Jun Changshao said in a low voice, this mental cultivation method needs to be done step by step, and secondly, it needs to be cultivated with the heart. Palace Master, she just needs to grasp these 2 points, and sooner or later, you will comprehend it to the extreme. I understand. Shi Jingxian smiled brightly and said, Thank you, Sect Leader Jun, for your explanation. Understand? To be honest, she didn't really understand. But since it was Sect Leader Jun who said it, she would definitely remember it in her heart and cultivate it more carefully according to the 2 points. Ding! Side mission completed. Obtained 1,000 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points. 646-15000. Ding! Overflow of contribution points. No wonder it hadn't been completed. It turned out that he hadn't discussed martial arts with Shi Jingxian. Everyone. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, This seat has given you all pointers. I'll take my disciples to see the scenery first. He didn't want to participate in the Mount Hua Martial Arts Symposium from the start. Now that the mission was completed, he didn't want to stay here for even a second. After all, there was no point in doing anything other than acting cool. The patriarch of the Upper Qian sect said, Sect Leader Jun's martial arts are broad and profound. Your disciples must have benefited a lot. I hope to see it for myself. How? Jun Changshao asked. Patriarch Lin cupped his hands and said, My sect's disciples and your sect's disciples will have a friendly exchange of pointers. It wasn't a provocation. He really wanted to see what the Iron Bone disciples were capable of under Sect Leader Jun's guidance. This, Jun Changshao definitely didn't want to waste time with fighting chapters. So he opened his mouth to refuse. But before he could open his mouth, a notification sounded. Ding! Side mission activated. Why is it here again? He opened the Sect system panel. The mission was, bring disciples to the Mount Hua Martial Arts Symposium and exchange pointers with the disciples of the various sects incomplete. F*CK, F*CK, F*CK. The more I don't want to play, the more I have to play. This must be on purpose. The system said the host can bring disciples away. At most, the mission will fail. Scram! Jun Changshao cursed in his heart. Then he cupped his hands and said, If that's the case, then let's exchange pointers. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others' eyes burned with passion. The participants of the Mount Hua Martial Arts Symposium were all 4th and 5th-rate sections. Many of their disciples were quite strong. They naturally wanted to fight with them. P.S. Second update, please vote. Chapter 422. The Battle of the Sacred Spring Sect, more than 70 consecutive victories, had been widely spread in the Jianghu. Sect leader Jun's knowledge of martial arts was extremely high. With just a few words, he could enlighten them. The disciples he trained must also be extraordinary. In the past, the disciples of the various sects fought with each other to test their martial arts. This time, it was different because they hoped to fight with the Iron Bone disciples. Coincidentally, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others also hoped to spar with the disciples of the various sections. Firstly, they wanted to test their recent cultivation. Secondly, they wanted to see if they were better than the Sacred Spring sect disciples. In the end, they were disappointed. Bang! On the empty stone platform, Xiao Ziji sent the inner disciple of the Shangqian sect flying with a clean punch. Below the platform, there were already 6 people who had been defeated. The corners of the elders' mouths twitched. This Iron Bone disciple fought 7 rounds in a row and didn't use any fancy martial arts. He relied on his strong physical body to send the Shangqian sect disciple flying. His performance was too powerful. Qingyang, Jun Changshao said, "Go and spar with the Shangqian sect disciples." Yes. Li Qingyang went on stage, and Xiao Ziji went down. The patriarch of the Shangqian sect continued to send disciples to fight. In the end, they were defeated one after another. They lost cleanly and without any hesitation, because this was a friendly spar on Mount Hua. Although Li Qingyang suppressed them, his attacks were relatively gentle. The defeated cultivators were not injured. After a while, another 5 rounds, including the previous round, the Shangqian sect sent 12 disciples to fight. All of them were defeated. It could be said that it was difficult to win. The Shangqian sect's face was extremely ugly. If the disciples could fight to a standstill with the Iron Bone disciples and then be defeated, it was still acceptable. But the result was that they were all crushed. If he had known, he would never have initiated a friendly spar in front of everyone. Patriarch. A disciple said, "I am willing to fight." "Go." Patriarch Lin said. When the Shangqian sect disciple walked onto the stone platform, it immediately caused a heated discussion among the martial artists. Jiang Shenxi, that's the genius ranked 89th on the Gathering of Heroes list. The last time I participated in the martial exchange, my cultivation was only at the 7th grade. In just a short year, I actually have the aura of a 9th grade martial master. As expected of a saint's spiritual route, the speed of improvement is really fast. Jun Changshao didn't care about the aptitude and cultivation of this Upper Qian sect. Instead, he thought to himself, what's the Gathering of Heroes list and the human list? The system said the falling star continent's most authoritative genius rankings are divided into heaven, earth, and man heaven is the highest and man is the lowest. The younger generation who can enter the rankings, even if they are the lowest ranked, are considered the most outstanding geniuses in the continent. I see. Jun Changshao asked, am I on the list? The system said, only young disciples and loose cultivators can enter this list. Although the host meets the age requirement to enter the list, because the host is the leader of a sect, he is not included. F***CK. Jun Changshao cursed inwardly. For this kind of otherworldly genius list, if he couldn't enter, it was equivalent to losing a huge point to act tough. He said unwillingly, is there a sect leader list? Since he couldn't participate in the Gathering of Heroes list, Jun Changshao definitely hoped that there would be a sect leader list, and then win the Best Sect Leader award and go on stage to give an acceptance speech. The system said there is no sect leader list in the Falling Star continent, but there is a Gathering of Heroes list that includes many forces. According to their overall strength, they will be evaluated regularly. Is that so? Jun Changshao's eyes lit up and said, has Iron Bone entered the Gathering of Heroes list? You ask me, but who should I ask? The system only collected a lot of information about the Falling Star continent. As for the forces on the list, it definitely didn't know. However, it habitually poured cold water on him With Iron Bone's current level and overall strength, it is really wishful thinking for him to enter the gathering of heroes list. Jun Changxiao was silent for a while, then waved his hand and said, Xingqian, go and fight with this Upper Qian sect disciple. Shua. Yi Xingqian strode forward. After replacing Li Qingyang, he looked at Jiang Shenxi with disdain and said, rank 89, very trashy. The corners of the mouth of the big shots of the various sects twitched. A martial cultivator who could enter the gathering of heroes list was extremely talented. This Iron Bone disciple actually said that he was trash. That was really arrogant. If they knew that in his previous life Yi Xingqian, who had just turned 20, had already been promoted to the top 20 of the Heaven series, they wouldn't think that it was arrogance. There was a minimum age limit for the inclusion of the Gathering of Heroes list, and there was also a maximum age limit. During the period when Knight Emperor was on the list, the best ranking was no higher than the 9th of the Heaven series. Although his age exceeded the limit and he was automatically kicked out of the list, this didn't stop him from becoming the supreme martial emperor of the Falling Star continent. And those geniuses who occupied a higher ranking either fell or reached the limit, hovering around the level of Wu Huang and Wu Sheng. Of course, it was also one of Yi Xingqian's biggest regrets in his previous life that he didn't reach the age limit to reach the top of the Heaven series. Now that he heard the crowd mention the Gathering of Heroes list, it reminded him. He had regrets in his previous life. He would make up for it in this life. I, Yi Xingqian, will definitely reach the top of the Gathering of Heroes list. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, a majestic aura of who else but me in this world emerged from Knight Emperor's body. Jiang Shenxi, who was called Trash, felt the anger between his eyebrows at a close distance, and the anger between his eyebrows was immediately replaced by caution. This person was very strong. Yi Xingqian gently raised his head and said with an unruly look, don't waste time. Hurry up and make your move. Shua. Jiang Shenxi immediately released his cultivation of a 9th grade martial master and then rushed over with his movement technique. Whoosh! Spiritual power condensed and shot out a stream of light like a rainbow piercing the sun. Bang! Yi Xingqian took a step forward and punched out with a powerful iron fist, directly shattering the stream of light. Then he used the cloud treading steps and launched the most explosive normal attack. Martial arts? He had many tricks up his sleeve. It wouldn't be a problem to use 2 or 3 fancy moves. He chose the most straightforward close combat because he wanted to test the results of his training in the Tower of Trials during this period of time. Very strong, very valiant. When he launched a direct bombardment, Jiang Shenxi could only dodge and didn't dare to face it head-on. This Iron Bone disciple's strength was too strong. Once he was hit, it would definitely be a crazy bombardment. Myriad Spirit Finger. Jiang Shenxi constantly changed his position and gathered finger lights, attacking from various angles in an attempt to restrain the opponent. Unfortunately, one person's strength could overcome 10 people's techniques. No matter how fancy his moves were, no matter how his streams of light flew around, Yi Xingqian's left and right fists repeatedly destroyed them one by one. That was called valiant. The corners of the elders' mouths twitched slightly. This Iron Bone disciple's cultivation was only a 7th grade martial master, but he was fighting so boldly in front of a 9th grade martial master. He was truly reckless. Boom! Yi Xingqian once again broke through Jiang Shenxi's spiritual power martial arts in a domineering manner. Taking advantage of his opponent's weakness, his right fist turned into a knife and he immediately executed several self-chops. Boom! 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 The stone platform exploded, and spiritual power and dust immediately spread out. P.S. 3 chapters, please vote. Chapter 4:23. On the stone platform, the dust and spiritual energy gradually dissipated. Jiang Shenxi's figure appeared. His hands were clasped together in a defensive posture. His expression was rather ugly. The few self-slashes that Yi Xingqian performed in an instant were not only powerful, but they also happened to take advantage of his weakness. He only managed to block one of them. This kind of vigorous and powerful spiritual energy was quite painful when it hit the body. If Jiang Shenxi was not extremely talented and had specially trained his physical strength, he would have been sent flying by now. No. This guy's body was tough and his spiritual energy was vigorous. It would be difficult to win against him. If it were Li Qingyang or Xiao Ziji, Jiang Shenxi could rely on his cultivation and spiritual root to win. However, facing an opponent like Yi Xingqian, who had both strength and martial arts experience, there was almost no chance of winning. It was no exaggeration to say that. At this time, even if he was a peak martial master, he would not have an advantage. Yi Xingqian, who was only a 7th grade martial master after cultivating an iron bone for so long, could definitely be considered an invincible existence in the martial master realm, unless the opponent had a divine spiritual root and could absolutely suppress him in terms of aptitude. Swoosh! Yi Xingqian did not want to waste time and attacked again. His physical strength had been tested. He did not want to fight in close combat, so he changed to using self-slash as his main attack method. This kind of low-consumption and high-power martial arts technique was used to the extreme by Knight Emperor. At the beginning, Jiang Shenxi could still rely on his body movement to dodge. Now that he was facing the long-range bombardment of spiritual energy, it was destined to be a tragedy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The crescent-shaped flowing light kept shooting at him from tricky angles. Wherever it passed, faint traces of spiritual energy were left behind. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Shenxi was tired of dodging, but because there were too many of them, he could only use his hands to protect his vital parts and let the flowing light attack him from all directions. Thump, thump. His body was heavily bombarded and he kept retreating. Swoosh! Yi Xingqian appeared in front of Jiang Shenxi and said in a superior manner, "Go down." Whoosh! He used the rupturing fist and a gust of wind whistled. Boom! Jiang Shenxi didn't have time to dodge at all and was directly hit in the chest. She staggered back and finally fell off the stone platform and sat on the ground. The mouths of the elders of the various sects twitched violently. Just like that, the genius ranked 89th on the human branch was completely defeated by an iron-boned disciple. Too strong, too terrifying. Who? Jiang Shenxi took a deep breath and cupped his hands with difficulty. Thank you for showing mercy. He knew that his opponent had held back a lot of his strength in that punch. Otherwise, he would have been injured and spat out blood. Yi Xingqian swept his gaze over the disciples of the various sects and said proudly, "Are there any martial cultivators who have not entered the Assembly of Heroes list? If there are, come out and fight with me." These words were very arrogant. Unfortunately, out of so many sect disciples, only Jiang Shenxi had entered the gathering of heroes' roll. There were 100 heaven, 100 earth, and 100 human geniuses. There were only 300 geniuses on the list. Based on the population of the Starfall continent, the number of people who could enter the Starfall continent was unimaginably small. However, Jiang Shenxi, who had a divine spiritual root, was only ranked 89th on the human branch. This showed that the geniuses on the higher levels were definitely very powerful. Thousands of years ago, in the same era as Yi Xingqian, the genius ranked first on the heaven branch had a divine spiritual root and was a peak martial king before he left the list. At the age of 18, he was qualified to enter the list. At the age of 30, he automatically left the list. In other words, the genius ranked first on the heaven branch had a strength that was infinitely close to Wu Huang's before he reached the age of 30. This was very terrifying. Although Elder Jiang was only 25 or 26, he was only a rank 2 martial king. Even if he increased his rank by 1 every year, he would not be a peak martial king when he reached the age of 30. Nothing? Yi Xingqian walked down from the stone platform in disappointment. Ding! Side mission completed. You have received 1,000 contribution points. Ding. Contribution points 746-15000. Ding. Contribution points overflow. Not counting the missions he completed on the way, he had received 2,500 contribution points in Mount Hua alone. Jun Changshao must be very happy. Everyone. He cupped his hands and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to spar?" The elders of the various sects fell silent. Sparring was based on the situation of equal strength. If one knew that he was going to be abused and still wanted to fight, it was not sparring. It was deliberately making a fool of himself. Therefore, when the Iron Bone disciple defeated the human branch genius Jiang Shenxi, the elders of the various sects would not send their disciples to spar. If there is no one else. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "I'll take my disciples to enjoy the scenery." Go. With you here, we can't show off at all. Sect leader Jun and his disciples appearing on Mount Hua was an unsolvable bug. Everyone. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Goodbye." Then he waved his sleeves and left the stone platform with Li Qingyang and the others. "Sect leader Jun," Shi Jingxian shouted, "can you take me to enjoy the scenery?" "Sure," Jun Changshao said straightforwardly. After the people of Iron Bone and Miaohua Palace left, the elders of the various sects shook their heads. This was supposed to be a stage for everyone to show off, but that guy had stolen the limelight. How could they be in the mood to discuss martial arts? Looking at Jun Changshao's departing figure, the patriarch of the Hai Qian sect said with a solemn expression, "Sect leader Jun has a deep understanding of martial arts. Iron Bone's future achievements are immeasurable." That's right. Many elders agreed. If the sect leader was strong, the disciples would be strong. Sooner or later, the sect would become strong. In my opinion, the patriarch of the Hai Qian sect said, in less than 300 years, Iron Bone will become a famous sect. With such a strong martial arts attainment, Iron Bone can become a third-rate sect. After the martial arts discussion at the peak of Mount Hua, the elders of the various sects admired Jun Changshao and thought highly of him. He would definitely achieve great things in the future. The prerequisite was that he could not die halfway. The falling star continent never lacked talented geniuses, but there were very few who could truly become an overlord. Sect leader Jun. Shi Jingxian sat quietly on a huge rock and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a deep understanding of martial arts." Jun Changshao shrugged and said, "It's useless to have a high level of martial arts. It's more important to have a high level of martial arts." Shi Jingxian smiled and said, "Sect leader Jun has such a deep understanding of martial arts. It's just a matter of time before you reach a higher level of martial arts." "That's right," Jun Changshao said confidently. "Many people are stronger than me because they started cultivating earlier. As long as I have time, I will definitely surpass them one by one and even become a martial emperor." "Martial emperor?" Shi Jingxian was stunned and said, "Sect leader Jun is so ambitious." As the leader of a fourth-rate sect, she had fantasized about what level she could break through in the future. However, she only thought about Wu Huang and Wu Sheng. She never thought about becoming a martial emperor, because to achieve such an achievement, not only did one have to have extremely high martial arts aptitude, but also great luck. Jun Changshao said, "Only with great ambition will there be motivation. Then I will congratulate sect leader Jun first. In the future, you will become a martial emperor revered by thousands." Shi Jingxian smiled and said, "Thank you." Jun Changshao looked at the sky and said, "It's getting late. I still have to bring the disciples back to the sect. I will take my leave first. Hua Mountain scenery is so beautiful. Sect leader Jun, why don't you stay for a few more days before leaving?" Shi Jingxian said with a slight disappointment, "The scenery can be enjoyed at any time. The sex matters must be dealt with as soon as possible." Jun Changshao said, "Yes, the scenery could be enjoyed at any time. But it was hard to say whether it could be like now, with beautiful girls accompanying him. All right, Shi Jingxian said, I hope there will be a chance in the future to discuss martial arts with Sect Leader June. 4 chapters. P.S. When I'm busy, I pretend I didn't see anything. If I don't update, there will be readers who will jump out and show off their existence. I'll *King slap their faces today. There will be a 5th chapter later. Chapter 4:24. Jun Changshao left with his disciples. They left in such a hurry because they wanted to find a quiet place where they could comfortably open the system store and spend all their contribution points. Sigh. Shi Jingxian sighed and said, let's go back. Although she wanted to chat more with Jun Changshao, he was busy and didn't give her a chance. Palace Master. On the way, Lear said, why do you care so much about him? Shi Jingxian said, do you know? Every time I'm with Sect Leader June, I feel very relaxed as long as I hear him talk. Probed. Palace Master. You can't have fallen for him, right? No. Shi Jingxian hurriedly said, her face turning red. Was speechless. My Palace Master, the expression on your face has already betrayed you. Shi Jingxian hurriedly explained, I just feel that he is very interesting, that's all. The more you explain, the more you try to hide it. Leah muttered in her heart. Speaking of which, what was so good about that guy? He had only interacted with the Palace Master a few times, and she was already worried about him. He was very handsome, humorous, and occasionally a little naughty. More importantly, his martial arts attainments were also high. Miss Li, why can't your Palace Master she worry about our Sect Leader June? In a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. The Hurricane Wolf King led a few hurricane wolves to drink water and rest at a small stream. Whoosh! A faint sound of wind breaking could be heard. In a forest in the distance, a goat eating grass was killed by Xiao Ziji with his 88 sniper rifle. During this period of time, although he neglected to practice his gun, his marksmanship was still very accurate. Shua. Li Qingyang skillfully skinned the meat and began to roast it. Lu Qianchan and Yi Xingqian were still cold and aloof. They couldn't integrate into the beautiful environment at all. Jun Changshao sat on a tree happily and pulled out the intermediate system store. He definitely had to spend the extra 2,461 contribution points. Otherwise, it would be automatically emptied after 24 hours. Sect Leader June had only seen the 7 profound, sun-glow broken scroll in the 3rd row when he had spent 100 contribution points to refresh the store. Thus, there were still many items that he hadn't seen yet. As he continued reading, Jun Changshao saw the formula for a type of medium-grade cloud walking boots. According to the introduction, this was a type of boots that could increase one's speed. After wearing it, one's speed would increase by 10% when walking normally and 20% when using a movement technique. The disadvantage was that it could only be worn by martial masters and above. Otherwise, even if one wore it, there would not be any increase in speed. This thing is good, Jun Changshao said. High movement speed was also a reflection of one's strength, especially when facing enemies. Not only could it be used to catch them off guard, but it could also be used to dodge attacks with ease. Furthermore, disciples like Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were all speed-type martial cultivators. If they wore the cloud-walking shoes, their strength would definitely increase by a lot. Bye. Ding. The host has spent 1,000 contribution points and received the recipe for the middle-grade cloud-walking boots X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points 646-15000. After buying it, the formula was automatically matched and presented in the forging pavilion. Jun Changshao opened it and found that the main material required was the wind element crystal core, and the supplementary materials were spider silk and beast fur. Ever since his trip to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, he lacked all kinds of crystal cores, but he did not lack wind element crystal cores. He also had spider silk and fur. So he hurriedly increased the number of refinement to the maximum and began to mechanically refine them. He continued to look at the shopping mall. Very quickly, Jun Changshao saw another secret manual called Mountain Collapsing Earth-Shattering Fist. From the introduction, the power of this fist technique was extremely fierce. If one comprehended it to the extreme, one punch would be able to shatter mountains and split the earth. The quality was high rank. TSK, TSK, Jun Changshao muttered. Is this the upgraded version of Exploding Fist? Ding. Host has spent 1,000 contribution points and obtained the Mountain Collapsing, Earth-Shattering Fist X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points 546,15000. After buying it, the system automatically matched it with the Sect's technique. Sect leader Jun did not hesitate and chose the Mountain Collapsing, Earth-Shattering Fist. He spent 50 contribution points and copied 5,000 copies. He continued to look. In the end, there were no more decent products. Jun Changshao was not depressed. After all, he had spent 100 contribution points and obtained the formula for the Talisman of Insight, 7 Mysterious Sunglow Break, and the Fist Technique. It was definitely better than the beginner's shop. I have obtained the title of Chivalrous Warrior. My luck has increased from 1 to 5. I can also try my luck and see if I can get better things. Jun Changshao muttered as he tapped on the beginner's shop. He had a lot of contribution points now, but he would not be so impulsive as to test it in the intermediate shop. So, he decided to start from the beginner shop. The system complained, "Look at the hosts! I'm happy, shut up!" Jun Changshao said as he opened the shop. A brand new product appeared. Just looking at the first row, he was extremely excited. Gun! Another gun! Moreover, it was a modified AK-47 automatic rifle. Jun Changshao laughed heartily. Although the AK-47 single-point power was not comparable to the Type 88 sniper rifle, it had the advantage of having more bullets and being able to shoot continuously, especially at close range. If the Type 88 couldn't break the opponent's defense in one shot, the AK-47's continuous damage would definitely be stronger. If they were to equip each of their disciples with an AK-47, even a martial king might not be able to withstand it. Moreover, it was not expensive. It was only 100 contribution points. The use of the word only was enough to show that Sect leader Jun didn't care about 100 contribution points at all. He didn't know that when he first got the system, he had to spend 10 points to copy secret manuals. It was a pity. There was a limit to the purchase of the modified AK-47. He could only buy 5 of them per month. Ding! Host has spent 500 contribution points. You have obtained a modified AK-47 automatic rifle X5. It has been transferred into the interspatial ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 49115,000. Jun Changshao let out a sigh of relief when his contribution points fell to a safe level. He then spent another 100 points from the items he had purchased and bought 5 universal extended magazines. He took out the AK-47. After changing the magazine, he took out the 5th grade core and loaded the bullets. Shoo! After a while, all 40 bullets were loaded. 40 streams of light appeared on both sides of the magazine. I've sinned. Jun Changshao shouted, "Come and test the gun." Okay. Xiao Ziji ate the skewers and walked over while clapping his hands. When he saw the AK-47, he said in surprise, "Sect leader, isn't this gun a bit small?" "Don't look at its small size. Its power is not weak," Jun Changshao said. Oh, Xiao Ziji took it because he suffered from the AWM sniper rifle last time. He learned his lesson this time. Before shooting, he lay down on the grass. Jun Changshao said, "Just stand and shoot." Oh, Xiao Ziji stood up and started to shoot. He chose a stone wall 100 meters in front of him and pressed the trigger. Two, two, two. The muzzle of the AK-47 continuously spat out bullets. Xiao Ziji's expression changed. Because the shooting speed was too fast and the recoil was too strong, the muzzle was aimed directly at the sky. After firing more than 10 bullets, he released his finger and sat down on the ground. He said with a face of despair, Sect leader, "One shot fired so many bullets." Whether it was the Type 88 or the AWM, they were all used for single-point shooting. This was the first time he had experienced such a fully automatic shooting mode. As for the stone wall in front of him, only one bullet hit the predetermined position. The other bullets extended upwards in an irregular pattern. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "With your gun control skills, you'll never be able to eat chicken in your lifetime. P.S. 5 is even better. Asking for recommendation tickets. Asking for monthly tickets." Chapter 4:25. Xiao Ziji's body was very strong, but he still could not withstand the recoil of the AK-47, so all the bullets hit the surroundings. He was definitely a master of body tracing. Jun Changshao took the gun and aimed at the stone wall in front of him, saying, "The gun should be fired like this." 222. He pressed 3 times in a row. Although there was still recoil, it was very stable. Although he did not have the opportunity to use an AK-47 in real life, he had played many games. He naturally knew that the first 3 shots were the easiest to suppress, and the later shots would be harder to suppress. Of course, this was a medium to long-range burst shot. If the target was very close, he could just fire randomly. Sigh. Jun Changshao fired a few more shots, and the gun was very stable. He murmured, "If it was a fully equipped M4 with a 15x scope, I could do it too." Sect Master. Xiao Ziji rested for a while, saying, "Let me try." Jun Changshao took out another AK-47 from the space ring and threw it over, saying, "This gun is yours from now on." Xiao Ziji loaded the bullets and pulled the trigger according to the Sect Master's demonstration. As expected, he easily suppressed the gun, and the bullets accurately hit the point he had locked on. Jun Changshao said, "Get used to the rhythm of shooting. You'll soon master it, and it won't be a problem to finish a magazine of bullets." Okay. Xiao Ziji did not even eat the skewers and began to frequently practice shooting in the wild. Needless to say, after a few rounds, he perfectly mastered the recoil of the AK-47, and it was not a problem to shoot 40 bullets in 10 seconds. But 40 bullets might not all hit the same point, and there was still a slight fluctuation. Otherwise, there would definitely be no recoil. Xiao Zuiji tried another round of bullets and laughed. "Sect Master, although the power of this gun can't compare to the Type 88 and AWM, the bullets it shoots are extremely fast. It can completely suppress the enemy with firepower." Jun Changshao said, "That's because there is no Gatling gun. Otherwise, you would know what true suppression is." "Qingyang," he shouted, "you also come and try." Okay. Li Qingyang put down the skewers and took the AK-47. He imitated Xiao Zuiji's actions and pulled the trigger. Although he didn't hit his target, he still managed to pull off a decent shot. When they had nothing to do in the sect, he and Su Xiaoma had played with the Type 88 sniper rifle. Although they weren't very accurate, at least they had some experience. Jun Changshao said, "This gun will be yours from now on. Take your time to practice and try to master it as soon as possible." Yes. Upon receiving the order, Li Qingyang began to carefully ask junior brother Xiao questions about shooting, as if he was a humble student who was willing to be taught. Arriving in front of the boulder where Lu Qianqian was, Jun Changshao took out the AK-47 and asked, "Do you want it?" An ice-cold beauty dressed in white like a fairy, sweeping wildly with an AK-47. Just the thought of this scene made him a little excited. It was a pity. Lu Qianqian said, "Sect Master, I prefer to use the sword to solve all problems." Although she refused, Her tone wasn't as cold as before. Instead, it was mixed with a trace of human kindness. Lu Qianqian had always been changing, but because she was usually quiet, it was hard to see. Of course, to completely melt an iceberg, not only was it difficult, but it also had to be hot enough. Xingqian. Jun Changxiao looked at Yi Xingqian, who was standing proudly in the distance, and asked, "Do you want it?" Sect Master. Yi Xingqian said, "I prefer to use my fists to solve all problems." Damn, this guy is really pretentious. Fortunately, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei weren't here. Otherwise, the two of them would have taken the initiative to ask for it. They even didn't hesitate to wrestle with each other until their heads bled. Yi Xingqian also knew that this strange gun's power was extraordinary, but he preferred to use his fists or normal weapons to defeat the enemy. Jun Changxiao said, "I have a fist technique here. Do you want it?" "No." Yi Xingqian was startled, and hurriedly changed his words. "Yes." Knight Emperor. Where was his arrogance? Where was his demeanor? Jun Changxiao threw the landslide fist to him, and also gave it to Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji. Only Lu Qianqian and Zhou Hong were not given, because this kind of fierce palm technique was definitely not suitable for girls to cultivate. Zhou Hong was a sword cultivator, so he naturally wouldn't cultivate fist techniques. To be honest, as the eldest disciple of Ironbone, the martial arts resources that Lu Qianqian had obtained were only ice attribute martial arts and an ice attribute bracelet. The martial arts that had recently spawned Qishuan Sunglow Break could be cultivated, while Raging Flame Cut was only suitable for male martial cultivators. Jun Changxiao felt a little apologetic, although Lu Qianqian was cold, but after more than a year of contact, he could see that it was nothing more than a cold heart. What's more, transmigrating to the falling star continent when she was most helpless and miserable, she was the first to join the sect. Many readers only saw Lu Qianqian's coldness, but did not see it. If it weren't for her appearance, how could Master Jun get one contribution point, open them all, buy a big gift pack, and have the capital to establish a foothold? If not her, there were others? This was just an assumption. In fact, Lu Qianqian was the first to join. This was unchangeable and undeniable. If she didn't join, there would be others. But at that time, the recruitment of numerous sects had already ended, and he would not have met the injured Li Qingyang. Nor would he have recruited so many disciples to obtain the first bucket of gold in his life. Jun Changxiao often thought that if Lu Qianqian did not appear in time, it would definitely be difficult for him to develop iron bone to this extent. Therefore, whether this woman's character was cold or her words were sharp, it did not affect her position in his heart. My first disciple. I am biased. Is there a problem? Qianqian. Jun Changxiao sat on the boulder and said, "I have a middle-grade cold sword here, which happens to be ice attribute suitable for you to use." "Of course," he said in a domineering tone. "You must obey my orders." Lu Qianqian, who wanted to refuse, had to take the cold sword. Coincidentally, Jun Changxiao inadvertently saw the ice bracelet on her wrist and casually said, "You still have the bracelet?" Lu Qianqian's bright eyes were strange, and she hurriedly covered the bracelet with her sleeve, jumped off the boulder lightly, and walked to the front where there was no one, as if deliberately keeping a certain distance from the sect master. When will she be able to open up her heart that is wrapped in ice? Jun Changxiao shook his head, took out the mountain-collapsing, earth-splitting fist, and began to carefully comprehend it. Ding! A prompt came from the casting pavilion, and the cloud walking boots was refined. While Jun Changxiao and Lu Qianqian were interacting, Yi Xingqian had already roughly flipped through the fist technique and secretly exclaimed, "This fist technique to the extreme. I'm afraid it's not weaker than a low-level Saint martial art." As expected, the sect master was getting better and better. The mountain-collapsing earth-splitting fist inherited the usual advantages of the system store, which was easy to learn but difficult to master. With Yi Xingqian's aptitude, He had a preliminary grasp of it after a while. Just as he was about to test its power, he inadvertently looked at the sect master, and his expression suddenly became sluggish. What did he see? He saw Jun Changshao squatting on the boulder, then lifting his feet and taking off his boots. Taking off his boots and socks in public. As a sect master, what kind of quality was this? Chapter 4:26. Although they were in the wilderness, Jun Changzhao's action of taking off his boots was a bit uncivilized. If it was Yi Xingqian, he would definitely not do it, because this was a matter of quality and principle. Jun Changshao did not think much of it. He took off one and then the other, acting very casually. He even raised his foot and sniffed it. Well, it's not smelly. Jie, Night Emperor, was directly petrified. As the leader of a sect, he actually did such an extremely indecent thing. Thinking of how he had just received the secret manual from him, Yi Xingqian, who was a little obsessed with cleanliness, almost ran to the stream to wash his hands. Shua! Jun Changshao waved his hand and took out the newly refined cloud-walking boots. Because the supplementary material was fur, it was a leather shoe. The color was pale white and it looked a little big. However, after putting on the cloud-walking boots, it miraculously shrank and matched his feet. Not only was it suitable, but it was also quite comfortable. Only then did Yi Xingqian realize that the sect leader was going to change his boots. However, he raised his foot and sniffed it. Ta-ta. After putting on the cloud-walking boots, Jun Changshao stood on tiptoe and said, "I feel a little lighter than before." Shua. While speaking, he took out his long legs that could only be cultivated in Photoshop and started running. His speed was obviously faster than before. However, it was only a 10% increase in speed. If he didn't run for a long time, it would be difficult to feel it directly. Yi Xingqian had been paying attention to Jun Changshao. He could clearly see that the moment his feet touched the ground, the new boots would flicker with a faint light. He secretly guessed. Could it be a kind of treasure that can increase one's speed? Strictly speaking, the mid-grade cloud-walking boots could not be considered a treasure and could only be classified as equipment. After testing normal running, Jun Changshao used the cloud-walking steps and increased his speed by 20%. There was an obvious change immediately. The cloud-walking boots' flashing light was also brighter than before. It could be seen. When the speed increased, the light would increase. What was even more amazing was that it also had the ability to increase jumping. Jun Changshao jumped up, increasing from 200 feet to 24 feet. Ta! After landing steadily, he clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Not only is it comfortable to wear, but it can also increase my speed. It's the best of both worlds." Increased speed? As expected, he had guessed correctly. This new pair of boots was a treasure that could increase one's speed. Night Emperor had not only seen defensive and attack-type true treasures in his previous life, but he had also owned many of them. However, speed-type true treasures were extremely rare. The sect leader was really something. No. He had to perform even better and strive to obtain such a supreme treasure. Yi Xingqian knew better than anyone the importance of martial techniques, equipment, and treasures to a martial cultivator. After testing the cloud-walking boots, Jun Changshao sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the earth-shattering fist. The smithing pavilion was still mechanically refining. 2 hours later, a few more pairs were refined. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion came from afar. Jun Changshao looked up and saw that Yi Xingqian had punched the mountain wall where Xiao Ziji had tested his spear. Dense cracks immediately appeared on the wall. Li Qingyang walked over and said in surprise, "Junior brother Yi, you've already comprehended the earth-shattering fist." "Yes," Yi Xingqian said. He had only just begun to comprehend it and was still far from minor accomplishment. However, the punch he performed just now had at least 30,000 points of strength. Yi Xingqian's comprehension of the rupturing fist was already at the peak. When he performed it, The increase in strength was at most 20,000 points. Now that he had only comprehended the earth-shattering fist, he had already gained so much strength. It was indeed a supreme-grade fist technique. Tisk, tisk. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "This disciple of mine is really fast in cultivating system martial techniques. Come, come." He waved his hand and said, "I have something to tell you." Li Qingyang and the others walked over. Jun Changshao waved his hand and took out a few pairs of cloud-walking boots that he had just refined. He said, "At the peak of Mount Hua, you showed off the power of my iron bone. These are your rewards." Yi Xingqian was overjoyed. Just now, he wanted to obtain such a treasure through his performance. He didn't expect the sect leader to give it to him. "Thank you, sect leader." Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji took it. Jun Changshao said, "These cloud-walking boots can increase your speed. You can try it." "Is that so?" Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji's eyes lit up. Then they sat on the stone and began to change their boots. Lu Qianqian also received it. However, she was a girl after all. She definitely wouldn't take off her boots in public. As for our misophobic Lord Nightdarch, he held the light, cloud-walking shoes, and his expression became extremely interesting. Should he change it now? Or should he change it after returning to the sect? Sect leader, Xiao Ziji was the first to change. Then he jumped and said happily, "After wearing the cloud-walking boots, my body feels much lighter." "I have the same feeling." Li Qingyang also changed into his clothes. Jun Changshao smiled and said, "When running normally, your speed will increase by 10%. When using the movement technique, it will increase by 20%. So powerful? Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji immediately widened their eyes. If running normally for 100 feet, it would be 10 feet more than usual. If running normally for 100 feet, it would be 20 feet more than usual. This was definitely very powerful. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the spacious grassland, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji began to test it. They sometimes ran and sometimes used the movement technique. When they finally stopped, they said happily in unison, "These cloud-walking boots are amazing." Next to them, Yi Xingqian lowered his head and clenched his fists. At this moment, he was suffering a huge mental torture. His mind was filled with thoughts of whether he should take off his boots and try the cloud-walking boots. No. In his previous life, he was a martial emperor. How could he behave like a commoner and do such a thing in front of such a large crowd? Wait, that was in his previous life. He was not a martial emperor now. Since that was the case, why should he be bothered by such trifles? Change! 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 Yi Xingqian sat on a rock and quickly took off his boots. He changed into the cloud-walking boots and ran impatiently. "Knight Emperor, where are your qualities? Where are your principles?" Whoosh! Whoosh! After a series of tests, Yi Xingqian stopped and said firmly in his heart, "How could a pair of boots that can increase speed be made in the falling star continent? It must be from the upper realm." Our Knight Emperor had gone deeper and deeper into the path of Jun Changshao came from the upper realm and could not extricate himself from it. It was understandable. After all, there were too many rare and strange martial arts resources. Let's go. Jun Changshao snapped his fingers. On the way, he did not forget to comprehend the earth-shattering fist. However, he unknowingly entered a dark forest. Whoosh! Whoosh! A cold wind blew, making one's hair stand on end. Jun Changshao looked around and murmured, "Why didn't I see them on the way here?" The system was speechless. On the way here, the host was looking for bandits everywhere and did not follow the normal route. Naturally, he avoided them perfectly. Sect leader, Li Qingyang said solemnly, "I'm afraid there are powerful beasts here." Whoosh! The Hurricane Wolf King let out a low growl as if to tell its master that the forest was not ordinary and should not be casually entered. After careful consideration, Chang smiled and said, "Let's go in and take a look. Let's see what treasures we can find." Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as they were about to enter, they saw a martial cultivator suddenly jump out from the depths of the dark forest. There were many wounds on his body, and blood was gushing out. Plop! After running for a while, he fell 10 meters away from the group and said weakly, Everyone, please save me." Before he could finish, Chang rode on the Hurricane Wolf King and led the disciples around him as if they did not see him at all. The muscles on the wounded martial cultivator's face froze, and then he collapsed on the ground and said sadly, "Public morals are degenerating day by day." P.S. Update 7. I was going to save this update for tomorrow at midnight. However, since it was a slap in the face, I might as well do it loud and clear. Update 7 today. I'll update tomorrow as usual. However, I won't be updating at midnight. I'll have to postpone it to the day. Before I go to bed, I'm begging for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 427. When a seriously injured martial cultivator ran out of the dark forest and called for help weakly, those who were sympathetic would help. However, Chang and his disciples turned a blind eye to it. Was this the distortion of human nature, or the loss of morality that made them so cold-blooded and heartless? Sect Master, Li Qingyang said telepathically, "Are we really not going to save him?" Chang said, "His body is full of wounds from weapons. It's obvious that someone is chasing him. If we save him, it might cause unnecessary trouble." Li Qingyang chose to remain silent. The system said, "You have the title of a chivalrous person now. If you don't save him, it will be ironic." Chang said disapprovingly, "A chivalrous person can't save people from fire and water every day. Besides, although his injuries are serious, they are not fatal." Everyone. After a few steps, the wounded martial cultivator lying on the ground said with difficulty, Save my life. I'm willing to. Give you 100 spirit stones. I've sinned." Chang said, "Hurry up and lift him up. The ground is cold." Li Qingyang and Zhou Hong's mouths twitched. The sect master immediately became warm-hearted at the mention of spirit stones. Wasn't he being too realistic? In the cruel falling star continent, it was natural to be more realistic with people who were neither relatives nor friends. When he had just transmigrated, Chang had saved Li Qingyang. Now that he could be more open-minded in the face of someone in trouble, it was the best proof of his change in mentality. Whoosh! Xiao Ziji jumped down from the Hurricane Wolf and was about to carry the wounded martial cultivator when dozens of black-clothed people suddenly flew out of the dark forest. These people surrounded Chang and the others at the fastest speed. Their eyes were cold and fierce. Seeing this, the wounded martial cultivator's heart was filled with despair. The leader of the black-clothed people glanced at Chang and the others and said indifferently, "You are this guy's accomplices?" Chang said, "We are just passing by." "Passing by?" The black-clothed leader smiled coldly, then waved his hand and said, "Then die in the black demon forest." Whoosh! 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 The surrounding subordinates waved their hands wildly, and one after another, concealed weapons that flickered with cold light shot over. Clang! Clang! Li Qingyang and Yi Xingqian brandished their swords. Immediately, they brandished their swords and destroyed all the hidden weapons that were coming at them. Xiao Ziji summoned his solid iron shield not only to protect himself, but also to protect the injured martial cultivator. The leader in black was surprised and said, "You have some ability." "Big brother," the martial artist at the side said in a low voice, "The wolves that these people are riding seem to be Gale wolves." What? The black-clothed leader was shocked. The Gale wolf was not an ordinary beast. Since they were using it as a mount, their identities were definitely not simple. "Since you're just passing by," the black-robed leader reacted quickly and said, "Then leave quickly." Don't get in the way of my demon channeling, Hall's mission here. The strength of this group of wolf-riding martial cultivators was a bit strong. He didn't dare to provoke them too much, so his tone became gentler. The reason why he had mentioned the demon channeling hall was to let the other party know of his identity and which sect he came from. Unfortunately, since you've already attacked, it would be strange if this matter was over. Jun Changxiao crossed his arms and said with a smile, "You greeted us with hidden weapons the moment we met, and now you want us to leave? Was your brain kicked by a donkey?" The black-clothed leader's face darkened, but he suppressed his anger and said with cupped fists, "It was just a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart for the sake of the demon channeling hall." "Humph. If it weren't for the fact that you were riding gale wolves, I would have killed you with my sword." "Wrong. It was not gale wolves, but hurricane wolves. There was even a hurricane wolf king among them." Jiang Yi said telepathically, "Sect leader, the demon channeling hall is a fifth-rate evil sect." "Fifth-rate?" Jun Changxiao's eyes immediately flashed with disdain. "I've provoked 2 third-rate evil sections. Why would I care about a fifth-rate evil sect?" Of course, he didn't want to provoke an evil sect when he was outside. Instead, he pointed outside and said, "Since you're from the demon channeling hall, I'll give you face and scram as fast as you can." The black-clothed leader's anger immediately rose, but he still suppressed it. He looked at the injured martial cultivator and said, "He's someone the demon channeling hall is after. We're taking him away. Please do us a favor." Jun Changxiao said, "Give him 100 spirit stones and take him away." The injured martial cultivator was stunned. He screamed in his heart, "Public morals are degenerating day by day. People are not what they used to be." The black-clothed leader finally couldn't take it anymore. He said in a gloomy voice, "Friend, you're being a little unreasonable." The corner of Jiang Ye's mouth twitched slightly. How could a person from an evil sect say that he was reasonable? That was the biggest joke in the world. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, "He's willing to pay me 100 spirit stones to keep him safe. If you take him away, my spirit stones will be gone. So, you have to give me 100 spirit stones." The corner of Li Qingyang and the others' mouths twitched. Sect leader wants 100 spirit stones, no matter what. The black-clothed leader's expression changed again. "I don't have 100 spirit stones. Even if I did, how could I bear to give them to you? How about this?" he said. "After I take him down, I'll give you the spirit stones I find." Since the target had 100 spirit stones, he could take them out and give them to him. He could go back and complete the mission as soon as possible. Both sides would be fine. "That won't do," Jun Changxiao said. "If you capture him and run away, won't I lose both the spirit stones and the spirit stones? So, you have to give me 100 spirit stones first, and let me give up on protecting him." The black-clothed leader's expression darkened. He thought to himself, "Is this guy messing with me, or is he deliberately stalling for time?" "Young friend." At that moment, the injured martial cultivator said with difficulty, "I'm willing to pay 1,000 spirit stones. Please save my life." He could tell that the people from the enchanted palace did not dare to do anything to this wolf-riding martial cultivator. In order to survive, they were willing to pay more. "I'll take this deal," Jun Changxiao said. Although his family had a spirit stone mine that could produce natural spirit stones, he would not mind man-made spirit stones. After all, 1 spirit stone was worth 10,000 taels. Phew! The injured martial cultivator breathed a sigh of relief. The despair in his heart gradually dissipated. Jun Changxiao looked at the black-clothed leader and shrugged. "If you want me to give up on protecting him now, it's not 100 spirit stones. It's 1,000 spirit stones." Uft! The injured martial cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood. He cursed in his heart. Does this guy have any professional ethics? The black-clothed leader could not even take out 100 spirit stones, let alone 1,000. So he said with a dark gaze, "Kid, you're playing with me on purpose." "Can't take it out?" Jun Changshao said, "Then get out of here." "Humph," the black-clothed leader said coldly, "since you refuse a toast, don't blame me for being rude." Swoosh. As he spoke, he made a strange hand gesture. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The dozens of black-clothed men around him took out a crossbow-like weapon from their spatial rings and equipped it with arrows. The arrowhead flickered with a faint light, as if it carried explosive power. Jiangya said telepathically, "Master, this is a magic explosive crossbow. The arrowhead is blessed with a crystal core. It will explode when touched by a foreign object. It's extremely lethal." "Kid," the black-clothed leader said, "I've been patient again and again. Since you don't leave, then you'll end up with a broken body." Jun Changshao sneered and shouted, "Qingyang Zue Ji, show me your weapons." Swoosh, swoosh. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji summoned their AK-47s and held them up. Crack. Jun Changshao also took out his AK-47. This guy also put on a pair of dazzling sunglasses. With a cigar in his mouth, he said proudly, "I want to see if your arrows are faster than my bullets." Looking down from above, a group of black-clothed men, holding the most advanced crossbows, were facing 3 people riding hurricane wolves and holding AK-47s. The atmosphere. It was tense. Chapter 428. When Jun Changshao and the other 2 picked up the AK-47, the leader and his men were all dumbfounded. What are they holding in their hands? Crossbows? Her appearance was too strange. Wasn't it too unsightly? Or are they just simple wooden sticks? Or are they some kind of special, short-range weapon? "Kid," the leader sneered, "who are you trying to scare with a stick?" The grip and stock of the AK-47 were made of reddish-brown wood. It did look like a stick. Jun Changshao said indifferently, "I'll give you and your men one more chance. Get out of here, or you'll become a hornet's nest later." "Hee hee hee." The leader laughed strangely. "It seems that you don't know that my men are using demon explosive crossbows. The arrows they shoot are at least 50,000 kilograms. Ordinary peak-level martial masters could only shoot 50,000 kilograms. It was indeed very powerful for one arrow to be able to release such a powerful force. More importantly, there were 40 to 50 men in black who were equipped with such crossbows. The lethality of their arrows couldn't be underestimated. Of course, demon explosive crossbows were very expensive, and the cost of demon explosive arrows was even higher. Shooting an arrow was equivalent to shooting a spirit stone. Martial cultivators in the Falling Star continent usually wouldn't use such equipment because they couldn't afford it. Many legions were equipped with such equipment to attack cities. 50,000 kilograms? Jun Changshao said indifferently, "How lame." The guns sold in the system were all determined by the level of the crystal core, not to mention 50,000 kilograms. Even 100,000 kilograms could be produced. Moreover, a high-level crystal core could store 2 rounds of AK-47 bullets. It was a great deal. Even now, if the 2 sides didn't attack each other but shot at the air, Sect leader Jun could exhaust them and make them bankrupt. "Come on, let's hurt each other." He had already told them the power of the demon explosive arrows. But these wolf-riding martial cultivators still didn't leave and were still confronting each other. This made the leader in black angry. Did they really think that he didn't dare to give the order to shoot because he was worried about the demon explosive arrows? Swish! The leader in black raised his hand, his eyes flashing with killing intent. The mission given by the higher-ups must be completed no matter the price. Swish! Schwa! More than 40 subordinates raised their magic explosive crossbows, ready to fire as soon as their boss's hand fell. "Brat," the leader in black said coldly, "Go to hell." He lowered his hand and gave the order to shoot. Many of his subordinates began to exert force on their triggers. Kill them all. At this moment, Jun Changshao gave the order. Da-da-da! 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 The three AK-47s immediately spewed out flames as tiny bullets shot out from 3 different directions, shaking the space and dragging streams of light behind them. When the image was slowed down, it looked like a scene from the Hacker Empire. Boom! 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 The extremely fast firing speed and strong penetrating power ruthlessly swept across the body of the black-clothed martial cultivator who was just about to pull the trigger. Some of them passed through his head, while others passed through his chest. He was hit 3 or 4 times in an instant. In the meantime, the Demon Channeling Hall's martial cultivators had also successfully fired their devil explosive arrows. However, as soon as it flew out of the crossbow, it was hit by the bullets and instantly exploded, causing the surrounding magic explosive arrows to explode. Da-da-da! Da-da-da-da-da! Boom, boom, boom! In the wilderness, the sound of gunshots and explosions was endless. The fog and dust from the bullets also filled the area. The injured martial cultivator lying on the ground was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out. Although the fog and dust blocked his vision and he could not see what was going on inside, the 3 martial cultivators riding on the wolf beasts were not injured by the devil explosive arrows and were still safe and sound. They were riding on a strange object that kept spitting out flames at the end. It looked very powerful. Ka! 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 Jun Changshao first emptied a magazine of bullets, took out the crystal cores, and reloaded the magazine as fast as he could. Whoosh! Once again, he raised his AK-47 and fired wildly at the foggy area. His cold movements and expressionless mouth were very similar to the Terminator played by Arnold Schwarzenegger. At this time, if Sect leader Jun was accompanied by a very hot background music, it would definitely be exciting. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. This kind of gun is like a hidden weapon. It's so powerful. Ka ka ka. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji also emptied a magazine of bullets. The Sect leader did not ask them to stop. He continued to reload and fired with his gun. After emptying another magazine of bullets, Jun Changshao raised his gun, held the electronic cigar, and blew out a smoke ring. That's enough. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji put away their guns. Although the 2 of them had mastered the shooting frequency of the AK-47, their hands could not help but tremble slightly when they stopped shooting. However, fighting a real person was much better than practicing with a gun. Gradually, the dust and fog dissipated. Everything around them could be seen clearly. More than 40 evil cultivators from the Demon Channeling Palace who surrounded Jun Changshao in a fan shape were lying on the ground. Some of them were shot to death, while others were killed by the devil explosive arrows. Not a single one was left alive. Fresh blood flowed and gathered together. A cold wind blew over, and there was a nauseating smell of blood. Plop! The leader in black went limp and sat in a pool of blood. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with shock. Perhaps it was on purpose. All his subordinates were dead, but he was alive and well. However, he might as well be dead, because of the extremely fast and powerful bullets that flew past him. The leader in black felt as if he was in the 18th level of hell. His cultivation was only at the peak of the martial master level. If he was hit by the AK-47, he would definitely die. Thud! Thud! The Gale Wolf King walked over. Jun Changshao raised the AK-47 with one hand and pressed the muzzle against the leader's head. He said calmly, "Do you still think this is a fire rod?" The continuous firing from the muzzle produced a lot of heat. The leader in black looked even more ferocious. However, he did not dare to move because he had seen the power of the AK-47. "Friend, friend!" The leader in black suppressed his fear and said in a low voice, Let's talk. Go to hell and talk to the king of hell." Jun Changshao pulled the trigger with a cold voice. The bullet went through with a bang, and blood and sticky things splashed on the grass. Plop! The leader in black fell to the ground. The vitality in his eyes gradually dissipated, and the muscles on his face were still fixed in a ferocious state. As soon as they met, he ordered his subordinates to throw hidden weapons without any explanation. This had angered Jun Changshao. If my disciple and I were weak, we would have been killed by you guys just because we were passing by. This grievance would probably be complained to the king of hell right now. Even if the leader in black took out 100 or 1,000 spirit stones, the result would still be death. Swish! Swish! Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji jumped down from the Gale Wolf and began to skillfully loot the crates. Jun Changshao walked to the injured martial artist and pressed the muzzle of the AK-47 against the grass. He said, expressionlessly, "The people who are chasing you have all been killed. You are safe now. Give me the 1,000 spirit stones." "Little friend," the corner of the martial artist's mouth twitched. He said weakly, I don't have it. You don't have it?" Jun Changshao frowned. The martial artist was silent. Swish! Jun Changshao stood up and reloaded the gun. He pulled the safety pin and pointed the muzzle at the martial artist's head. He said coldly, "Are you playing with me?" "Mother ****. For 1,000 spirit stones, I have offended a fifth-rate evil sect. And you tell me you don't have it? Is it because I have the title of a hero that you are so fearless?" The martial artist naturally knew the power of the fire rod. He hurriedly said, "I have it. I have one." "You are playing with me." Bang. Chapter 429. Jun Changshao decisively opened fire, but the muzzle of the gun moved from the head of the wounded cultivator to his crotch. The bullet directly hit the grass between his legs, leaving a fingernail-sized hole. "Friend," he said with a gloomy face, "I have a bad temper. Don't play with me." While speaking, he raised the AK-47. The muzzle was not placed on the head, but on the crotch of the wounded cultivator. It was exactly right. Gulp. The wounded cultivator swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Not only did a chill run down his spine, even his crotch was cold. He said with a trembling voice, Friend, my spirit stone is natural. 1 stone is equal to several stones." "Natural." Jun Changshao was quite surprised. "Take it out and let me see." In order to carry on his family line, the wounded cultivator hurriedly took out the spirit stone from his space ring. Jun Changshao took it and used his mind to communicate with the spirit stone. He saw that the spiritual energy gathered inside was very pure. Not bad. It was a natural spirit stone. Jun Changshao looked at him suspiciously. "Only one." The wounded cultivator said with a bitter face, Friend, do you think I still dare to lie?" Pucci. Suddenly, a dagger was inserted into his thigh. He was startled. When he felt the pain, he screamed, "Ah!" Swish! Jun Changshao pulled the dagger back. Hiss! Blood spurted out like a fountain. The wounded cultivator's face became more and more ferocious. He was already wounded, and now it was one disaster after another. Jun Changshao wiped the blood-stained dagger on his clothes. "I think you are not honest. In order to suffer less physical pain, you better hand over the remaining 999 spirit stones." His face was expressionless, like a devil from hell. It was hard to imagine that this was the Iron-Bone sect leader who was occasionally a little naughty when interacting with his disciples. I really don't have any more." "Pucci!" Jun Changshao did not say anything and stabbed his other thigh. "Ah!" The wounded cultivator screamed in pain again. Shwa! Jun Changshao pulled out the dagger, raised his arm and pressed it against the man's neck. "Since you don't have it, then use your life to pay for my reward." The blade made contact with the skin and caved in. Even if it was only a few millimeters in, a thin red mark appeared and blood slowly seeped out. The wounded Wu Xiu's heart suddenly began to beat wildly. A strong omen of death surged into his sea of consciousness, making him not dare to lie anymore. He said, "I still have." Jun Changshao withdrew his dagger and said, "Take it out." "Huff, huff!" The wounded cultivator gasped for air. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, I found a spirit stone mine in the depths of the forest. There are a lot of spirit stones in there. I can take you there." "Really?" Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. When Zhang Xian took out a natural spirit stone, he was already suspicious of Zhang Xian. As expected, after Zhang Xian threatened him, he really confessed. "If I'm not wrong," Jun Changshao said, "the people from Demon Channeling Palace are chasing you because they want to know the location of the Spirit Stone Mine." The wounded Wu Xiu endured the pain and said, "That's right." "Qingyang." Jun Changshao stood up and said, "Treat this guy's wounds, don't let him die." "Yes." Li Qingyang quickly walked over, took out some medicine and bandages from his spatial ring, and began to bandage the wound. Taking advantage of this time, Jun Changshao burned the piled-up corpses with exquisite fire. After all, it was a fifth-rate evil sect. If they found out that he was the one who killed them, it would definitely bring about trouble. Therefore, it was important to destroy the corpses. The gloomy forest that Jun Changshao and the others arrived at was the Black Devil Forest. To be exact, the Black Devil Forest was only a part of the Black Devil Mountain Range. The Black Devil Mountain Range was a large mountain range that ran through many counties. The 10,000 Beast Mountain Range of Huaiyang County was not even a tenth of it. Although there were many vicious beasts in the Black Devil Mountain Range, other than a small area, it was not too dangerous. This small area included the Black Devil Forest that Jun Changshao was currently in. It was said that vicious beasts comparable to Wuzong level could be seen everywhere in the depths. Moreover, the terrain was very complicated. Even a martial king could easily get lost in it. The wounded Wu Xiu was called Rin Shan, a rank 6 martial master rogue cultivator. He and a few companions entered the Black Devil Forest and found a cave. Then they boldly went in and found an unmined spirit stone mine. This excited them to no end. However, when they were about to collect spirit stones for the second time, they were somehow locked onto by the people from Demon Channeling Palace. In a hurry, he and his companions headed into the depths of the unknown area. In the end, they miserably encountered vicious beasts comparable to Wuzong. In the end, Ren Shan escaped, and his 3 companions became food. Those who survived a great disaster were bound to have good fortune. Just as he escaped danger, he encountered people from Demon Channeling Palace and was seriously injured. Thus, he met Jun Changshao outside the forest. After learning about what happened, Jiang Yi shook his head and said, "You're really unlucky." Rin Shan sat behind Xiao Ziji, his entire body wrapped in bandages. With a bitter expression, he said, "I finally know what it means to be innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure." If he hadn't accidentally discovered the spirit stone mine and dug out the spirit stones inside, he and his companions wouldn't have been in danger, and he wouldn't have been left alone. "Don't sigh," Jun Changshao said. "Hurry up and lead the way." He wasn't interested in listening to the tragic story. He only cared about the spirit stone mine in the depths of the forest. However, Jun Changshao also had doubts in his heart. The appearance of the spirit stone mine meant that there was a recovery of spiritual energy. Why didn't others discover it? Why did a few rogue cultivators accidentally find it? When he entered the Black Devil Forest and saw the dense miasma around him, he realized that it wasn't that no one had discovered it, but that this naturally formed environment was enough to cover up the natural phenomenon. "Little friend," after entering, Ren Shan said warily, "the depths are filled with ferocious beasts of the 8th or 9th grade. There are also many high-grade ones. We must proceed carefully." "Don't worry," Jun Changshao said. "With us here, even if it's a spirit beast, it's enough to deal with it." The reason why he was so confident was because Jiang was with him. Thinking of this group of people who had used strange hidden weapons to kill all the evil cultivators of the demon channeling palace, Jiang Shan gradually relaxed his vigilance and began to search for the way to the spirit stone mine according to his memory. Roar, boom! In the depths of the Black Devil Forest, a ferocious beast comparable to a 6th-grade martial master had just jumped out from the dark when it was killed by Xiao Ziji with a single punch. Then he took the opportunity to take away its crystal core and flesh. Ren Shan was secretly shocked. So, these people not only rely on special hidden weapons, but they are also very strong. He became even bolder. As long as he confirmed the location, he would not hesitate to go. 2 hours later, Ren Shan led Jun Changxiao and the others to a collapsed area of the mountain. There was a cave in a relatively low-lying area. Sect leader, Jiang said telepathically, "The miasma in this area is very dense. My spiritual senses are restricted." Jun Changxiao was even more aware of why no one had discovered the spirit stone mine. Firstly, it was restricted by spiritual senses. Secondly, the terrain was too complicated. If one wanted to reach this place, they could only rely on luck. "Young friend," Ren Shan pointed at the cave in front of them and said, "The spirit stone mine is hidden inside." Jun Changxiao said, "You go down first." Ren Shan shook his head and dragged his injured body into the cave. When the others followed in, they did not see his figure. Their field of vision was all tangled and complicated tunnel entrances. Sect leader, Li Qingyang said, "That guy ran away." "Humph." Jun Changxiao sneered and said, "This king already knew that this guy wasn't easy to deal with." The system added, "So, you still let him run away. P.S. Please vote." Chapter 430. Jun Changxiao could tell that Ren Shan was not honest, so he had been paying attention to him along the way. However, what he did not expect was that there was not only one tunnel in the cave, but many tunnels like a maze. As long as a person came in, they would easily disappear without a trace after taking a few steps. "Let's just run." Jun Changxiao said, "It's not a big deal." He did not care about Ren Shan. What he cared about was that they had already arrived at the spirit stone mine. As long as they found the spirit stones, not to mention getting 999, even adding 2 more zeros would not be a problem. Of course, Jun Changxiao could also imagine that Ren Shan must be worried that he would harm him. Wasn't this nonsense? Using a dagger to stab him twice, if it was anyone else, they would not dare to work with you. Sect leader Jun could not be blamed for being ruthless. If he did not do that, how would he know about the spirit stone mine, and how would he come here? Damn it, Jiang said rather unhappily. If it were not for the restriction of spiritual sense here, I would definitely be able to catch that kid easily. Li Qingyang said, "Sect leader, there are 9 intersections in front of us. Should we go together or separately?" Jun Changxiao said, "Let's go together." He was worried about what dangers were hidden in the maze of tunnels. As for which way to go, he did not think about it and directly chose the entrance that was right in front of him. Jiang said speechlessly, "Sect leader, such an intricate place. Entering without thinking about it is too careless." Although he was not old, he had wandered in Jianghu for a few years and knew that such places often hid mysteries, and every choice was crucial. 3 years ago, Jiang Xie entered a gloomy cave. There was also a tunnel inside. After careful consideration, he successfully walked into a dead end and even triggered a trap, suffering a lot. If he could take the wrong path after careful consideration, the sect leader's choice, without thinking, was simply playing with his life. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Jun Changxiao said, "If I were AF * King Feng Shui Master who could use a compass to deduce the entrance, I would definitely be chanting Qian Kan Zhen Zhen Sun Li Kuan Dui." Yes, the system said, "That kid entered this tunnel." Jun Changxiao's expression froze as he asked in astonishment, "How did you know?" The system said proudly, I can detect the residual breath in the air to determine if the other party has been here before. I see. Jun Changshao said, You're a dog. 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 The two weirdos, whose misfortunes and blessings were interdependent, cursed each other in their hearts as they walked. They were very amiable. After taking a few steps, they went in two different directions. Sect leader. Let's go to the right, Jun Changshao interrupted. Jiang Xie's mouth twitched. As a veteran with experience in exploration, he was explaining seriously, but the sect leader actually didn't listen. He even casually chose a path. What was going on? Jiang sighed and got up to follow. Not long after, they came to another crossroad. Both sides of the tunnel had the same strange pattern. Jiang began to guess and compare it with the pattern just now. I understand now. Suddenly he said, This is definitely a mark left by someone on purpose to find the direction next time. If I'm not wrong, it's probably a mark left by Rin Shan and his accomplices. If we can decipher it, we can find that guy. His reasoning was logical. However, when he finished speaking, he found that the sect leader had already led the disciples forward, as if he did not hear him at all. Jiang was speechless. They continued to walk and came across a lot of crossroads. Jun Changshao did not hesitate at all. He turned left and right, and soon the disciples were confused. Jiang followed behind, holding back his grievances. I've been to this kind of place before. Why doesn't the sect leader listen to me? Why does he have to run around like a headless fly? No. If they continue like this, they will get lost sooner or later. Sect leader, Jiang said, No, there's someone. Shua. Li Qingyang used the cloud treading steps and rushed over. He directly grabbed Rin Shan, who was about to turn into another intersection, and then with a wave of his hand, dragged him back. Jiang was dumbfounded. In such a complicated maze of tunnels, there were so many crossroads, and they actually met the guy who ran away before. Wasn't their luck too good? Luck? Jiang was wrong. Sect leader Jun found Rin Shan, who had entered the tunnel first, according to the aura left in the air. Plop! Rin Shan fell to the ground. Because he touched his wound, he immediately grimaced in pain. He held in his heart, How did they find me? Jun Changshao said, Is it fun to play hide and seek? Rin Shan was silent. Jun Changshao pointed at the intersection in front and said, I'll give you one more chance. Hurry up and hide. Don't let me find you. Ren Shan was a little confused. Jiang, Li Qingyang, and the others were also a little confused. To be able to find this guy in such a complicated tunnel, it was definitely a great luck. The sect leader asked him to continue hiding. Was he not joking? Hurry up! Jun Changshao shouted in a deep voice. Shua! Ren Shan tried to stand up and dragged his injured body to another entrance without looking back. Everyone's mouth twitched. This was really not a joke. Jiang collapsed and said, Sect leader, to be able to meet that guy in such a complicated place, how can we let him run away again? Plop! After walking for a few crossroads, Ren Shan was caught by Li Qingyang and thrown in front of everyone. Jiang's whole body was petrified. Finding him the first time could be considered lucky, but finding him the second time was definitely not a coincidence. Sect leader, can you not hit me in the face like this? In any case, he is the only elder of our Iron Bone sect. Jun Changshao squatted down and said, I'll give you one more chance. Hurry up and hide as far away as possible. Rin Shan wanted to cry, but had no tears. Young friend, I have elders and children to take care of. You're a magnanimous person. Please let me live. He stopped running. To be exact, after being caught twice, he had already realized that the other party must have some special power that could easily find him. Then what was there to run for? He could only surrender. You can live if you want. Jun Changshao said, "Take me to the spirit stone vein. If you dare to play any tricks again, you'll leave your life in the tunnel." Okay, I'll take you there. This time, Ren Shan did not play any tricks. Following the marks left by himself and his companions, they soon arrived at a rather spacious cave entrance. The stone wall at the end was inlaid with many crystal-clear ores, and there were rough scratches around it. "Young friend," Ren Shan said timidly, "this is the place." Chapter 431. The cave was quite large and could accommodate a few hundred people. The stone wall in front of them was inlaid with natural spirit stones that had not been mined. The eyes of Jianya and the others immediately lit up, although the Iron Bone Mountain also had some and they had mined quite a bit. This thing had pure spiritual energy, so no one would complain about it. Jun Changshao walked over, pointed at the rough marks on the stone wall, and said, "Did you leave them behind?" "No," Ran Shan said with a blank face. "When we left, the stone wall was very intact. There were no traces of damage left." Moreover, he looked around and was even more puzzled. "Why does it feel like the cave is much bigger than last time?" "Oh," Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "Could it be that there are other people who know about this spirit stone vein?" "It can't be." Ren Shan was in disbelief. After all, this place was very hidden and there were high-level vicious beasts outside. There were definitely not many people with his luck. Jun Changshao didn't care if anyone knew about it or not. What he was thinking about now was how to dig out all the spirit stones without leaving a single one behind. Although he was missing 999 stones. Since he had found the vein, he would definitely take all of them. As for Rin Shan, well, just give him a few hundred as a labor fee. The system ridiculed. "The host is really sorry for the title of chivalrous warrior. If there was a function to take it back, I'm afraid it would have been taken away long ago. Every man for himself, and the heavens and earth will destroy him." Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and said, "Treasures, start digging." Li Qingyang and the others received the order, then took out their cold-edged sword and began to peel off the spirit stones on the stone wall. Rin Shan was startled. It was his first time digging with his companions, and he had destroyed quite a few spirit stones. These people were very skilled, completely unlike newbies who were mining for the first time. "Little friend," Ren Shan said timidly, "I've brought it to the place. Can I leave now?" He didn't care if the spirit stones were dug out. He only hoped to leave as soon as possible, so as to avoid being silenced by this guy. Martial arts resources were good, but he only had one life, so it was especially important. "You can't leave," Jun Changshao said. "Qian, watch him. Don't let him slip away." Lu Qian didn't say anything, but she was already standing in front of the exit. Ren Shan couldn't help but shiver. The mountain wall was very hard, but in front of the sharpness of the cold-edged sword, it was like tofu. Jun Changshao, Li Qingyang, and the others began to dig. In just 2 hours, they had dug out 600 to 700 stones. Sect leader, Jiang transmitted his voice. "I'm afraid there are still a lot of spirit stones here. If we dig, I'm afraid it will take a long time." Jun Changshao stopped and asked, "Can you get in touch with the sect?" Jiang said, "With my current understanding of the sound transmission technique, I can only reach a range of 1,000 miles. I have to ride on a hurricane wolf and travel a bit more before I can reach him." "Take that kid out," Jun Changshao said. "Contact the sect as soon as possible and have Hall Master Li summon all the members of the Wolf Rider Hall." There was strength in numbers. If they could dig it out as quickly as possible, they would dig it out. "All right." Jiang Ye grabbed Rin Shan with one hand and brought him out of the cave. Li Qingyang and the others continued to dig. One by one, the natural spirit stones were freshly produced and kept into the space ring. However, after digging for another hour, Lu Qianchen frowned and said, "Sect leader, there's movement in the tunnel." Jun Changshao and the others all stopped. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The cave quieted down, and a rubbing sound could be heard coming from the exit, and it was getting clearer and clearer, as if something was crawling over. Li Qingyang frowned. Sect leader, there won't be any pythons or other fierce beasts in this tunnel, right? It's possible. Jun Changshao also judged from the rustling sound that it was more like the crawling sound of a snake, so he warned everyone, be careful. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji placed the cold-edged sword in front of them, their eyes filled with respect. Yi Xingqian had an indifferent look on his face. To him, no matter what kind of fierce beast it was, as long as it dared to appear, he would let it die. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of friction with the ground became louder and louder, and it sounded like there were a lot of them. Could it be that a group of snake beasts were crawling over? If an ordinary person heard such a terrifying sound here, they would definitely be scared out of their wits, especially those girls who were born with a fear of snakes and insects. They would probably be trembling in fear and screaming out loud. Lu Qianqian was a girl, but she was not afraid at all. It seemed that she was not afraid of snakes, but might be afraid of cockroaches. Hoo-hoo! Suddenly, a cold wind blew from the entrance of the tunnel, bringing with it a nauseating stench that almost made everyone vomit on the spot. Hiss, hiss! At this moment, a strange sound came, and a slender and smooth snake beast quickly crawled over from the entrance of the tunnel. They were about the same as ordinary snakes, about a meter long. However, the difference was that their heads were full of eyes that flickered with a sinister light. Those with trypophobia would definitely feel their scalps explode and their heads spin. Multi-eyed snake, Li Qingyang said. Whoosh! Lu Qianqian unsheathed her cold light sword. The cold sword light flashed, and more than 20 multi-eyed snakes that crawled and were cut in half. However, there were still a large number of snake beasts crawling in from the outside. Their eyes flickered with a sinister light, making people's hair stand on end. Guard the entrance of the tunnel. Don't let them in. Jun Changshao shouted. Swoosh! Swoosh! Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji held their swords and went up. Sword light flashed frequently, directly killing the snake beasts that crawled in, and stood at the entrance. The two looked at the entrance of the tunnel and suddenly gasped. In the visible range, a dense number of snake beasts crawled in quickly. There were so many of them that they almost occupied the entire tunnel. This, if not 1,000. There were at least 800 or 900 of them. Leader, Li Qingyang's mouth twitched and said, there are so many multi-eyed snakes. Get out of the way. Jun Changshao shouted. Swoosh! Swoosh! Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji hurriedly dodged, revealing the entrance of the tunnel. Ta! Jun Changshao strode forward and quickly used the imperial fire technique. His palms pushed toward the entrance of the tunnel, and suddenly hot flames erupted. Huff, huff! The exquisite fire formed a fire pillar under the support of the martial skill, completely enveloping the tunnel and violently penetrating the back. The multi-eyed snakes that were crawling in were unable to withstand the impact of the flames and the heat formed by the flames. They were instantly burned to ashes, and the ground was scattered with egg-sized crystal cores. This way of killing monsters was definitely super cool. However, before Li Qingyang had time to be happy, multi-eyed snakes suddenly crawled out of the walls of the cave. Damn it! They can even dig holes. Boom! At this moment, the wall on the left suddenly collapsed, and a thick and huge multi-eyed snake crawled out. Its body size could be classified as a python. Multi-eyed Snake King, Li Qingyang said solemnly. Boom! 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 The walls in the other directions collapsed, and the thick-bodied multi-eyed snake kings appeared one after another. Behind them, countless multi-eyed snakes gathered. At a glance, one could determine that there were at least 2,000 or 3,000 of them. Seeing so many snakes and so many snake kings, Jun Changshao and the others suddenly realized that the intricate tunnel outside was probably dug by them. This place was not only a spiritual stone mine, but also a large snake nest. Chapter 432. Snakes were really scary, especially when a group of snakes gathered in a densely packed formation. It was even more terrifying. Jun Changshao and the 5 disciples were in the middle of a group of snakes. Not only were there countless small snakes, but there were also several large snakes. The air was filled with a pungent stench, forcing them to hold their breaths. People who were naturally afraid of snakes would have fainted long ago if they were to stand here. Hiss, hiss. Thousands of multi-eyed snakes flicked their tongues, their eyes flashing with a sinister light. These small snakes were not scary. After all, they were only 3rd or 4th grade. The scary ones were the large snakes because they were comparable to peak martial masters. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At the entrance of the scorched tunnel, there were still many multi-eyed snakes rushing in wave after wave. Sect leader Li Qingyang said solemnly, "We seem to be in trouble." They could still kill dozens or hundreds of them, but thousands of them were too many. Moreover, who knew if there were more in the tunnel? If they were entangled in a protracted battle, it would definitely be very troublesome. There was a more important point. If there was poison, it would only be more disadvantageous for everyone. Hiss! Hiss! A few multi-eyed snake kings screamed. Thousands of multi-eyed snakes slithered over with their slender bodies. Just imagine how creepy it would be to see so many snakes swarming from all directions. The multi-eyed snakes did not rush forward recklessly. Instead, they raised their heads, opened their mouths, and revealed their sharp fangs. The stench was even stronger. Jun Changshao pinched his nose and broke down. Are they trying to kill us? No, they were gathering poison. Gradually, the multi-eyed snake's sharp fangs were dark green, as if they were smeared with poison. Sect leader Li Qingyang said, "They are poisonous." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the multi-eyed snakes shot over like arrows. Their mouths were open, and it was obvious that they were going to bite with their fangs. Whoosh! Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji waved their cold-edged swords, and immediately, dense sword light intertwined. Puchi! Puchi! The multi-eyed snakes were killed one by one. However, the moment their bodies were separated, dark green blood splattered on the ground, creating a strong corrosive effect. Not only was it poisonous, but it was also extremely toxic. Everyone be careful. Jun Changshao hurriedly said, "Don't let the poison touch your body." As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, and dazzling sword flowers shot out explosively. They cut down a few dozen multi-eyed snakes that attacked him, and their poisonous blood poured down like rain. Shwa! 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 Even more snake beasts rushed over like moths that were not afraid of death. Ta! Yi Xingqian could not bear it any longer. He took a step forward and placed his hand on cold-edged sword. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Clang! The sword was unsheathed and sword light appeared. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, Yi Xingqian used the one-word fast technique. More than 50 sword rays flashed in the cave. It was dazzling. Nearly 100 multi-eyed snakes were chopped into pieces under the crisscrossing sword light. Their blood splashed out and soon formed a dark green curtain of blood. Boom! 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 At the same time, Yi Xingqian's 50-odd strands of sword qi landed on the stone wall and immediately cut it to pieces. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Behind the broken area, more multi-eyed snakes appeared, and there were many multi-eyed snake kings among them. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of them. F***CK. Seeing this, Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. There are so many of them. Boom! Boom! In another direction, Zhou Hong used the one-word fast technique to destroy the incoming multi-eyed snakes. The wall was damaged and collapsed again, and tens of thousands of them appeared. The cave, which could originally accommodate a few hundred people, suddenly became even more spacious as the two walls collapsed. On both sides, and at the entrance of the tunnel, there were multi-eyed snakes and multi-eyed snake kings. Due to the space limitation, they were even huddled together, squeezing each other. It was so annoying and disgusting. The system said 96,321 snakes. Accurate to the single digits. It was absolutely awesome. Jun Changshao was not in the mood to admire the system's calculation ability, and the corners of his mouth twitched even more. If there were only 10 or 20,000 snakes, he was confident that he and his disciples could hold on. But now there were close to 100,000 snakes. Not to mention killing. Just looking at them made his scalp tingle. Our arrogant Yi Xingqian looked at the sea of snakes in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. To be honest, there were a lot of snakes, but there were ways to deal with them. For example, using Red Sky Raging Flame Slash or 7 Mystic Sunglow Break. But now they were in a cave, and if they used powerful martial arts, not to mention causing a collapse, it would be terrible if it affected the Spirit Stone Mine. Sect leader Li Qingyang said, "What should we do?" Jun Changshao frowned. "If there is no other way, use martial arts and kill them all." He did not care if the Spirit Stone Mine was destroyed because, in the current situation, surviving was the most important thing. Ding! Side mission activated. Could it be that the mission was related to the multi-eyed snakes? As expected, opening the data panel, the mission displayed was eliminate all the multi-eyed snakes without destroying the Spirit Stone Mine. Countdown 119,120 seconds. Time limit mission. Elite mission. Damn. After seeing the mission, Sect leader Jun cursed in his heart. Just now, he was still thinking that if there was no other way, he would destroy the Spirit Stone Mine to eliminate the multi-eyed snakes. In the end, a mission that could not be destroyed was given, and it only had 120 seconds. Whoosh whoosh. On the other side, Yi Xingqian had already begun to use Red Sky, Raging Flame Slash, and the spiritual energy around his body gradually turned into a fire-like attribute, filled with a sense of irritation. This was just the beginning. When condensed to the extreme and used, it would definitely form a powerful lethality. At that time, the cave would definitely be destroyed. Jun Changshao hurriedly said, "Don't use this move, lest you destroy the Spirit Stone Mine." Yi Xingqian could only disperse the power of the flames. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, thousands of multi-eyed snakes crawled over. Their exposed teeth were already smeared with poison, and if they were to charge dauntlessly, it would definitely be difficult to defend. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Lu Qianqian, Yi Xingqian, and Zhou Hong surrounded the sect leader, forming a pentagon. They couldn't use high-grade martial arts techniques, and facing so many multi-eyed snakes, they really didn't have much confidence in their hearts. "Get out of the way." Jun Changshao said in a deep voice, "This venerable one is going to use his true strength." As he spoke, he lightly raised his left hand, and the space in his palm blurred, and a pocket-sized toy knife suddenly appeared. This was hard-to-withdraw knife, since they couldn't destroy the Spirit Stone Mine, and they had to eliminate all the multi-eyed snakes within 2 minutes. Jun Changshao could only use his biggest trump card. Li Qingyang and the others had witnessed the sect leader wielding this saber in Death Valley, so they knew how powerful it was. It could easily kill a fire dragon of the 5th rank. Thus, they immediately moved aside to create enough space for the saber to be used. How much space did they move? That's right, 40 meters was just right. Shoo! 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 Just at this moment, the thousands of multi-eyed snakes that crawled over launched an attack, shooting over like sharp arrows. There were so many of them that it was as if they had turned into a rain of arrows. Pa! The opening talisman of the spatial ring was crushed, and the seal of hard-to-withdraw knife was immediately removed. Jun Changxiao's right hand pinched the handle of the knife, and his body slightly bent down. With a cold gaze, he said, Bankai, fury slashing the 9 heavens. Clang, hard-to-withdraw knife was unsheathed, and the light in the cave was dazzling. Li Qingyang and the others found it difficult to adapt, and they hurriedly raised their hands to block in front of their eyes, and when they felt the majestic and heavy aura rushing towards them, their minds were deeply shaken. The sect leader had turned on his pretentious mode again. 3 more, please vote. Chapter 433. Jun Changshao unsheathed hard saber for the 3rd time. Perhaps it was because his cultivation had increased, but the majestic aura of the unsheathed saber was stronger than that of the Death Valley. The flashing light made it difficult for the 5 disciples to open their eyes. After a while, the light weakened and everything returned to normal. Jun Changshao stood proudly. The unsheathed hard saber was 40 meters long and exuded a majestic aura. One word could describe it: handsome. Under the suppression of the powerful aura, the multi-eyed snakes that attacked like a rain of arrows froze in midair. Their eyes were filled with fear. Swoosh! Jun Changshao waved his hand. His black hair danced in the wind. The 40-meter-long saber swept across mercilessly. Swoosh! Swoosh! The multi-eyed snakes that were frozen in place by some special force were harvested like weeds. Swoosh! Sect leader Jun waved hard saber again and slashed at the snakes that had gathered together. He began to stir crazily like a blender. The multi-eyed snakes that were controlled by the aura could not move at all. What awaited them was death, or even being chopped into pieces. Swoosh! Swoosh! Sect leader Jun, who had activated his pretentious mode, waved hard saber frequently. Nearly 100,000 multi-eyed snakes could only become pitiful lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Yi Xingqian was shocked. What kind of divine weapon is this? He did not care about Jun Changxiao's crazy slaughter. What he cared about was that the aura that permeated the surroundings had the ability to disturb people's minds. The multi-eyed snakes could not move. They were definitely suppressed. A martial king could gather spiritual sense and form a defensive wall around his body. Wu Huang could transform his spiritual energy into an aura to intimidate his opponent and make it difficult for them to move. A saber had such an ability. It was unbelievable. Yi Xingqian tried to recall the past. He could not think of such a divine weapon in the Falling Star continent, unless it was from the upper realm. Swoosh! Swoosh! The saber flashed coldly. The many-eyed snakes, and even the many-eyed snake king that had been suppressed, were quickly killed. Blood and minced meat were scattered everywhere. The stench in the air became stronger. The time limit for the side mission was also jumping. In less than 20 seconds, nearly 100,000 multi-eyed snakes in the huge cave were all killed. Jun Changshao dragged his 40-meter saber, and his entire body was shrouded in a thick and heavy aura. He gave Li Qingyang and the others the feeling that he was an invincible war god. Ding! Side mission completed. Host will receive 2,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points. 691150000. Ding! Sect contribution points overflow. The system said, "Not bad, not bad. A side quest gave you 2,000 contribution points. Not bad." Jun Changshao cursed in his heart. I only have 2 opening talismans. Now that I've wasted one, I won't get 5,000 contribution points. I'll definitely lose out. Time limit mission plus elite mission. This made him realize that once the mission was completed, the reward would definitely be generous. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to deal with so many multi-eyed snakes within 2 minutes. Therefore, Jun Changshao did not consider using hard to stop. Now he was only given 2,000 contribution points. What a huge loss! I knew this would happen. Jun Changshao broke down and said, "It's better to let the mission fail." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the elite mission. You've received Experience Talisman X1, Supreme Grade Aptitude Modification, Liquid X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the time limit mission. You've received Middle Grade Formation Aptitude, Liquid X1. Middle Grade Swordsmanship Aptitude, Liquid X1. The follow-up prompt sounded. Jun Changxiao, who was in the midst of breaking down, suddenly stiffened. Sometimes one shouldn't speak too early, because even the protagonist could be slapped in the face at the speed of light. If it was such a slap in the face, Jun Changxiao would definitely be like the readers who hoped that the author would release more chapters to slap in the face. Add a deadline and slap me in the face for 100,000 years. The system said, "Do you still feel that you've lost out?" Jun Changxiao grinned and said, "It's not a loss, it's super profitable." A single opening talisman not only protected the Spirit Stone mine, but also gave him 2,000 contribution points and so many other rewards. Indeed, super profitable. Not to mention other things. Just the experience talisman as a reward was enough to make Jun Changxiao grin from ear to ear. Not to mention the middle grade Formation Aptitude Liquid and middle grade Swordsmanship Aptitude Liquid. Ha ha ha. Aha. Jun Changxiao laughed so hard that his face was crooked. Li Qingyang and the others were dumbfounded, thinking, why is the sect leader laughing so hard for no reason? Xiao! The hard blade shrunk and returned to its pocket-sized form. Jun Changxiao had just sheathed the blade when his whole body seemed to have been hollowed out in an instant, and he fell limp. The hard blade was very powerful. This was undeniable, but its weakness was also very obvious. After using it, one had to be weak for 30 minutes. Don't just stand there. Jun Changxiao said, "Hurry up and pick up the crystal cores." Li Qingyang and the others received the order. They first used stones to cover the poisonous blood, then put the scattered crystal cores into the space ring. Other than the high-level crystal core of the multi-eyed Snake King, the other crystal cores were too low-level and small in size, completely meaningless. However, Jun Changxiao didn't mind. After all, the sect had an incubator. If they found more eggs of dire beasts in the future, they could use it to increase the mutation rate. The system said, "The host is thinking too far." 30 minutes later, Jun Changxiao's weakness disappeared, and he jumped up and ordered, "You guys continue to mine the spirit stones." The multi-eyed Snake King had been exterminated, and the cave became very safe. Li Qingyang and the others could concentrate on mining, and the natural spirit stones were dug out one by one. Sect leader Jun's consciousness entered the space ring, and he held the experience talisman in his hand, crushing it without hesitation. Huff, huff! In an instant, a majestic aura spread out from his body and enveloped the whole cave. Li Qingyang and the others, who were mining, turned their heads and said in surprise, "The sect leader is about to break through!" Ding! The host has successfully broken through to the 8th stage of Wuzong. Ding! The host has successfully broken through to the 9th stage of Wuzong. When the notification sounded in his ears, Jun Changxiao's spiritual energy core and vortex underwent a huge change. It was purer and stronger than before. Huff! Jun Changxiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the aura around him disappeared. He couldn't help but say, "How refreshing." Li Qingyang and the others' mouths twitched. They had just exterminated a group of multi-eyed snakes in the cave, and the sect leader had suddenly broken through? And from the aura, it seemed like he had reached a very high level of Wuzong. Not bad. He was only one step away from the peak of Wuzong. According to the previous pattern, when I reach the peak of Wuzong, an epic mission will be triggered. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, "Shwa." With a thought, he took out 2 types of mid-grade liquid that represented the Array Dao and the Sword Dao, and drank them one by one. Huff, huff! In an instant, countless knowledge related to the Array Dao and the Sword Dao appeared in sect leader Jun's mind, especially when he thought about the Ling Jian's divine formula. He felt like he was suddenly enlightened. The system said, with the host's current understanding of the Sword Dao, As long as you reach the peak of Wuzong and break through a large realm, you will become the extremely rare Sword Dao and martial Dao King in the Falling Star continent. Is that so? Jun Changshao replied. If someone who practiced both sword and martial arts heard this kind of nonchalant answer, they would definitely rush over and strangle him by the neck and roar, "Do you know how rare it is to be a sword and martial king? Why can't you show a shocked expression?" It couldn't be helped. To become the Sword Dao and Martial Dao Kings, one had to go through a lot of trials and cultivation. Because he had experienced it personally, he knew how precious it was. Sect leader Jun relied on the liquid to increase his cultivation. He didn't experience the hardships and naturally couldn't understand how great it was. Sigh. Players with cheats were indeed amazing. Chapter 434. Let's calculate how Sect leader Jun rose from Wuzong to 9th rank Wuzong. First, he completed the epic mission in the Holy Spring Sect and entered 2nd rank Wuzong from peak martial master. Second, with the help of the experience talisman, he won 3 ranks in a row and entered 5th rank Wuzong. Third, with the help of a large number of natural spirit stones, he entered 7th rank Wuzong from 5th rank Wuzong in a short period of 10 days. Fourth, with the help of the experience talisman, he advanced 2 ranks in a row and entered 9th rank Wuzong. In summary, Jun Changshao really relied on cultivation to reach 7th rank, but he still had the help of natural spirit stones from 5th rank to 7th rank. Other people spent a lot of effort to condense spirit energy, comprehend martial arts, and advance step by step. He was good. He used cheats to advance the whole time, completely unreasonable. What was more shameless was, as long as he entered the big realm, with the help of the mid-grade sword path aptitude fluid, he would become the sword and martial king. There was not the slightest ripple in his heart. To be honest, I want to beat him up. Some readers might not be able to stand it and say that the protagonist relied on the system. Without the system, he was nothing. Indeed, without the system, Jun Changshao would have been dead long ago. But since the system could bring him so much convenience, why couldn't he use it? He even gave me a bottle of the best aptitude modification fluid. Who should I give it to? Jun Changshao thought. Speaking of the best aptitude modification fluid, he remembered something and hurriedly opened the purchase store. Sure enough, the 1-year limited aptitude modification fluid changed from gray to bright, indicating that it could be purchased. What made Jun Changshao even more surprised was that, originally, he was limited to 3 bottles per year, but now that the cooldown was restored, he could actually buy 5 bottles. The system said, that's because the Sect's construction was upgraded. I see. Jun Changshao hurriedly chose the highest value and clicked on the purchase button. Ding! The host has spent 1,500 contribution points and obtained the aptitude modification Fluid X5. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 54115,000. There are still 411 points. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment before he said, "Why don't we buy another AWM and equip it with Drizzle Hull?" He did as he was told and spent 500 contribution points to buy a God-modified AWM. When his contribution points returned to 4,911 points, Jun Changshao and his disciples began to dig for natural spirit stones. One opening seal talisman completed the side quest and improved his realm and various attributes. He also bought 5 bottles of the best quality attribute modification fluid and an AWM sniper rifle. Oh my god, it felt so good that Jun Changshao was laughing foolishly while mining. The next day, Jiang, you dragged Rinshan in. The 500 members of the Wolf Rider Hall followed closely behind. The reason why they were able to arrive so quickly was naturally because they were riding on hurricane wolves. Looking at the snake corpses all over the ground in the cave, Jiang said with a confused expression, "Why are there so many multi-eyed snakes?" Jun Changshao briefly explained the situation, and ordered the members of the Wolf Rider Hall to start mining. The more people there were, the more power there was. Several hundred members of the Wolf Rider Hall participated in the mining. Spirit stones were peeled off one after another, and the stone wall extended endlessly into the depths. Ren Shan's mouth twitched. Previously, he and his companions had spent a lot of effort and only managed to dig out 200 to 300 spirit stones. This group of people dug out 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones in 2 hours. There was no way they could compare. Jun Changshao did not dig the spirit stones himself. He sat on a chair with his legs crossed and happily took out the 32 formations of wonder to study. With the middle-grade formation talent, he was eager to study the middle-grade spirit-gathering formation. Only then could he improve his and his disciples' cultivation speed faster. The structure principle is similar to a beginner one, but in terms of formation and formation, it's more complicated. It's not something that can be learned in a short time. Jun Changshao thought to himself, "Young friend." Ren Shan leaned over and said weakly, "Can you let me go now?" Jun Changshao looked at him and said, "You're a koi fish. How can I let you go?" "Koi fish." Ren Shan's expression changed drastically. He was comparing himself to a fish that was placed on a chopping board to be chopped. His imagination was quite rich. In fact, koi fish represented luck and auspiciousness. Jun Changshao called Ren Shan a koi fish. It was completely reasonable. In the depths of the Black Devil Forest, which was full of danger and had a complicated environment, he discovered a spirit stone mine. Although he was discovered by the Demon Channeling Hall and was hunted down, his companions all died in the mouths of ferocious beasts while he escaped unscathed. He had just escaped from the jaws of the tiger and fell into a pack of wolves. He was hunted down by the Demon Channeling Hall again. Just as he was about to die, he appeared and allowed him to escape death again. Who else could have such luck? More importantly, the Spirit Stone Mine was actually the nest of the multi-eyed snake. He and his companions could discover it and even mine the spirit stones. Other than the main character of a novel, who else could have better luck? How could Sect Master Jun let such a koi fish go? Thus he said, "Are you interested in joining my sect?" Sect? Rin Shan was stunned. What sect? Ironbone Clan. Jun Changshao said. Ironbone Clan? Rin Shan's expression changed. Then he thought of something and said in surprise, "You are disciples of Ironbone Clan." From his expression, it was obvious that he had heard of Ironbone. The biggest advantage of being a rogue cultivator was that he could get a lot of information from many channels when he was in the Jianghu all year round. First, they defeated the Sacred Spring Sect and destroyed 4 evil sections. Ren Shan must have heard of Ironbone and even discussed it with his companions. "Brother Shan, I heard that the Ironbone Clan Master is not old. He is only 18 or 19 years old." This was what one of his companions said before he died. The person in front of him called himself this lord and was so young. Could it be? Rin Shan's expression changed. He said in surprise, "You are the Ironbone Clan Master, Jun Changshao?" "That's right," Jun Changshao said. Rin Shan's expression changed again and again. At that moment, he finally understood why the other party dared to destroy the people of the Demon Channeling Hall. After all, this sect had fought with the third-rate deicide hall. Sect Master Jun. Ren Shan hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "I am willing to join the Ironbone Clan." What a joke! He might not have the means to join such a potential sect. Now that Sect Master Jun had taken the initiative to invite him to join, this was definitely an opportunity that could not be missed. Furthermore, if he refused, he might be killed to silence him. Shua. Jun Changshao waved his hand and took out the entry form. After filling in his name, he stamped the sect master's seal. The number of people in the sect and the contribution points increased by 1 point. "From today onwards, you are my Ironbone disciple. Make good use of your koi attribute and bring more luck to the sect. The corner of Ren Shan's mouth twitched slightly. We're already on the same side. Why do you still treat me like a fish? Don't just stand there. Jun Changshao said, Hurry up and go dig for spirit stones. Ren Shan collapsed. Sect Master, I am injured right now. I can't do heavy work. Jun Changshao threw over a middle-grade heal pill and said, Eat it. Ren Shan caught the pill. Although he had doubts in his heart, he still obediently swallowed it. His injuries quickly healed, and he was dumbfounded on the spot. Oh my God! What kind of elixir was this? It could actually heal his injuries in an instant. Chapter 435. Rin Shan was afraid that he would be killed to silence him, so he chose to join the Iron Bone. Little did he know that sect leader Jun accepted him as a disciple because he was worried that the news of him finding a spirit stone vein in the Black Devil Forest would spread. Becoming my disciple, as long as you betray me, your memories will be erased, which is equivalent to an arrangement. Ding dong! Ding dong! Inside the cave, the Iron Bone disciple held the sharp cold edge sword and harvested as fast as he could. This spirit stone vein wasn't big, and it was completely harvested in just a few days. After counting, he had obtained a total of more than 30,000 spirit stones. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, Compared to our Iron Bone Mountain spirit stone vein, it can't be compared at all. Jiangya said, Sect leader, this should be a small spirit stone vein. If it was a little bigger, it would have formed a phenomenon of heaven and earth. It would have been difficult to hide it with the miasma in the forest alone. So that's how it is. Jun Changshao led everyone out of the cave. When they reached the forest, he summoned the Hurricane Wolf King and returned to the Iron Bone. Shwa! 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 One by one, the Hurricane Wolves carried the Iron Bone disciples through the depths of the forest. Because there are too many of them, the beasts hiding in the dark were all trembling in fear. Rin Shan, who was riding with Xiao Zueji, once again saw that the Iron Bone faction's disciple was riding on a ferocious wind elemental wolf beast. He couldn't calm down and thought to himself, My fate might change because I joined the Iron Bone faction. Jun Changshao had definitely earned a lot from this trip to Mount Hua. Not to mention the contribution points and various goods. Just the 30,000 plus natural spirit stones were enough to make him smile from ear to ear. Sect leader. Returning to the sect, Jun Changshao had just sat down in the main hall when Hall Master Li reported back. During the time you were away, you have mined more than 20,000 spirit stones. Is that so? Jun Changshao grinned. At present, he had already accumulated more than 70,000 natural spirit stones, which would definitely help him and his disciples improve. Moreover, judging from the strange phenomenon that had arisen earlier, the spirit stone vein of Mount Ironbone meant that it was at least a large and medium-sized vein, and it could continue to be mined for a long time. Based on the mining rate of 3,000 pills per day, that would be more than 1 million pills per year. It was definitely a continuous supply. It wasn't enough. He also had to increase the intensity of his martial arts resources. After returning, Jun Changshao focused all his attention on the middle-grade spirit gathering array. He stayed in his room for 3 whole days before coming out with some success. Back Mountain. Jun Changshao started to upgrade the elementary spirit gathering array. Roughly 4 hours later, not only did he manage to raise his cultivation to intermediate tier, the range of his cultivation base had also expanded significantly, allowing him to accommodate 1,000 disciples. Hoo-hoo! Inside the array formation, boundless heaven and earth attributes surged madly into it, and its strength continued to increase. When it was finally fixed, it increased from 30 times the spiritual power to 100 times the spiritual power. Jun Changshao knew that this must be the limit of the middle-grade spirit gathering array. This was because it was very clear on the 32 formations that it could condense 60 times more spiritual energy than the outside world. Due to the recovery of spiritual energy, the iron bone's spiritual energy strength had reached 20 times. If it was multiplied by 60 times, it would definitely break through 1,000, not just 100. The system said the formation of the 32 formations is based on the most ordinary spiritual energy strength, and it also has a certain limit. If it really reaches a level of 1,000 times, it will definitely not be able to withstand it and explode on the spot. 100 times is already not bad. Jun Changshao said contentedly, "At least I and my disciples can cultivate here for an hour, which is equivalent to 100 hours of other people's absorption." Iron Bone now had high-level martial arts and various equipment. The only thing it lacked was a higher cultivation. The middle-grade spirit gathering array and the high multiplier chi gathering pill were undoubtedly the key to upgrading. Pa! Jun Changshao clapped his hands and said, "Next, let the disciples cultivate steadily for a period of time and step into the martial master level from the martial disciple level." With a cultivation holy land like the middle-grade spirit gathering array, breaking through would be extremely easy. However, stepping into a large realm required a martial cultivator's comprehension of the martial Tao. It was fine. Sect leader Jun had the martial master pill. As long as the disciples stepped into the peak of the martial disciple level, they could easily step into the martial master level after taking it. However, the herbs required were many and very expensive. It was still very unrealistic to mass-produce them at the moment. In the herb garden, Jun Changshao sat in a small pavilion and took out the herbs needed to refine the martial master pill. He said, "Now that the sect has stronger spiritual energy, how long will it take to grow these herbs?" Elder Wei thought for a moment and said, "The fastest is 3 months." He used to say 3 to 5 years, but now it was only 3 months. It was obvious that the recovery of spiritual energy and the transformation of the soil by Peppa Wild Boar had brought significant benefits. "Can it be faster?" Jun Changshao asked. Elder Wei shook his head and said, "With my current ability, 3 months is the limit." "All right," Jun Changshao said, "I will go and get the seeds. Elder Wei, you can first plan an area to plant these herbs." "Okay," Elder Wei said. The herb garden had now expanded from 10 mu to 100 mu. It was no problem to plant herbs of other qualities. "Oh my God!" Su Xiaomo exclaimed in the middle-grade spirit gathering array. "The spiritual energy here is stronger than before." Li Fei said, "It's only been 4 hours and the sect leader has already transformed the array to be so strong. He's a top array master." While the two of them were exclaiming, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others had already sat down cross-legged. The strength of their bodies had been tempered to the extreme in the training tower, so they could break through their cultivation faster. With such strong spiritual energy, coupled with qi, gathering pills, and spirit stones, it'll be easy to become a peak martial master. Yi Xingqian thought to himself. After the transformation of the middle-grade spirit gathering array, the disciples who had been in the training tower for a long time put their focus on cultivation. Some people were only at the martial disciple level. With qi gathering pills and qi gathering pills, they could easily advance by a level after cultivating for a day or two. Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Within the spell formation, disciples were showing signs of advancing to the next level at almost every moment. Jun Changshao was worried that it would affect the cultivation of the other disciples, so he made improvements. He divided the array into many independent spaces and named them cultivation rooms. In this way, the Iron Bone disciples were even more diligent in their cultivation. The disciples who had just entered the sect, such as Shui Rengui and his subordinates, mainly spent their time in the molding room to train their bodies in all aspects. Of course, Sect leader Jun had been observing Shui Rengui and temporarily ordered him to take care of the members of the Wolf Rider Hall. He was not disappointed. Shui Rengui, who was a general, was very good at training. He even studied many cavalry tactics based on the hurricane wolves that the members were riding. Iron Bone Mountain, empty grassland. 500 members of the Wolf Rider Hall were galloping on their hurricane wolves. Under the frequent waving of Shwe Ringue's war flag, they were sometimes divided into small groups and sometimes divided into small groups. They were arranged in many square formations. On the mountain peak, Jun Changshao looked at the disciples who had been trained for only a few days and could cooperate so well. He said, "This Shwe Ringue is also a talent." Jianya said, "After all, he is a general." Li Luochio suggested, "I think it is most suitable for him to be the Wolf Rider Hall's hall master." Managing 2 halls in a row did not give her much time to cultivate. She definitely hoped that the sect leader would quickly find someone qualified to replace her. It settled then. Jun Changshao said, "The Wolf Rider Hall's hall master will be Shwe Ringue." The next day, all the disciples were gathered, and the first hall master of the Wolf Rider Hall was announced to be Shwe Ringue. The subordinates he brought were all assigned to the Wolf Rider Hall, and each of them was given a hurricane wolf. Shwe Ringue stepped forward and took the waist token that represented the hall master's identity. He said solemnly, "Thank you for your trust, sect leader. I will do my best to take care of the Wolf Rider Hall." 3 updates, please vote. Chapter 436. Shwe Ringue, who was a general, was definitely more suitable than Li Luochio to be the head of the Wolf Riding Hall. After all, the latter was more suited to training assassins and not the Wolf Riding Hall. Of course, the Wolf Riding Hall needed to be developed, and so did the Drizzle Hall. After all, its main purpose was not to train assassins, but to train more intelligence personnel. Hall, masterly, in the hall of the Drizzle Hall, Jun Changshao took a sip of tea and said, "We already have spies in the 8 cities of the Azure Sun County. Next, this king plans to continue expanding. It would be best if we can cover the surrounding counties as well." Ka! Li Luochio loaded the magazine of the AK-47 and glanced at it. "Sect master, you have to give more people." A charming and enchanting woman holding an AK-47. The scene was really beautiful. To be honest, Sect Master Jun could remain calm in front of such a charming and beautiful woman every day. He was either a gentleman or a gay. Is 100 enough? More or less. Li Luochio picked up the AWM sniper rifle and played with it. "You choose the personnel." Jun Changshao said, "You have to train them as soon as possible and send them to the surrounding counties." Okay. After talking about business, Li Luochio smiled and said, "Sect Master, can you accompany me to practice shooting?" "Sure." Sect Master Jun said very straightforwardly, "Da-da-da." In the open area behind the mountain, Li Luochio, who was wearing a red dress and had a perfect figure, was shooting wildly with the AK-47. Because of the recoil, her chest was trembling, and it was a spectacular sight. Sect Master. After shooting a magazine of bullets, Hall Master Li put away the gun and smiled. "Although this gun is not very powerful, it can shoot continuously. It seems pretty good." Sect Master, why is your nose bleeding?" I'm fine." After watching Li Luochio practice shooting, Jun Changshao wiped the blood from his nose and returned to the study. Then he skillfully opened the beginner's shop. The last time he refreshed, he bought the AK-47 and didn't look at it again, so he naturally had to continue looking. There was an item in the 4th row that attracted Jun Changshao's attention. It was called the Seed Incubation Pond. This was in the introduction. Item: Seed Incubating Pond Introduction. A high-tech seed nourishing item. Effect: Any seed only needs to soak in the incubation pool for 2 hours. After planting, it can double the planting speed. Note: Grain seeds can also increase production. Price: 200 contribution points. I'll go. Jun Changshao said in surprise, "This is good stuff." It would take 3 months to grow the herbs required to refine the Martial Master Pill. If the herbs were to be soaked in the incubating pond for 4 hours, wouldn't it only take 1.5 months? And the ingredients for the qi gathering pill. If it could be improved as well, wouldn't it increase from half a month to 7 or 8 days? Bye. Ding! The host has spent 200 contribution points and received a seed incubation pool X1. It has been transferred into the space ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 47125,000. The seed incubation pond was similar to a bathtub. There was a strange liquid in it that was grassland green and exuded a vigorous aura. Jun Changshao threw the herbs required to refine the qi gathering pill into the pond and soaked them for 2 hours. He came to the herb garden and said, "Elder Wei, I have a batch of special seeds here. You can plant them first." Special seeds? Elder Wei took it and felt the aura of the seeds. His face changed and he said, "Sect leader, these seeds are very high quality." This was very high quality. Elder Wei had been planting herbs for so many years, but he had never seen herbs with such a strong aura. In terms of martial cultivation, it was definitely superior. Elder Wei hurriedly chose an excellent herb garden and planted the hundreds of seeds, one by one. The next day the seeds sprouted. Elder Wei said in disbelief, "This growth speed is 1 day faster than before." 2 days of germination became 1 day of germination, which made him realize that if he planted them, the speed would be 2 times faster than before. Elder Wei could also make the herbs grow faster, but the disadvantage was that the seeds could not absorb enough nutrients, causing the spiritual energy of the herbs to weaken. The same was true for the herbs used to refine the martial master pill. If you want to be fast, you can do it, but you have to pay the price of consuming spiritual energy. However, when Elder Wei carefully observed the spiritual energy contained in the sprouts, he found that not only was the spiritual energy weakened, it was even stronger than what he had planted before. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Elder Wei was shocked by this special seed. How is the effect? In the afternoon, Jun Changshao came to ask. Elder Wei said solemnly, "Sect leader, this kind of special seed takes at most 7 or 8 days to grow. After it matures, the spiritual energy intensity is also very high." Is that so? Jun Changshao laughed. The seeds could quickly grow into herbs, and the spiritual energy intensity was also high. This would undoubtedly allow the disciples to break through their cultivation faster. Jun Changshao placed the seeds in the medicinal hall, and Elder Wei was in charge of soaking them before planting them. After he was done, Li Luoqiu came to see him and handed over 100 selected members to join the drizzle hall. Some of them did not have high cultivation, but they were smart and suitable for intelligence gathering. The spirit gathering array was improved, and the seeds were also improved. The next step was to wait for the disciples to break through their cultivation faster. As for our sect leader Jun, he did not have time to cultivate. After he was done with everything, he left for Huyang City without stopping. He wanted to get more seeds to refine the martial master pill and let the people in the medicinal hall plant them. Speaking of which, it was fortunate that Jun Changshao had the experience talisman and other supplementary items that allowed him to quickly increase his cultivation. Otherwise, he would be busy with the sex matters all day and would not have time to cultivate in peace. Sect leader Jun, in the AI family's medicinal hall, AI Shang handed over a spatial ring and said, "It's hard for me to find the herbs on the list, but there are many seeds." "How much?" Jun Changshao asked. "It's not worth much. Just take it as a gift for sect leader Jun." AI Shang smiled. "How can I accept it?" Although Jun Changshao said this, he still had the nerve to accept it. However, before he left behind 50 beginner healing pills and 20 body-shaping pills. Sect leader Jun left the medicinal hall and went to the Iron Bone Beast material shop to ask about the business situation before returning to the Iron Bone shop. With the seeds to refine the martial master pill, Elder Wei began to soak and plant them on a large scale. As for the area of the medicinal garden, it had to be expanded from 100 mu to 500 mu. Cuckoo! Poor Peppa the wild boar released the earth element and continued to expand the land. Because of the high-intensity work during this period, its body had become thinner. However, it was also getting stronger and stronger. At least it did not look like a lazy pig anymore. 3 days later, Li Qingyang reported as usual. Sect leader, the junior brothers and sisters have all broken through to the martial disciple realm. The new disciples relied on various resources to successfully become martial disciples. In the entire Ironbone, except for Yao Menjing, who did not practice martial arts, everyone was a martial disciple. Moreover, after the transformation of the body-shaping pills, the molding machine, and the training tower, none of them were ordinary martial disciples. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "It's time to open the sect and continue to recruit disciples." Chapter 437. Now that the spirit-gathering formation had been upgraded, the disciples could quickly break through. Next, what he needed to do was to fill up all the members and trigger a real sect mission to improve the sect. But Jun Changshao murmured, "With the recent frequent recruitment, it will be very difficult to recruit a youth with good aptitude in Azure Sun County." The system said, "Doesn't the host like challenges? If you recruit the lowest aptitude, you will definitely be able to fill it up quickly. Get lost." Jun Changshao said. In the past, he liked challenges and nurtured low-grade youths. However, the key was that he couldn't recruit anyone at that time, so he could only choose low-grade ones. Now it was different. The sect had enough prestige, and its rank had increased from 7th rate to 6th rate. Moreover, disciples like Li Fei and Tian Qi had been nurtured into talents, which was enough to prove that he had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. Therefore, the future disciples would definitely have to have a high requirement for spirit roots. Developing a sect was not like opening a welfare institute. Martial cultivators with higher aptitudes would naturally be nurtured faster than those with lower aptitudes. The system said, "Host, you are now as arrogant as you were when we met in the martial world." "Arrogant, your sister." Jun Changshao cursed. He held his chin and said, "You can recruit from other counties." The system said, "It's fine for cultivators from other counties to join Ironbone, but if the host recruits from other counties, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble." Jun Changshao was silent. There were many people in the Falling Star continent, but there were only a few talents. Going to other people's territory to recruit disciples was indeed no different from going to cause trouble. Damn it. Jun Changshao collapsed. Do we really have to recruit low-grade youths and rely on various resources to slowly improve? Sect Master. At this moment, Li Qingyang walked into the main hall and said, "Thank you for your visit, City Lord." "Please," Jun Changshao said. In the main hall, Xia Guangquan sat down and said with a worried expression, "Sect Master Jun, the thing that I have been worried about is finally coming." "What is it?" Jun Changshao asked. Xia Guangquan took out a letter and said, "This is the letter of persuasion sent by the True Yang County Chief yesterday." "Oh." Jun Changshao took it and opened the envelope. The general idea was for Qingyang City to surrender. Otherwise, the city would be besieged soon. Jun Changshao said, "So open and above board." Xia Guangquan sighed and said, "According to the Xia's information, Xinjiang County's 200,000 strong army has split into 2 groups and is heading towards Huayang County and Heian County. If the 2 counties are breached, wouldn't our Azure Sun County be sandwiched?" Jun Changshao said, "That's right." Xia Guangquan said. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "This Xinjiang County's county chief is truly an ambitious and ruthless person." Xia Guangquan continued, "The True Sun County has sent 200,000 soldiers this time. The White Tiger Legion, led by General Bairuehu, not only has a high cultivation, but they are also well equipped. They are the elites of the elites. If they come our Azure Sun County will be in danger. How long will it take for them to get here? Jun Changshao asked. Xie Guangquan said, if Huaiyan County and Heian County choose to resist, it will take about a year and a half. If they choose to surrender, Xinyan County's army will march straight in and reach Azure Sun County within a month. A month, huh? Jun Changshao said, Mayor Xie, how many soldiers does Azure Sun City have? 50,000. Xie Guangquan said, Azure Sun City had a population of 3,600,000. However, those who were qualified to enter the battlefield were at least martial disciples. Therefore, there were not many of them. Moreover, Xinyan County had sent their elites. If ordinary first and second grade martial disciples were to enter the battlefield, it would be the same as sending them to their deaths. Jun Changshao frowned and said, that's a bit too little. He was not an expert in this kind of military matters. Therefore, he called Shui Rengue over and informed him of the situation. He asked, Master Shui, what do you think? Shui Rengue frowned and said, this Xinyan County's Bai Ruihu seems to be one of the top 10 generals in Yangzhou. That's right, Xie Guangquan said. Jun Changshao was speechless. Not only was it an elite army, but it was also one of the top 10 generals. Xinyan County's invasion this time showed that they were determined to win. Shui Rengue said, based on the current situation, we can only choose to defend to the death. As for how long we can defend, it depends on when the other party chooses to attack. It was very pessimistic. However, there was no other way. The disparity in military strength and strength was too great. It was too difficult to contend against the elite army of Xinyan County. Sigh. Xie Guangquan let out a long sigh. His eyes were filled with determination as he said, even if I have to sacrifice every single one of my soldiers, I will defend Azure Sun City to the death. His home was not to be invaded. Surrender? Only a coward would do such a thing. Xie Guangquan left. He had to prepare for the upcoming war. He had already made up his mind to live and die with Azure Sun City. Master Shui, Jun Changshao said, is there no better way? Shui Rengue shook his head and said, Sect Master, Azure Sun County is only a grade 9 city. If we are targeted by a large county, we will only be exterminated. The big fish would eat the small fish. This was an unchanging fact. Jun Changshao sat on the chair and supported his chin with his hands. He said with a firm gaze, my iron bone is in Azure Sun City. Naturally, I cannot stand by and do nothing. Shui Rengue said, Sect Master, we are a powerful sect. We don't have to participate in the war. My iron bone disciples are mostly from Azure Sun City. This is their home and their loved ones. How can we watch as it is invaded by foreign enemies? Huaxia had experienced 100 years of humiliation. Many men had shed their blood for their home. Although Jun Changshao was born in a prosperous era, he knew that every man had a responsibility when his country was in trouble. Now that he had transmigrated to another world, he was not only a man of Azure Sun City, but also a man of Huaxia. When his home was invaded, he would definitely share it and not choose to live an ignoble existence. Understood. Shui Rengue said solemnly, if Sect Master wants to defend Azure Sun City, I believe that we can expand the members of Wolf Rider Hall and form a cavalry division. We can catch them off guard and catch them off guard. It was impossible to directly confront Xinyan County's army. Therefore, they could only rely on their strengths. A Wolf Rider Hall equipped with hurricane wolves was undoubtedly iron bone strength. It was also the most suitable for killing enemies on the battlefield. As long as they had perfect coordination, it would not be a problem for them to fight 100 enemies, let alone 10 enemies. In the era of cold weapons, the strongest army was definitely cavalry. With a strong cavalry, they would definitely be successful. In the past, the Mongol Empire had almost conquered Europe by relying on cavalry. Although the Song dynasty had a strong economy, they had lost the 13 prefectures of Yinyin and did not have a suitable horse farm. They were unable to form a strong cavalry division and were suppressed by Liao, Xixia, Jin, and Mongolia. Of course, this cavalry division mainly relied on horses. Jun Changxiao's wolf rider, Hall, mainly relied on hurricane wolves. The two were not on the same level. Shui Rangui was confident that as long as they had a certain number of members and went through strict training, they would be able to create a strong cavalry division. Jun Changxiao said, "There are only about 1,000 hurricane wolves. I can only equip Wolf Rider Hall with another 500 disciples." He had brought the hurricane wolves back to the Sect in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range to prepare for a rainy day. It was reasonable that they would be of use in today's war. Shui Rengui thought for a while and said, "A cavalry division of 1,000 people, as long as they are well trained, it will not be a problem to fight against an army of tens of thousands." "What if they are equipped with excellent equipment?" Jun Changxiao asked. Shui Rengui said, "Then they will be like a tiger that has grown wings." "I will gather the disciples. You go and pick 500. Jun Changxiao added, "However, time is limited. They must be trained within a month." Shui Rengui said confidently, "My Sect's disciples have strong bodies and a good foundation. They will definitely train faster than ordinary men. Not to mention a month. Half a month will be enough." Chapter 438. On the training field, the Iron Bone disciples were gathered and Shui Rengui selected them one by one. To be honest, with all kinds of resources, the Iron Bone disciples' foundation was really good. Although some of them were slightly thin, when they tore off their clothes and revealed their muscles, they were definitely big. If it weren't for the fact that there were too few hurricane wolves, Shui Rengui would have chosen all of them to create more wolf cavalry. After the selection was made, Jun Changxiao gave each of them a hurricane wolf and began the most professional military training. Their bodies were good and their foundation was solid. The main point of the training was how to make them form perfect cooperation faster. At first, Shui Rengui was a little embarrassed, but after the training began, he unexpectedly found that these disciples' cooperation was surprisingly good. Most of them played football every day, and over time they naturally formed a tacit understanding. For example, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei. The two of them didn't need to rely on voice transmission at all. With just a glance, they could make an exquisite 2-to-1 cooperation. After the preliminary training, Shui Rengui exclaimed, "They are all good seedlings." Good foundation and strong consciousness. If he couldn't train them in a short period of time, how could he have the face to be the Wolf Cavalry Hall's Hall Master? Shui Rengui even dared to boldly predict that once these 1,000 members were trained, they would definitely be incomparably sharp spears, invincible and invincible. Since we want to build a cavalry regiment, we definitely can't lack equipment. In the study, Jun Changxiao murmured, "Close combat cold-edge sword, long-range overlord spear, strong iron shield, soft silk armor, all must be equipped." If he wanted to build a cavalry regiment, he had to build the most elite ones. Of course, more importantly, he had to have hard strength. The disciples' cultivation must be improved in the shortest time possible. It's best to choose to defend Heian County and Huaiyang County to the death. This will buy more time for my iron bone to become stronger. Jun Changxiao murmured. Of course, if they chose to surrender, it would be enough to kill them in a month. We can't rely too much on the Wolf Cavalry Hall. The strength of the other disciples must also break through in the shortest time possible. Jun Changxiao murmured, "If we can give 40 or 50 days, that would be perfect." Why? Because at that time the materials for refining the Martial Master Pill would be available. At that time, he would definitely be able to create even more martial masters. You have many soldiers and generals. My apologies, my Ironbone disciples are all martial masters and ride hurricane wolves. There were also all kinds of weapons and equipment. Although they were inferior in terms of quantity, their combat prowess was not necessarily inferior. Hall masterly. Jun Changshao summoned Li Luoqiu and said, "Order the members of Drizzle Hall to go to the major cities to purchase ores and materials. They must be sent to the Sect as soon as possible. A large amount of equipment would definitely require a large amount of materials." "Yes, AI." Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "If there is no limit to the number of AK-47s that can be purchased, and all the disciples are equipped with them, they can stand on the city walls of Qingyang City and attack anyone who comes. That would be awesome." The system said, "Even if there are no restrictions with the host's contribution points, it's impossible for everyone to have one. *CK, I was just thinking about it. Can you stop hitting me?" Jun Changshao collapsed. The system said, "I'm not hitting the host. I'm just telling the host to recognize reality and stop daydreaming." Jun Changshao was too lazy to pay attention to it. He continued to think about how to deal with Xinjiang County's attack. When he thought about AK-47s, he thought about sniper rifles. "Right." Jun Changshao slapped his forehead and said, "Although there is a limit to the number of AK-47s, there is no limit to sniper rifles. We can buy more and equip the Drizzle Hall to set up ambushes on the city walls. It's not a bad idea to be responsible for sniping important people. 500 contribution points for one." The system said. Jun Changshao said, "As long as we can defend against foreign enemies and protect our home, I'm willing to spend all my contribution points." Ding! The host has spent 1,000 contribution points. Godly Modified AWM Sniper Rifle X2. It has been transported into the space ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 37125000. Although Sect leader Jun spoke with great generosity when it came to action, he only bought 2 sniper rifles, including Xiao Ziji and Li Luoqiu's. Ironbone already had 4 AK-47s. After that, he bought 4 silencers for 8 X scopes, for extended capacity magazines, and 4 magically modified armor. Although there were many things, they were not expensive. They all cost 20 contribution points, so he only spent 320 contribution points in total. Sect leader. At this time, Li Luoqiu, who had just left, walked in and said, "I've just received news from all the cities. All the ores and materials are out of stock." "Out of stock?" Jun Changshao was surprised. Li Luoqiu explained, "All the cities in Xinjiang County have received letters of persuasion to surrender. The city lords are busy recruiting soldiers and purchasing ores to forge weapons." "I see." Jun Changshao understood and continued, "Although Xinjiang County's level is not high, the city lords are all unyielding men. They have no intention of surrendering. Once a city falls, it will become a lowly person, or even a slave to the victor. Those with courage will naturally defend it to the end." Li Luoqiu said. Jun Changshao said, "Send people to buy ores and materials from other counties. It doesn't matter if the price is a little higher." "Understood." Li Luoqiu was about to leave. "Wait," Jun Changshao said, "I still have 2 sniper rifles with me. Equip them with Drizzle Hall." Li Luoqiu smiled and said, "Sect leader, are you saying that you want Drizzle Hall to set up an ambush in the dark and use the sniper rifles to assassinate important enemy figures?" "That is the plan." Jun Changshao said. Li Luoqiu took the AWM sniper rifle and said, "I will choose suitable members." After everything was settled, Jun Changshao focused on cultivation. He hoped to break through to the peak of Wuzong in the shortest time possible. Shui Rengue trained the Wolf Riders, while Li Luoqiu trained the members to use the sniper rifles. The disciples of the sect also stepped up their cultivation. The atmosphere in Iron Bone's airspace was slightly solemn. A few days later, all kinds of ores and materials were sent over from different counties. Because of the urgent need to forge equipment, Sect leader Jun bought them all at a price higher than the market price. He did not lack money. Ding, ding, ding. All kinds of weapons and equipment were forged in the forging pavilion. Time passed and it never returned. Half a month later, under Shui Rungui's training day and night, the 1,000 members of Wolf Rider Hall not only underwent professional military training, but their cultivation also improved greatly. The members of Drizzle Hall had already mastered the AWM sniper rifle and could accurately hit enemies from 1,000 meters away. With the support of resources such as the Spirit Gathering Formation, the cultivation of Iron Bone disciples also increased rapidly. The average cultivation had reached the level of a rank 6 martial disciple. This was because most of them had poor aptitudes. If they were slightly higher and reached the middle rank, they could easily break through to the peak of martial disciple. More than 10 days passed just like that. The overall strength of Iron Bone disciples increased from rank 6 to rank 9. They cultivated very hard and were constantly using the Spirit Gathering Formation. Therefore, more than 20 days of cultivation was equivalent to 200 or 300 days of cultivation for others. With high-intensity spirit chi and the replenishment of Spirit Gathering pills, it was not an exaggeration to go from a low-level martial disciple to a rank 9 martial disciple in 200 or 300 days. Li Qingyang and the others were also cultivating. Relying on the majestic spirit chi and various resources, they all reached the level of peak martial master. This was a threshold. Whether one could break through to Wuzong depended not on their attributes, but on their understanding of martial arts. Whoosh! In the cultivation room, a surge of majestic energy whizzed out. Jun Chang Shao was in the middle of it. Pieces of dim spirit stones were scattered on the ground, and his whole body was surrounded by the aura of advancement. About an hour later, he successfully stepped into the peak of Wuzong from rank 9. In the past, he relied on a large number of spirit stones and the 30 times Spirit Gathering Formation to advance 2 ranks in a short time. Now, he needed more than 20 days and 100 times more spirit chi to break through to the peak. It was clear that the higher the rank, the harder it was to cultivate. Ding! Host has broken through to the peak of Wuzong. Requirement met. Epic level mission activated. Jun Changshao opened his eyes and murmured, "As expected, every time I reach the highest level of a rank, the epic level mission will be activated. 3 updates, please vote." Chapter 439. Jun Changshao opened the data panel out of habit and clicked on the epic mission. The content was Epic Mission for Mission Details. Jinyang County is under attack. Qingyang County is in danger. Host must lead the disciples to defend Qingyang City successfully. Mission failure. Qingyang City is breached. Mission reward. The core of this epic mission was to defend Qingyang City. This is too simple. Jun Changshao was speechless. You should at least give me a goal and let me know how to complete the mission. Now, all I have to do is defend Qingyang City. No. Recalling his previous experience, Jun Changshao muttered, "There must be something hidden in this mission." As for what was hidden, he had no way of knowing. Ask the system? It would be strange if it could tell him. The system was gratified. I like how the host knows his own limits. Scram. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and muttered, "Seems like I have to participate in the epic mission." As a sect, he could choose to close his doors and not participate in the secular war. However, now that he had reached the peak of Wuzong and was faced with an epic mission, he had to participate, whether it was for his homeland or for the reward. Fortunately, I am defending. If I had to attack, I would be screwed. Jun Changshao said. Wait, there was another problem. The 4th epic mission did not give a specific time. Jun Changshao frowned. I can only wait for Jinyang County's army to attack and defend Qingyang City? That's right. The system said. Jun Changshao scratched his head and said, If Heian County and Huayang County stubbornly resist for a year or two, wouldn't I be stuck at the peak of Wuzong for a year or two? The system said, therefore, the host should pray that they choose to surrender quickly. That way, Xinjiang County will be free to attack Qingyang County. Jun Changxiao curled his lips and said, I can't wait for them to resist for a while and have more time to develop. The mission condition was to defend Qingyang City, now that the Xinjiang County's army was charging over. Even if they managed to hold on, they would definitely have to pay a hefty price. If Iron Bone was given more time and the disciples broke through to a higher level, not only would they be able to hold the fort easily, but they would also be able to reduce the casualty rate. Kill! Kill! On the spacious grassland of the Iron Bone Mountain, 1,000 members of the Wolf Rider Hall held overlord spears in their right hands as they rode their hurricane wolves and charged forward. Zhong Yi was at the forefront. This loyal and righteous person was selected to be a member of the Wolf Rider Hall. Because of his high realm and his hard work and training, he was recommended by Shui Rengue and appointed by Jun Changxiao as the commander of the Cavalry of Wolves. Although it hadn't been long since he joined the Ironbone sect, Zhong Yi, who possessed a high-grade spiritual root, had already reached the level of a 9th-grade martial master. In the past, he had been wandering outside, risking his life for resources. Who would have thought that he would be able to break through so quickly in such a short time? Zhong Yi had completely fused with the Ironbone. If he was asked to go into battle, he would definitely go through fire and water without hesitation. Shua. On the mountain peak, Shui Rengue waved his war banner. Change formation. Zhong Yi shouted loudly. Behind him, the members of the Cavalry of Wolves gathered together like a river. From high up in the sky, they changed from scattered to an indestructible spear form. Sect Master. Shui Rengue said, This is the linear spear formation that I've researched. It can ruthlessly tear apart the opponent's defense line. Jun Changxiao nodded and said, Very professional. Shui Rengue said, If it's on the battlefield, I'm confident that I can break through any defensive formation and throw the enemy into disarray. His confidence came from the fact that the members of the Cavalry of Wolves had strong cultivation, good teamwork, and excellent equipment. Even if it was a 3rd-grade, 5th-grade martial disciple army made up of tens of thousands of people, they could still defeat the enemy. Jun Changxiao said, If the Xinjiang County's army attacks, our Cavalry of Wolves should be able to give them a surprise. However, Shui Rengue frowned and said, I'm worried that Bai Ruihu's army will be equipped with exploding demon crossbows. These kinds of weapons with great destructive power will cause great trouble for the Cavalry of Wolves. Jun Changxiao waved his hand lightly and took out the exploding demon crossbow he had obtained from the evil cultivators of the Demon Channeling Palace. He said, You're talking about this thing? Shui Rengue said, That's right. How could the sect master have something like this? I've sinned. Jun Changxiao shouted down, Raise your unbreakable iron shield. I'll try shooting an arrow. Xiao Ziji summoned the unbreakable iron shield and said, Sect Master, do you want to activate the barrier? No need. As he spoke, Jun Changxiao pulled the bowstring and stuck the exploding demon crossbow in it. Shui Rengue's expression changed slightly. He said, Sect Master, the power of this exploding demon crossbow is comparable to that of an ordinary peak martial master. The iron shield won't be able to block it. Whoosh! Sect Master Jun pulled the trigger. The exploding demon crossbow instantly turned into a streak of light and shot out. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and a gust of wind swept up. When the smoke and dust settled, Xiao Zue was still standing in his original position. The surface of the sturdy iron shield in front of him had only been charred black by the bombardment. This Shui Rengue's expression was sluggish. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He knew that the sect master had equipped the members with many pieces of equipment, but he never thought that a single iron shield could actually block the attack of 50,000 kilograms of exploding demon crossbow. Xiao Ziji said, Sect Master, the unbreakable iron shield should be able to block 4 or 5 arrows. Hall Master Shui. Jun Changshao smiled and said, if I'm not wrong, the cost of these arrows with explosive power shouldn't be low, right? Shui Rengui said, 1 arrow costs 10,000 taels. In other words, every arrow shot is equivalent to shooting out a man-made spirit stone. I don't think that Jinyang County can be used to shoot ordinary wooden arrows for fun, Jun Changshao said. Impossible. Shui Rengui said firmly, even if it's a county of a higher level, it won't be used to shoot wooden arrows for fun. After all, the cost is too high. Jun Changshao said, so the members of Wolf Rider Hall have the unbreakable iron shield. Can the exploding demon crossbows cause any trouble? No. Shui Rengui completely relaxed. With shields with extremely high defense, the highly mobile Wolf Rider Hall would only be able to unleash higher combat power. Furthermore, Jun Changshao said, if they really dare to take out the exploding demon crossbows, I guarantee that they won't have a chance to shoot. I'll first use a chain explosion. Chain explosion? Shui Rengui's face was blank. Hall, masterly, Jun Changshao said, show Hall Master Shui the results of your Drizzle Hall's recent training. Okay. Li Luoqiu snapped her fingers. In the distance, 2 members of Drizzle Hall who had been ready for a long time crouched on the ground and set up the AWM sniper rifles in front of them. After a simple check, they decisively pressed the trigger. Whoosh! Whoosh! A slight sound of wind breaking could be heard. 2 streams of light flew over at an extremely fast speed and accurately hit a fist-sized rock in the distance, instantly shattering it. When Shui Rengui saw this, he immediately widened his eyes. The distance between the 2 disciples and the rock was at least 5,000 feet, about 1,500 meters, yet they could accurately hit the rock. This was simply extremely valiant. Crack! Crack! The 2 members pulled the bolt and loaded the bullets. Li Tian walked over and threw the 2 rocks into the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! As they fell, the bullets were fired again. Bang! Bang! The 2 rocks were instantly shattered. The corner of Shui Rengui's mouth twitched violently. Shattering the flying rocks with such precision, it was too accurate. Hall Master Shui. Jun Changshao said with a smile, if we place the members of Drizzle Hall in a secret place, and the other party uses the exploding demon crossbows, wouldn't it be equivalent to collective suicide? Shui Rengui imagined a large number of enemy soldiers setting up the exploding demon crossbows and loading the exploding demon crossbows, only to have the arrowheads hit by small streams of light. This was definitely a chain explosion. Sect Master, Shui Rengui said seriously, if they dare to use it, they're definitely digging their own graves. Jun Changshao said, if the strength of our iron bone disciples is a little stronger, for example, if all of them break through to the martial master level, do you think we can defend Qingyang City? All of them break through to the martial master level? There were more than 2,500 disciples in the sect. If they really reached the martial master level, they would form an extremely terrifying combat power. With his experience as a general, Shui Rengui replied, I'm 100% confident. Jun Changshao thought to himself, it's best if Heian County and Huaiyan County can delay for a while until the herbs to refine the martial master pill are ripe. It wouldn't take too long, about 20 days. Chapter 440. Jun Changshao was now waiting for the army of Jinyang County to arrive. Of course, he also hoped that Heian County and Huaiyan County could buy him some time so that he could develop better. However, things didn't go as he wished. A few days later, which was the 1-month time limit that Mayor Xia had mentioned, the Drizzle Hall reported that the county chief of Huaiyan County had chosen to surrender. Damn. Jun Changshao said, what a coward. Li Luochio shook her head and said, if the county chief surrenders, he can still get an official position. However, the poor people in the county will become slaves of Jinyang County. Whether they surrendered or lost, the people who lost their homes would lose their dignity, even if they could live. Xie Guangquan refused to surrender because he wanted to protect the dignity of Qingyang County. The good news is, Li Luochio said again, the county lords of Huaiyang County have chosen to fight to the death. Perhaps they can buy us some time. In the end, there are still unyielding men in this world. Jun Chang smiled. Unlike the county chief of Huaiyang County, who surrendered, the 8th-ranked Heiyang County chose to resist and set up defenses at the Lingyang Pass to delay the army of 100,000. Judging from the current situation, it would take some time for Jinyang County to reach Qingyang County. This was something that Jun Changshao was happy to see. What made him unhappy was that if he had more wolf cavalry, he wouldn't have to rely on others to buy time for him. He would have just changed from defending to attacking. Elder Wei, Jun Changshao came to the herb garden and said, how long will it take for the herbs to mature? The herbs used to refine the qi gathering pill had matured a few batches. The spiritual energy was very strong, and the finished pill would be 20 times stronger. However, the herbs for the martial master pill had not matured yet. Currently, there were at least 1,500 disciples of the Iron Bone Sect who were stuck at the peak of martial disciple level. There was no problem for them to break through, but it would take a long time for them to comprehend martial arts. As long as the martial master pill was mass-produced, everyone would be able to break through to martial master in minutes and have stronger combat power. Therefore, sect leader Jun was very anxious. Elder Wei said, it will take half a month. Half a month. Jun Changshao murmured, if that's the case, the disciples should all be able to reach the peak of martial disciple. When the time comes, all of them will break through to martial master. Because the neighboring counties were involved in the war, the Azure Sun County was shrouded in a solemn atmosphere. The people who had been living carefree lives began to feel uneasy. If the Azure Sun County fell, he and his family would lose all their equal rights and would be labeled as lowly commoners or slaves for generations. It was gratifying. The lords of the 8 cities had the same attitude in the face of the impending war. If the city lived, the people lived. If the city died, the people died. Jun Changshao said, although the county chief of Azure Sun County is a hands-off boss, the city lords he selected are all iron-blooded men. Sect leader Li Luochio came to report, Huaiyang City's Qingling City has been lost. Because of the city lord's resistance, Jinyang County's army entered the city and slaughtered more than 1 million civilians. Jun Changshao frowned. Shui Rengui said, is the general who attacked Qingling City called Miao Hui? Yes, Li Luochio said. Shui Rengui said with a cold gaze, it is indeed him. Jun Changshao said, Hall Master Shui, you know him? Shui Rengui said angrily, Miao Hui is one of the generals under Bai Ruihu. His nickname is Executioner. He is violent and temperamental. He often takes pleasure in slaughtering people. Although I am not from Yangzhou, I have heard of his evil name. Executioner? Jun Changshao sneered and said, if he dares to come to the Azure Sun County, I will make him a soul under my blade. At this moment, Li Luochio received a message from his subordinate. Sect leader, the latest news is that after Miao Hui attacked Qingling City, he brought 10,000 cavalry and is heading toward the Azure Sun County from the direction of Death Valley. This is really what you want comes true. Shui Rengui hurried to the sand table in the hall of the Wolf Rider Hall and said, according to the enemy's route, sect leader, Miao Hui wants to rely on the mobility of the cavalry to attack Shouyang City. Jun Changshao said, can we deal with them? Shui Rengui pondered for a moment and said seriously, my Wolf Rider Hall can easily annihilate them. If the enemy had a large number of people, he might be afraid. However, 10,000 cavalry was definitely easy to deal with. Jun Changxiao rubbed his nose and said coldly, "The best defense is offense. Since the true Sun County dares to invade our Azure Sun County, we will make sure they don't return." Ta. In the forest of Death Valley, 10,000 cavalrymen of the true Sun County were galloping. The leader was one of Bai Ruihu's generals, Miao Hui. "General." Along the way, a deputy general smiled and said, "If we suddenly change our path and attack Azure Sun County, we will definitely be able to take down a city easily." "General, this is a brilliant move," another deputy general flattered. "Humph," the burly and ferocious-looking Miao Hui sneered. "Even if I attack openly, the Azure Sun County, which is even weaker than the Huayang County, won't be able to resist." From his words, one could tell that he didn't put the Azure Sun County in his eyes. The lowest grade in the Falling Star Continent was the 9th grade, and the Azure Sun County was undoubtedly the weakest among the 9 grades. As a general of a large county, it was normal for him to not put the Azure Sun County in his eyes. "General." A deputy general smiled and said, "If we take down Qingling City, we will attack without stopping. If we take down Shoyang City, we should at least let our brothers have some fun, right?" Miao Hui said, "If we win this battle, you can choose any woman in the city." "Yes," everyone replied in unison, with battle intent flickering in their eyes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly the warhorse came to an abrupt halt and neighed as though it was frightened. The sudden change caught the soldiers off guard, and they almost fell off their horses. "What's going on?" Miao Hui shouted, "General." A deputy general pointed at a hill in the distance and said, There are wolves." "Wolves?" Miao Hui and his men looked in that direction. A few hundred feet away, a burly wolf with a blue whirlpool under its feet was half squatting on the hill. "This is—" Miao Hui was overjoyed. "A hurricane wolf." "Ha ha ha," the deputy general said. "To think that you would encounter a rare wind-type beast in the wilderness. General, you are really lucky. If it was a normal rogue cultivator, they would be scared out of their wits when they saw a hurricane wolf." However, Miao Hui was overjoyed. After all, he had a full cavalry division with him. How could he be afraid of a wolf? "Quick," he hurriedly ordered, "don't let it—" Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a weak sound of wind breaking could be heard. Bang! The deputy general next to him had a hole in his head, and he fell off his horse with a plop. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, 2 more sounds of wind breaking could be heard. The deputy generals next to Miao Hui had their heads pierced again, and they fell off their horses. One of them was the one who said he wanted to have some fun. Now he could have some fun in the 18 levels of hell. Ka. The 2 Drizzle Hall members who were hiding more than 2,000 meters away pulled the bolt and reloaded again. They said telepathically, "Hall Master, targets 1, 2, and 3 have been killed." Shui Ringue's mouth twitched slightly. This shooting distance was even further than the previous test at Mount Ironbone. It was amazing to hit the target with 1 shot. Swoosh! After a slight pause, the battle flag was waved. Awoo! Awoo! A series of bone-chilling wolf howls resounded in the Death Valley area. Swoosh! 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 In an instant, thousands of Wolf Rider Hall members riding hurricane wolves appeared on the hill in an orderly manner. Swoosh! Zhong Yi leaped up and landed on the wolf beast that Miao Kuai and the others had seen earlier. He brandished his jet-black Overlord spear and held it horizontally in front of him as he shouted, "With the determination to break through the enemy lines, there is only death. Kill." Chapter 441. With the determination to break through the enemy lines, only death awaits. When these words came out from the mouth of the affectionate and righteous Zhong Yi, they emitted an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. Kill! Kill! In the wilderness of Death Valley, battle cries shook the sky. If the camera panned to the sky and looked down, it could be seen that under Zhong Yi's lead, 1,000 members of the Wolf Rider Hall were riding hurricane wolves, rushing down the hill like a tide. The scene, it was quite shocking. Awoo! Awoo! The howls of the wolves echoed in the wilderness, causing the 10,000 war horses to panic. If not for the soldiers forcefully suppressing them, they would have fled in fright. Although these war horses had undergone professional training and had experienced battles on the battlefield, they would definitely turn into soft-footed shrimps in the face of ferocious wolf beasts. There is no suspense. Jun Changshao stood on a huge rock in the distance. When he saw the Xinjiang County Cavalry in a mess, his eyes were filled with disappointment. Sending the Wolf Rider Hall to intercept and kill was considered the first operation after the formal training. However, the opponents were too weak. Before they could even attack, they were already frightened to death. It was not that the Xinjiang County Cavalry was weak, it was that the Wolf Riders were too strong. Who else in the Falling Star continent could form 1,000-man wolf rider group with a rare, wind-type beast? General. The only remaining deputy general tried to stabilize the frightened warhorse and said with a trembling voice, It's a pack of hurricane wolves. How is that possible? Miao Hui's expression changed greatly. He was not shocked by the sudden appearance of the hurricane wolves, but by the fact that these rare wolf beasts could actually carry so many people on their backs. Miao Hui could understand if some people were lucky enough to subdue the hurricane wolves. However, it was impossible for 1,000 people to subdue 1,000 hurricane wolves. Wait, Iron Bone of the Qingyang County seemed to be riding hurricane wolves as well. As someone who spent all his time in the military camp, he had also heard about the recent happenings in the Jianghu. However, he only treated it as news and did not take it to heart. Now that there was a large number of hurricane wolves carrying people on their backs, he could not help but wonder if they were Iron Bone's disciples. Whoosh! Suddenly, a streak of light shot over at an extremely fast speed, accurately killing the last deputy general. Xiao Ziji, who was hiding in a tree in the distance, quickly pulled the bolt and reloaded. He aimed his gun at the shocked Miao Hui. Even though the crosshair of the 8x scope had locked onto Miao Hui's head, he did not pull the trigger. The sect leader had said that he wanted the head. A bullet through the brain would spoil the beauty a little. With the Wolf Rider Hall and the hidden snipers, Miao Kuai, who was leading tens of thousands of cavalrymen to attack from 1,000 miles away, no matter how one looked at it, it looked like he was delivering his head on a silver platter. Shua, shua, shua. On the other side, under the leadership of Zhong Yi, 1,000 members of the Wolf Rider Hall had already formed a spear formation and were thrusting fiercely. The Xinjiang County soldier, who was trying his best to control his warhorse, had no time to make any defensive arrangements before his chest was ruthlessly pierced by the long spear. Boom! Boom! One after another, the warhorses were sent flying by the burly hurricane wolves. Some of them crashed into the rocks and died on the spot, bleeding from their orifices. To be exact, this was the clash between tanks and cavalry. It was a complete and utter domination. Kill! Kill! After the members of the Wolf Rider Hall ruthlessly tore through the defensive line, they waved the overlord's spears in their hands with all their might, knocking the surrounding cavalrymen off their horses. Puchi! Puchi! The hurricane wolves under them waved their forelimbs, their sharp claws cutting through the air and directly chopping the soldiers who had just landed into 8 pieces. Although the scene was bloody, it also showed the cruelty of the battlefield. In a battle between 2 armies, no one would consider mercy, and no one would care whether the methods used were cruel or not, because only by killing could one survive. Kill! Kill! The members of the Wolf Rider Hall, whose average cultivation was at the 9th grade martial disciple level, wielded overlord spears and had hurricane wolves. When facing a group of soldiers riding on frightened warhorses, it could only be described as a massacre. In the beginning, Jun Changshao was still worried that there would be casualties. However, When he saw his own side members killing the Xinjiang County soldiers and instantly suppressing them, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it! He had overestimated the strength of Xinjiang County. After learning from Mayor Xie that the battle would affect Xinjiang County, Sect leader Jun had been busy and prepared for the past month. In the end, the first battle was so easy. To be honest, he had really overestimated it, not to mention sending his disciples. Even if he sent the hurricane wolves, he could easily finish them off. After all, their average strength was at the 5th grade martial disciple level. The 5th grade martial disciple level was equivalent to a 5th grade martial master. 10,000 cavalrymen of 5th and 6th grade martial disciple level had no chance of winning against 1,000 5th grade hurricane wolves. Retreat! Retreat! Miao Hui shouted in fear. The defense line was completely torn apart, and the soldiers were utterly defeated. At this time, they could not make any effective counterattack. Retreating was the wisest choice. However, when facing a group of wind-type ferocious beasts that were known for their speed, could they retreat? The answer was no. Not only could his subordinates not retreat, but he also could not retreat. This was because Zhong Yi had already locked onto him and was charging at him with the Overlord's spear. Shua! Miao Hui immediately took out his saber and slashed out a powerful saber energy. As one of the generals of the White Tiger Corps, his strength was not bad. He had already reached the level of a 1st grade wuzong. Bang! Zhong Yi's spear was like a dragon, directly breaking the saber energy. Then he jumped up from the wolf's back, poured his spiritual energy into the tip of the spear, and stabbed at Miao Hui. How is this possible? Miao Hui was shocked. This guy's strength was only at the peak of a martial master, but he could easily break his saber energy. Ding! Without any time to think, Miao Hui placed a saber in front of him and blocked the tip of the spear with the blade. Plop! The warhorse under him could not bear the force and collapsed on the ground. Shua! Miao Hui was also sent flying from the horse's back. He staggered and fell on the ground. His eyes were filled with shock. Are you a martial master or a wuzong? This was a battlefield, not a tea party. Naturally, Zhong Yi would not waste time with him. He used the cloud, treading steps, and quickly approached him. Suddenly, rays of light shot out from his spear. Ding! 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 Miao Hui suppressed his shock and blocked left and right with his saber. Because the opponent's strength was too strong, his arm was immediately numb. No, this guy's strength is not weaker than mine. It will be troublesome if I continue to fight him. Miao Hui quickly used his movement skill and fled into the depths of the forest. He could not even protect himself. He did not have time to care about his subordinates, who were surrounded by the wolf riders. I have sinned. Jun Changxiao said telepathically, "Don't let this guy get away." Whoosh! Xiao Ziji, who had already taken aim, pulled the trigger decisively. The bullet turned into a ray of light and shot into the depths of the forest. Miao Hui, who had just entered the forest, heard the sound of the wind and immediately knew that something was wrong. Just as he was about to dodge, his thigh was hit by the bullet and he was sent flying. Shua! Before he could even scream in pain, Zhong Yi caught up with him and stood in front of him. The dazzling tip of the spear was already pressed against his neck. Puchi! Puchi! In the area behind him, the members of the Wolf Riders were still killing each other. The tens of thousands of Xinjiang County's cavalrymen were killed one by one. Unable to control their horses, these cavalrymen were no better than foot soldiers. 1 hour later, corpses were scattered everywhere. Blood gathered into a river. At this point, the cavalry regiment of Xinjiang County that had rushed over thousands of miles had become a sacrifice. Plop! The injured Miao Hui was thrown by Zhong Yi at Jun Changxiao's feet. When he saw the cavalry regiment that had been completely destroyed, his face immediately became abnormally ferocious. Executioner! Shwe Rengui stood in front of him and said indifferently, "You have killed so many innocent people. It's time to pay with your life." Miao Hui raised his head with difficulty and said in horror, "You are the 5-star General Shwe Rengui of Zhongzhou State." P.S. Sob, please vote. Chapter 442. 5-star General. Jun Changshao looked at Shwe Rengui in surprise. Although he did not understand the military ranks in this world, it was definitely awesome on Earth. The system explained, in the Falling Star continent, a 5-star general is definitely considered a famous general. Is he as powerful as Bai Ruihu? Jun Changshao asked. The system said, according to the information I received, although Bai Ruihu is one of the top 10 generals in southwest Jiangzhou, his military rank is only a 3-star general. F***CK. Jun Changshao said in surprise, then Hall Master Shwe is awesome. Not just awesome, but extremely awesome. In the entire Falling Star continent, there were no more than 20 generals who could obtain the 5-star general rank. This was not only an honor, but also a recognition of strength. You know me? Shwe Rengui was very surprised. Miao Kuai said, back then I followed General Bai to Zhongzhuang province. I was fortunate enough to witness General Shwe training the Run army at the field. He spoke very quickly, obviously hoping to survive with this thin layer of relationship. I see. Shwe Rengui said this and did not say anything else. Kill him, Jun Changshao said indifferently. General Shwe. Miao Kuai's expression changed drastically. Please spare my life on account that we are both soldiers. Shwe Rengui turned around and said, a soldier's duty is to protect the country and fight on the battlefield, not to kill innocent people like you. We'll talk about it later. He paused and said with a slightly desolate figure, I'm no longer a soldier, and I don't deserve to be one. General Shwe Puchi! A sword flashed, and Miao Kuai's head rolled on the ground. His eyes were wide open. He did not expect to die like this. An executioner who killed people like scything flax deserved to be beheaded. Ding! Annihilated the cavalry led by the White Tiger Army's valiant General Miao Kuai. Meets the hidden criteria. Epic mission completion rate, 10%. Host received 500 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 38925,000. After hearing the notification, Jun Changshao thought to himself, sure enough on the surface, it's to defend Qingyang City, but there are hidden criteria. 10% would give him 500 contribution points. If he were to complete 100%, wouldn't he get 5,000 contribution points? If he were to exceed it by a little more, the final reward would surely be even better. Come on. Jun Changxiao's eyes burned with passion as he said, Jinyan County's army, hurry up and kill your way over. 8,000 men had eliminated 10,000 cavalrymen, although it seemed like they had one with a numerical disadvantage. It was actually the result of their mounts, equipment, and cultivation. What was even more impressive was that none of the members of the Wolf Rider Hall had died. None of them were even injured. Miao Hui's 10,000 cavalrymen had been controlling their frightened war horses the entire time, so they had no time to counterattack. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, it's not challenging at all. He liked the kind of plot that often described the grandeur and cruelty of war in 3 to 5 chapters. Sect leader Shwe Rengui said, the cavalry division led by Miao Hui can't be considered the elites of the White Tiger Legion. You must not let your guard down. Yes. Jun Changshao nodded. However, they had only fought one match, so they definitely wouldn't get carried away. The cavalry division was completely wiped out. As usual, everyone began to skillfully loot the corpses. There weren't any martial arts resources or silver in the interspatial rings of the soldiers, but they were all equipped with demon explosive crossbows and 2 demon explosive arrows. At that time, if they had been able to stabilize their frightened war horses, they would have definitely used these extremely lethal weapons. Fortunately, they were useless. This was because Xiao Ziji and the 2 members of the Drizzle Hall, who were hiding in the dark, were definitely going to show off their skills again. It's a big county after all. There's nothing valuable here, Jun Changshao said. Shui Rengui said, once on the battlefield, life and death are no longer in our control. Soldiers won't bring martial arts resources to help others. That's true. Jun Changshao used exquisite fire and burned all the corpses of the soldiers. Then he ordered his disciples to clean up the battlefield. Whoosh whoosh. A cool breeze blew across the hillside. The battlefield, which was originally filled with blood, was now clean as if nothing had happened. Shouyang City, Lord Han was anxiously pacing back and forth. His eyes were filled with sorrow. He had just received news that Jianyang County's 10,000 cavalry had broken through Huayan County's Qingling City and were coming from 1,000 miles away. City Lord, a general in armor, said, "Our Shouyang City has 50,000 soldiers. We should be able to contend against them." City Lord Han shook his head. The attacking general is Executioner Miao Kuai. His cavalry division is equipped with demon explosive crossbows. Even if our Shouyang City has a lot of soldiers, we might not be able to defend. The general was silent. As a soldier, he had naturally heard of the power of the demon explosive crossbow. 1 arrow from each person could easily destroy the city gate. If the enemy used this weapon, they really had no chance of winning. Sigh. City Lord Han sighed. Let's leave it to the heavens. He clearly knew that what was about to come was a force that he couldn't contend against. But for the city, for the people, they would never be slaves. They had to defend to the death. However, after waiting for 3 days, the cavalry division of Zhenyang County still hadn't arrived. This made City Lord Han a little confused. The general was puzzled. City Lord, with the cavalry's speed, they should have arrived a long time ago. Why haven't they appeared yet? Maybe the enemy wants us to lower our guard so that they can launch a surprise attack. City Lord Han analyzed. The general said, according to our intelligence, Miao Kuai's cavalry disappeared after entering Azure Sun County. That's the most terrifying part. City Lord Han hurriedly said, "Tell the soldiers to be on full alert. We can't relax in the slightest." Yes, everyone in Shouyang City was on guard day and night. They were afraid that the enemy would suddenly attack. After returning to the Sect, Jun Changshao received the news. He couldn't bear to see City Lord Han fighting with air, so he wrote an anonymous letter and sent it over. The content was that the invading army had been annihilated and they could rest assured. Looking at the anonymous letter, City Lord Han sneered, "This must be the enemy's trick. We can't believe it so easily." Therefore, not only did Shouyang City not lower their guard, they were even stronger than before. All right, sitting in the main hall, Jun Changshao heard the latest news from Li Luoqiu. He spread out his hands and said, "Since City Lord Han likes to fight with the air so much, let him continue to enjoy it." "Sect Master," Li Luoqiu said, "because the Miao Kuai cavalry disappeared, the Xinjiang County Army stationed in Qingling City has not moved." "What about Heian County?" Jun Changshao asked. Li Luoqiu said, "2 cities have already been breached. At this rate, it will take at least 1 to 2 months to take down the other 10 cities. Delay for as long as possible." Jun Changshao muttered. For the next few days, the latest news from the 2 counties was sent to the Iron-Bone Sect through the sound transmission technique. Jun Changshao paid attention to it all the time. "Sect Master," Li Qingyang reported, "junior brothers and sisters have all broken through to the peak of martial disciple realm. In order to let the disciples break through faster and face the upcoming war, Sect Master Jun specially gave out a lot of spirit stones. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to all reach the peak of martial disciple realm." Now, resting his chin on the back of his hand, Jun Changshao muttered, "Let's wait for the herbs to mature and refine the martial master pill." Because the two counties were desperately defending, Jinyang County was also afraid of losing too much, so they deliberately slowed down the pace of their attack. This dragged on for more than 10 days. One day, Elder Wei handed over a spatial ring and said, "Sect Master, the herbs have matured." Jun Changshao hurriedly took it and opened the alchemy pavilion. There were more than 4,000 martial master pills that could be refined. Good, very good, very good. Refine, refine, I must refine. P.S. I shamelessly asked for a refund for next month's ticket. Chapter 443. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the martial master pills being refined rang from day to night and from midnight to early morning. It was definitely noise. However, Sect leader Jun was very happy when he heard it. He slept soundly and even danced energetically during his morning exercises. By noon, more than 4,000 martial master pills had been refined. Jun Changshao casually took out one pill from his interspatial ring and muttered, "After consuming it, one can easily break through to martial master." If this news were to spread to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Without hesitation, he gathered all the peak martial disciples and gave each of them one pill. The rest of the martial master pills were all stored in the medicine hall and set a rule that only peak martial disciples could receive them. Can one really break through to martial master after eating the pill? Since sect leader said so, it must be true. I'm about to break through to martial master. I'm a little excited. The peak martial disciples who received the martial master pills all returned to their rooms and swallowed the pills while suppressing their excitement. It tasted good. It was a little sweet and fragrant. Whoosh, whoosh! After a while, in the inner court disciples' rooms, the aura of advancement surged out of the rooms and gathered in midair, forming a rather spectacular scene. Jun Changshao stood in the main hall and witnessed the scene of his disciples breaking through. A bright smile appeared on his face. The feeling of his precious disciples breaking through was even more satisfying than his own advancement. This is too incredible. Yi Xingchen, who was comprehending the sword art in the inner court practice field, looked at the aura of advancement in disbelief. As a martial emperor, he had never seen so many people breaking through at the same time. Of course, in the Falling Star continent, it wasn't that a collective breakthrough had never happened before. For example, when a heavenly treasure was triggered, a divine attribute would suddenly appear in a certain area, and the martial cultivators would benefit from it. However, relying on pills to break through at the same time was absolutely unprecedented. The vast aura of advancement lasted for about 2 hours and gradually decreased. The disciples who had taken the martial master pills all became martial masters. Boom! Boom! In the training room, the disciples who had just broken through to martial master were bombarding the testing machine one by one. Li Qingyang was at the side in charge of statistics. Sect leader. After the test ended, Li Qingyang said, "The average strength of the disciples who broke through to martial master is around 40,000. Jiang, you said in surprise, "They are all high-level martial masters." A rank 1 martial master had a strength of around 30,000, which was considered average. Around 40,000 was considered high, 50,000 was considered extreme, and 60,000 was considered superior. In the Falling Star continent, those who had become advanced martial masters usually had superior spiritual roots. On the other hand, there were only a few iron bone disciples who had just broken through. Most of them were of mortal bone. This was very powerful. It is no wonder that I, Elder Jiang, am astonished. It's comfortable. Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair with a smile on his face. Being able to train a group of disciples with low aptitude into advanced martial masters filled him with a sense of honor. The system poured cold water on him. The host still has 99 years to go before Iron Bone becomes the strongest sect. If you are a man and stand before me, Jun Changshao fiercely said, I'll definitely punch you until you can't take care of yourself. What a pity. The system said, if the host isn't there, I won't be able to hit you. Jun Changshao was too lazy to pay attention to him. He muttered, my realm has increased. I just need to wait for Jinyang County to come. Apart from Yao Menjing, all 2,524 Iron Bone disciples had reached Martial Master or above. Even a fifth-rate sect didn't have that many. Of course, it didn't mean that Iron Bone was strong. It was because the disciples had a strong foundation and less top-notch strength. Not to mention martial kings. Even Wuzong only had 2 pitiful disciples. One was Jun Changshao and the other was Xue Ringui. There were quite a few Iron Bone Peak martial masters, Li Qingyang and other inner disciples, as well as Zhong Yi, who had just entered the sect, had all reached that level. It was a pity that they didn't have Wuzong pills. They could only rely on their understanding of martial arts to achieve a breakthrough. It wouldn't take long. It was because their aptitudes were good. This wasn't it. After a few days, Yi Xingqian, who was stuck at peak martial master, first refined the cyclone in his body into a spirit core and officially entered Wuzong. Boom! In the training room, he punched out. The testing machine displayed a strength of 280,000 jin. Not bad, not bad. Yi Xingqian was very satisfied. In his previous life, he had used 5 years to enter first-grade Wuzong. Now he only used 1 year to do it. Moreover, he didn't use any martial arts at that time, so his strength was only around 200,000 jin. Now it was 80,000 jin higher. He could grow faster and become stronger. Naturally, it was because he was cultivating at Iron Bone. Thinking back to when he was carried here and threatened, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but think, if I had chosen to leave back then, it would have been very good if I could break through to martial disciple in a year. Increasing his strength was only one of the benefits. Secondly, he had also cultivated Yi Jinjing and other martial arts. The benefits were definitely great. At this time, if sect leader Jun wanted Yi Xingqian to leave, he would definitely not agree. He would definitely hug the pillar and say proudly, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of a fist was heard. Yi Xingqian came back to his senses and saw Jun Changshao standing in front of the testing machine. The strength of the punch was 600,000 jin. For a peak Wuzong to produce this kind of strength, it was definitely something only a superior grade martial artist could do. Although Yi Xingqian was surprised, he wasn't envious, because he was confident that he could also produce 600,000 jin when he broke through to peak Wuzong. On a tall mountain peak, Lu Qianshan, dressed in white, floated in the air. She looked like a fairy. Qianshan, when you enter Wuzong, you can go to Luzhou in the northeast to look for the extreme, mysterious ice pool. With your talent and physique, coupled with the Taishan ice heart technique, you can definitely increase your cultivation quickly. But you must remember that your heart must be as still as water. Otherwise, if your state of mind is slightly disturbed and you enter the extreme mysterious ice pool, you'll be eroded by the 10,000-year cold ice chi and suffer unbearable pain. The old voice rang in Lu Qianshan's ears, causing the worry between her brows to become even more intense. She thought to herself, Grand Elder, although I have broken through to martial Grandmaster now, I have yet to truly achieve a heart as calm as still water. What was it that made her unable to conceal her spirit and chi, unable to comprehend the state of being as still as water of the Taishan ice heart technique? What are you thinking about? A voice came from below. Jun Changshao was sitting on a rock. He had a charming smile on his face. Was it him? Lu Qianshan's beautiful face returned to its usual coldness. She said, Sect leader, I want to go out and gain experience. How long will it take? Jun Changshao asked. Looking towards the northeast, Lu Qianshan said, uncertainly, maybe 10 years, maybe 100 years. 10 years, 100 years? Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Is there any difference between this and leaving the sect? Sect leader, didn't you say that I will always be the eldest disciple of the school of iron bones? Lu Qianshan said, so no matter how long I leave, I will always be the eldest disciple of the school of iron bones. You really want to go out and gain experience? Yes. Jun Changshao shrugged and said, I respect your choice. P.S. I'm full of confidence in asking for votes. Chapter 444. However, Jun Changshao said, now is not the time to go and train. Let's wait for the war to end before leaving. Okay. Lu Qianshan thought so too. She only wanted to ask for the sect leader's opinion. If he agreed, she would consider choosing a suitable time to leave. Speaking of which, if Jun Changshao didn't agree, would Lu Qianshan still go and train? This question was not asked nor answered. Thus, it was up to everyone to imagine. Actually, Jun Changshao wouldn't completely bind his disciples to the sect. Going out to train was beneficial to their growth, so he definitely wouldn't oppose it. As for defections, he wasn't worried. This was because if a disciple had the slightest thought, their memories would be erased. It was because of this restriction that sect leader Jun dared to recruit disciples without any scruples. Otherwise, he would definitely check them one by one to make sure they weren't spies sent by other factions. Currently, there were more than 2,000 disciples, and none of them lost their memories. This meant that they truly approved of Ironbone and weren't here to play spy. Of course, as the sect's prestige grew, there would definitely be other factions that had such thoughts. Sect leader Jun was looking forward to how his memories would be erased. The system was speechless. The host's idea is really cheap and naughty. Ironbone's disciples had a great breakthrough. The war outside was still ongoing. A few brave city lords in Huaiyang County were still stubbornly defending their cities with the soldiers and civilians. As for Heian County, although they couldn't prevent more cities from falling, they were able to delay the enemy. Using this time, Jun Changshao ordered his disciples to continue cultivating and strive to break through to a higher level. Sect leader Shui Rengue said, I think we should take the initiative to attack and catch the Xinjiang County Army off guard. The members of Wolf Rider Hall had all become martial masters. This gave him more confidence. Jun Changshao shook his head. If we attack without permission, it's the same as directly participating in the war. Xinjiang County might give up on attacking the other two counties and focus on attacking Qingyang County. Makes sense. Shui Rengue said. Jun Changshao looked at the sand table and said, so we can only wait. Wait for them to attack, and then use the excuse of defense to repel them. The mission was to defend Qingyang City. As long as the other party was defeated, the mission would be completed. Sect leader. At this moment, Li Luocho walked in with quick steps and said solemnly, news came from the front lines. After Xinjiang County broke through the fortified city, they mobilized 30,000 soldiers and are charging toward Green Sun City. Jun Changshao was speechless. Can't you guys follow the rules? If you don't destroy Heian County and Huaiyang County, why do you keep harassing my Qingyang County? Shui Rengue explained, Xinjiang County wants to take down Green Sun City and then attack the other cities in Heian City from different directions. All right, Jun Changshao said, what will come will come. We can't avoid it no matter how many there are. Li Luocho continued, according to the news, the leader of this invasion is called Tao Yuan, another valiant general under Bai Ruihu's command. I've heard of Tao Yuan. Shui Rengue said, he comes from a family of generals and has studied military law since he was young. He is a junior with a bright future. The army he has trained is called the Tiger Might Army, and it is one of the best in Yangzhou. Although he hadn't been a soldier for many years, he still paid attention to military matters. It was a habit that was hard to get rid of. So, the 30,000 attacking army is stronger than the cavalry? Jun Changshao asked. Shui Rengue said, the Tiger Army led by Tao Yuan is well-disciplined and brave. A boorish man like Miao Hui can't compare to them. Can they be compared to the Wolf Rider Hall? Jun Changshao asked. Shui Rengui said, of course not. As a former 5-star general, he was confident that he would be able to defeat Tao Yuan even if he were to fight him head-on. Of course, it was built on the fact that the Wolf Rider Hall was too strong. If he had 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers, even if he was possessed by the war god, he wouldn't be able to fight against such an elite force. Let's go. Jun Changshao said, let's go to Qingyang City. Yes, the 1,000 members of the Wolf Rider Hall left Ironbone on their hurricane wolves. Not only did Sect Master Jun transfer Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other inner disciples, he also sent another 1,000 inner disciples. The sect only had a little over 2,500 people. Taking away 2,000 of them at once could be considered as going all out. The epic mission was to defend Qingyang City. Jun Changshao had to do it without fail. If he failed the mission, he would be stuck at Wuzhong Peak for a long time. Damn it. On the way, he broke down. Although the mission gives a lot of rewards, it will be terrible if I can't complete it. Qingyang City, Lord's Mansion. Xie Guangquan was like an ant on a hot pan. He was anxiously pacing back and forth. When Jun Changshao received the news, he also received the news. Xinjiang County didn't play by the rules. They sent 30,000 soldiers from Heian County. This was something he didn't expect. What made our adorable city, Lord Xie, collapse even more was that they were actually from the Tiger Might Army. This was the elite army that got 3rd place in the army tournament a few years ago. If they came to attack Qingyang City, they would definitely die. City Lord, a general gritted his teeth and said, no matter what army Xinjiang County sends, I will defend the city to the death. This person was called Sun He, the general of Qingyang City. Although he had a lot of experience in leading armies, he was still too weak compared to a general like Tao Yuan. If he was given an army with the same number of people and strength, he would lose no matter how many times he fought on the battlefield. Some people were born with military talent. People like Tao Yuan, who was willing to study hard, would definitely beat many generals. Of course, if Shui Rengui was given an army with the same number of soldiers, he could beat Tao Yuan until he couldn't tell north. After all, a 5-star general didn't rely on age. They climbed up step by step with strength. City Lord. At this moment, a subordinate reported, Sect Master Jun is here to visit. Xie Guangquan, who was anxious, hurriedly said, quickly invite him in. Quickly invite him in. In the hall, Jun Changshao had just sat down when Xie Guangquan said with a frown, Sect Master Jun, 30,000 soldiers from Xinjiang County are coming. I'm afraid Qingyang City is in danger. The enemy was the Tiger Army led by Tao Yuan. He didn't have any hope. Thank you, City Lord. Jun Changshao said, I also received the news. That's why I brought my disciples here to help. Xie Guangquan was very moved, but his heart was also filled with bitterness. The enemy is the famous Tiger Army of southwest Yangzhou. Qingyang City won't be able to escape this calamity. That might not be the case. Jun Changshao pointed at Shui Rengui, who was standing behind him, and said, City Lord Xie, I brought a general who is good at marching and fighting. He will definitely be able to help Qingyang City resolve this crisis. Xie Guangquan couldn't help but take another look at this slightly sloppy middle-aged man. He muttered in his heart, he doesn't have the aura of a soldier at all. Can he really march and fight? Being recognized by Miao Hui reminded Shui Rengui. He had specially disguised himself when he came to help, and his general aura was well hidden. At first, Jun Changshao didn't understand and asked, Hall Master Shui, why did you disguise yourself? Shui Rengui said, I'm just a deserter. If news of this spread to Zhongzhouan Prefecture, it would only bring unnecessary trouble. Hall Master Shui is afraid of bringing trouble to the sect, right? Jun Changshao said. Shui Rengui nodded. Jun Changshao glanced at him, then looked at the disguised Jiangya. He said seriously, "When Ironbone has enough strength to contend against all dangers, you won't have to hide anymore." Chapter 445. During this period of time, Mayor Xie had also been very attentive. He had strengthened the walls of Qingyang City a lot. However, it was nothing more than a superficial defense. If the other party used a lethal weapon, like the demon explosive crossbow, the city would collapse even if it reached the clouds. In the city, there was a rather spacious drill ground. The 50,000 soldiers of Qingyang City had already gathered. Although they were very disciplined, they were only third or fourth rank martial disciples in terms of strength. Not to mention facing the tiger army that was about to attack, it would be difficult for them to fight against Miao Hui's cavalry. Sect leader Jun Xie walked up to the high platform and said, "This is the fighting force of Qingyang City." Jun Changshao stopped and said, "Mayor Xie must have spent a lot of money." Xie Guangquan almost burst into tears. 50,000 soldiers. Their daily training and equipment cost a lot of money. It took a lot of effort to train them. Shui Rengue said telepathically, "Sect leader, the soldiers trained by Mayor Xie will definitely not be able to fight against Tao Yuan's tiger army. I think we can let the disciples defend the city." Jun Changshao also thought so. It was not that he did not trust Xie Guangquan's soldiers, but guarding Qingyang City was related to whether or not he could complete his mission. He had to be careful. "Mayor Xie," Jun Changshao said, "if you trust me, I, Ironbone, am willing to defend Qingyang City on your behalf. Then I'll have to trouble you." Sect leader Jun Xie Guangquan also knew that the soldiers he trained had almost no chance of winning, so it was better to bet on Jun Changshao. The iron bone he took care of had become strong in just a short year. Perhaps they could really defend the city. These 50,000 soldiers will listen to Sect leader Jun's command. Xie Guangquan even gave up the military power. It was obvious that he was really going to gamble. "No need," Jun Changshao said. "Just let your soldiers rest in the city. Leave the rest to the Iron Bone sect." Mayor Xie's mouth twitched. Although the 50,000 soldiers were not elite, it was still a force. Sect leader Jun did not use them. He was a little too confident. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, thousands of Iron Bone disciples ascended the tower and lined up in a row, keeping a large distance from each other. Green Sun City was huge, and so were the city walls. It was definitely unrealistic for 1,000 people to stand side by side. The Iron Bone disciples stood on top of the city gate tower with their chests puffed out. Their backs were facing the city, and their bodies exuded an unyielding aura. The citizens, who were originally slightly panicked, felt a sense of security when they sensed that aura. Mayor Xie, who had been a little worried and doubtful at first, was also affected by the Iron Bone disciples' unyielding attitude and became respectful. "Sect Master Jun," he shouted, "the 3,600,000 people of Green Sun City are willing to live and die with the city. We are willing to live and die with the city." 50,000 soldiers shouted in unison. "We are willing to live and die with the city." The millions of citizens in the city also shouted loudly. For a time his voice tore through the sky and was unable to calm down for a long time. The murderous aura that had gathered in the sky turned into a hot-blooded aura that made people's blood boil. Jun Changshao sat on the roof of the city gate tower with the back of his hand supporting his chin. He looked straight ahead and murmured, "As long as I, Iron Bone, am here, no one will be able to break through Green Sun City." Whoosh! Xiao Ziji jumped onto a sentry tower and placed the Type 88 sniper rifle and AWM sniper rifle in place. Then he took out more than 10 magazines and began to reload them. The Xinjiang County Army would definitely fire frequently if they attacked. He did not want to reload after firing, as it would only be a waste of time. On the other 2 sentry towers, the Drizzle Hall members were already in place. They formed a group of 3 and set up 2 God-modified AWM sniper rifles. These people's physical strength was not as strong as Xiao Ziji's. If they fired frequently, they would have to replace them to better withstand the recoil. The 3 snipers were in place, and the iron-boned disciples on top of the city wall summoned their iron shields. The magic explosive crossbows that were taken from the Miao Yu cavalry were also summoned. Each disciple was given 5 magic explosive crossbows. In the city, the members of Wolf Rider Hall, led by Zhong Yi, were also preparing. Thousands of hurricane wolves stood on the drill ground, emitting an intimidating aura. I can finally stretch my arms and legs. I've been holding it in for so long. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were in front of the city gate tower doing warm-ups before the battle. Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Tian Qi, Yi Xingqian, Long Zixuan, and other inner disciples were also in front of the city gate tower. Jiang Yi sat in the recess of the city wall, tapping his fingers on the brick surface with a smile on his face. In the upcoming battle, Ironbone would definitely send out all of their elites. Sect Master Shui Ringui walked up to the city gate tower and said, "Everything is ready." "Okay," Jun Changshao replied. "Buzz, buzz." At this moment, a faint sound came from the north. Dust filled the air in the distance, as if a sandstorm was sweeping over with great momentum. Ta, ta. As it got closer, the sound became clearer. It was obviously the sound of thousands of horses galloping. "They're here." Mayor Xie's heart was in his mouth. The people in the city were also nervous. After all, the invaders were from the 6th class Jinyang County. Sitting on the roof, Jun Changshao smiled and said, "Today will determine whether we can complete the epic mission and become the Sword and Martial King." Hiss, hiss. After a short while, the dust gradually settled 1,000 feet away from the city. 20,000 fully armed war horses stood side by side, carrying valiant soldiers in leather armor on their backs. Ta, ta, ta. After a while, another 10,000 infantrymen in armor rushed over with spears in their hands and lined up neatly behind the cavalrymen. From the aura they exuded, they were definitely much stronger than Miao Hui's cavalry. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the enemy appeared, the iron-boned disciples on the city wall retreated and stood on the northern city wall. The camera was looking down from the sky. Outside the city, the morale of Jinyang County's 30,000 soldiers was high. Inside the city, there were only 1,000 soldiers on the northern city wall and city tower. This was a bit of a disparity. One day in the future, when the flames of war spread to Qingyang County and tens of thousands of cavalrymen arrived at Qingyang City, a man and his disciples would stand on the city wall and protect the city's 6 million people with their iron bodies. This sentence, this whole, I will fill it up today. General. After the Jinyang County's 30,000 soldiers were in position, a deputy general pointed at the city tower and said in surprise, "Someone is sitting there." Tao Yuan, who was around 25 years old, looked up and saw a person sitting there. "Our attack this time is considered open and above board. Qingyang City must have received the news. Why are there so few soldiers on the city wall?" A deputy general asked in confusion. "Could it be that they know they can't compete with our Tiger Army and sent some people up to put on a show?" Someone asked. Tao Yuan kicked his horse and walked to the front of the army. He shouted at Qingyang City, "Is the one sitting on the city tower the Qingyang City Lord?" Xie Guangquan, who was in the city, heard this and his mouth twitched violently. "I'm not as flirtatious as Sect Leader Jun." Chapter 446. 30,000 enemy troops were invading, but Sect Leader Jun was still sitting on the roof of the city tower. Sect Leader Li Qingyang leaned on the 8x scope and aimed at Tao Yuan's helmet. "The target has been locked on. Hit the horse's foot." Jun Changshao said, "Give him a greeting gift." Xiao Zuei Ji lowered the muzzle slightly and pulled the trigger decisively. With his current marksmanship, he would definitely hit wherever he pointed. However, the moment the bullet shot out silently, a black shadow suddenly flew out from the enemy army and blocked in front of Tao Yuan, instantly forming a defensive barrier. Bang! The bullet hit the barrier and a muffled sound was heard. However, the barrier was extremely strong and couldn't be broken. Jiangya frowned and said, "Martial King." "TSK, TSK." Jun Changxiao said, "I wanted to give him a greeting gift, but I didn't expect him to give himself a show of strength." Whoosh! The old man standing in front of Tao Yuan waved his long sleeve and removed the thick spiritual energy wall. He said in a deep voice, "Only incompetent rats would stab people in the back." Although he said that, he was shocked in his heart. The bullet was too fast. Although he caught it with his spiritual sense, he wouldn't have been able to save it in time if he was delayed. Tao Yuan's expression changed slightly. If it wasn't for the protection of a strong cultivator, he would have been in danger just now. He thought too much. Sect leader Jun was just giving a greeting gift. Even if he didn't have the protection of a martial king, he would at most hit the horse's foot and disturb it. Whoosh! Jun Changxiao stood up and said, "General Tao, Qingyang County is just a small place. Why do you have to attack us?" Tao Yuan said, "Friend, you haven't answered my question yet." The situation was so dangerous just now, but he could still speak so calmly. This person's state of mind was very strong. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, "I'm not the mayor of Qingyang City. I'm the Iron Bone sect leader." Jun Changxiao? Tao Yuan asked. "Our sect master Jun's name has spread far and wide. Even the rising stars of the military world have heard of his name." Jun Changxiao said, "That's right." Tao Yuan frowned slightly and said, "You're just a sect. Are you going to participate in a secular war? If your true Sun County were to attack other counties, my Iron Bone would naturally not participate. However, Green Sun City is my home. How can I sit idly by?" Jun Changxiao said, "All right." Tao Yuan said, "Sect Master Jun is determined to protect Green Sun City with his life." "Nonsense. If I don't guard Qingyang City, the mission will fail." "Humph!" The martial emperor, who was standing in front of Tao Yuan, snapped coldly. "Who is the one who shot the arrow? Come out and fight me for 300 rounds if you have the guts." Jiang Yi lazily got up and said indifferently, "Martial kings are not allowed to participate in worldly wars. You should know about this rule, right?" The martial king sneered and said, "This old man is not participating. I just want to exchange blows with the experts of Qingyang City." Damn, a martial king wants to exchange blows with the experts of a 9th grade county? It's obvious that I'm here to bully people. "All right then," Jiang Yi said, "this elder will exchange blows with you." Ta! He stomped on the city wall and used the cloud steps. He jumped down with his hands behind his back. It could be said that he was extremely confident. Elder Jiang is mighty. The disciples cheered and cheered. Plop! Jiang Yi accidentally jumped down from the city wall and fell to the ground. "Jiang," the disciples' mouths twitched. "Are you sure you're the only elder of the Iron Bone sect?" Cough, cough. Jiang, you stood up from the ground and patted the dust off. He coughed twice and said, "The ground is too soft to withstand our battle. Why don't we change the location?" Forcefully giving himself a way out, this move was definitely better than Jun Changxiao's. "Humph!" The martial king sneered and said, "You choose the location." Jiang Yi pointed at the forest in the distance and said, "Let's do it there." Then he transmitted his voice, "Sect leader, martial kings can't participate in worldly wars. I'll lure this guy away. The rest is up to you." "Go," Jun Changxiao said. It was the first time he knew that martial kings couldn't participate in wars, but he still let out a long sigh of relief. There must be many martial kings in the 6th grade Xinjiang County. If 2 of them were sent to attack the city, they definitely wouldn't be able to defend Qingyang City. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jiang Yi and the martial king used their movement techniques and walked toward the forest in front of them. Tao Yuan returned to the formation. Dozens of soldiers wearing heavy armor and carrying medium-sized shields blocked in front of him. Obviously, they were worried that hidden weapons would shoot at them again. General Tao, Jun Changshao said, Qingyang City is small and has few people. There aren't many valuable resources. Why don't we all retreat peacefully? If they could solve the problem with words, they naturally didn't want to use weapons. Tao Yuan said, I'm here under orders. If Sect leader Jun doesn't want too many casualties, you can open the city and surrender. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, the word surrender doesn't exist in Jun's dictionary. If that's the case, then we can only decide the winner on the battlefield. Tao Yuan waved his hand after saying that. Whoosh, whoosh, the cavalry in front made way, and hundreds of infantrymen pushed out 4 heavy siege weapons that looked like catapults. F***CK. Jun Changshao said in surprise, there's such a thing. Shui Rangui said, this is a crystal core catapult. It's powered by crystal cores. Even the most ordinary stone can create a super destructive force. At this time, Xie Guangquan also walked up. When he saw the 4 catapults, his expression changed drastically. It's over, it's over. This is much more powerful than the demon explosive crossbow. Sect leader Jun Tao Yuan said, I'll give you one more chance. Do you choose to surrender or defend to the death? Ka. A few infantrymen worked together to load the 4 iron balls that weighed 1,000 pounds onto the catapults. They were powered by crystal cores. Once they were thrown, the power generated was enough to blast a hole in the city wall. However, they were only loaded with iron balls. If they were loaded with crystal cores, they could easily blow up half of the city wall. Jun Changshao said decisively, defend to the death. Tao Yuan waved his hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After the crystal core catapults were calibrated, the 4 iron balls were immediately thrown out. Because of the crystal cores, the speed was not only fast, but it even dragged a stream of light. Mayor Xie's expression changed drastically. The force of each ball was at least 200,000 pounds. If they hit the city wall, the defense that he had painstakingly built would be in vain. Zhou Hong. Jun Changshao said, I'll leave it to you. Ta. Zhou Hong stepped forward and stood at the front of the city tower. He put one hand on his sword and locked his eyes on the 4 flying iron balls. This. Xie Guangquan was dumbfounded. Such fast speed, such strong force. Was he going to rely on his sword to break it? Clang. Suddenly, the sound of a sword being unsheathed could be heard. In Mayor Xie's field of vision, a dense sword shadow appeared, interweaving into an inescapable net. In one breath, 80 swords. P.S. Who said I'm not exploding or begging for votes? Today, 3 chapters begging for votes. Chapter 447. Because of Zhou Hong's special cultivation method, the number of times he appeared in Ironbone was about the same as Sima Zhongda and Cui Bujin. But that didn't mean that our swordsman didn't grow. Standing in front of the city gate tower and using the single-word speed formula, he slashed out 80 times in an instant. That was the proof of his increase in strength. This guy has gotten stronger. Yi Xingqian thought. Although he had reached Wuzong, he wasn't confident that he could win against Zhou Hong. Before Zhou Hong joined the sect, he was already a martial master. Although he didn't have access to martial resources, he could still improve his swordsmanship by practicing the Ling Jian divine formula. He was a professional swordsman, to the point where he was intoxicated. If he wanted to win, he had to suppress him with greater strength. Xie Guangquan's eyes widened. He only felt Zhou Hong's wrists in front of him. How could there be so many sword chi? Expert, expert, expert. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, 4 iron balls that carried the power of 10,000 kilograms flew over in an arc, and they were just enveloped by the interweaving sword chi. Puchi, Pucci! The moment the iron balls flew over, they were cut into pieces like tofu. Their power was also reduced. Ding! 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 The disciples of the iron-boned sect raised their iron shields one after another, effortlessly blocking the falling pieces of iron. Tao Yuan and the enemy general widened their eyes when they saw this. One man and one sword. Just how terrifying was it that he was able to easily neutralize all 4 iron balls that were shot at him? Bang! Sect leader Jun caught the flying iron balls with one hand and said, "My disciple's strength is probably not weaker than the 2nd or 3rd stage Wu Zone." The system said, "This kid's future achievements will definitely not be limited to the Sword King. He might be a Sword Emperor or even a Sword Saint." TSK, TSK. Jun Changshao said, "That's a high evaluation." "I've sinned." He pointed at the 4 crystal throwing machines and said, "Destroy all of them." Bang! 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 Xiao Ziji fired 1 shot, pulled the bolt, and fired 4 shots. The whole process was extremely fast. Boom! 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 The 4 bullets hit the crystal core of the launcher precisely, raising an enormous explosion and blowing away dozens of enemies nearby. Tao Yuan and his lieutenants were all dumbstruck. Jun Changshao sat down again and said, "It's impolite not to reciprocate. Is General Tao satisfied with the greeting gift from Green Sun City?" He was very satisfied, and it was very frightening. Tao Yuan's expression was extremely ugly as he thought to himself, "What kind of hidden weapon is this? It actually managed to break through the catapult from such a distance." It was a technology that had never existed on the Starfall continent. "General Tao," Jun Changshao said, "let me tell you this responsibly. If you really want to attack my Qingyang city, I'm afraid that your soldiers will all die here." "Humph!" A deputy general snorted coldly and said, "What big words! You don't believe me?" Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and said, "Babies, let's show these guests who came from afar today." Creak! Below, the sound of the city gates opening could be heard. Awoo! Awoo! The members of the Wolf Riding Hall, who were already prepared, rushed out on their hurricane wolves and lined up neatly outside Qingyang City. Hiss! The appearance of the hurricane wolves caused the 20,000 war horses to neigh in fear. However, they quickly calmed down after being comforted by the soldiers. It was obvious that these war horses were more experienced than Miao Kuai's war horses. "General," a deputy general said, "it's the hurricane wolves." Tao Yuan's expression turned ugly. He knew that the hurricane wolves were at least as strong as a rank 4 or 5 martial master. Riding them in battle was definitely not something his war horses could compare to. "General Tao," Jun Changshao said proudly, "against my Wolf Riding Hall, do you think your 20,000 cavalrymen can win?" Tao Yuan said indifferently, "Although your mounts are strong, they don't rely on brute force on the battlefield." "Does this mean that the members of the Wolf Riding Hall are only brute force?" Jun Changshao laughed. Swoosh! Xue Rengue, who was standing on the city gate tower, waved the war flag and said to himself, "Little guy, today I will teach you a lesson. What is a battlefield? What is war? Kill!" Zhong Yi, who received the order, shouted loudly. Swoosh! Swoosh! The members of the Wolf Riding Hall raised their overlord spears and charged forward on their hurricane wolves. Their explosive momentum disturbed the surrounding air. "Fight!" Tao Yuan ordered. Ta-ta-ta! The 20,000 cavalrymen moved forward and formed a battle formation. Looking from the sky, it looked like a crescent moon. Xue Rengue knew that Tao Yuan wanted to rely on the advantage of numbers to form a large net and surround the members of the Wolf Riding Hall. Good strategy. Unfortunately, you underestimated my Iron Bone Wolf Riding Hall. Swoosh! Xue Rengue immediately waved the war flag. Zhong Yi shouted, "Break the enemy lines, only death, kill." Swoosh! 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 The members of the Wolf Rider Hall, who were following closely behind him, gathered together and formed a spear formation. Then they attacked the net like sharp arrows. A group of wild wolf beasts could change their formation so quickly. This made Tao Yuan quite surprised. Kill! The commander of the cavalrymen drew his sword and rushed forward. Looking down from the sky, a spear and rolling waves were rushing at each other from the left and right. Release the arrows! The commander of the tiger, riding Hall, shouted. The charging cavalrymen waved their hands and took out bows and arrows from their horses. Their legs were tightly clamped on the horse's back. They held the bow with their right hand and pulled the bowstring with their left hand. They were not only cavalrymen, but also archers. Swoosh! 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 The 20,000 cavalrymen shot their arrows at the same time. 20,000 arrows were shot and formed a one shape. Defend! Zhong Yi shouted. Swoosh! 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 The charging cavalrymen summoned their iron shields from their interspatial rings and raised them. The disciples in the front activated their defensive barrier, forming a 360 degrees defense without any blind spots. Ding! 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 The sword rain was blocked by the iron shields. Release! Swoosh! Bang! Before the deputy general, who was charging over with the cavalry, could give the order, the flowing light bullet directly pierced through his temple. Plop! The corpse fell and was trampled by the following horses. Ka! Xiao Ziji threw his AWM and set up his Type 88 sniper rifle. He fired 20 bullets at the crowd as fast as he could. Plop! Plop! 20 charging soldiers fell from their horses one after another. There were small holes between their eyebrows. Not a single bullet missed its mark, and every move was fatal. Although the charging cavalrymen did not have the commander to give orders, they still took out arrows from their quiver. However, they did not have time to pull the bowstring because the iron-boned disciples were already charging at them with the help of the hurricane wolves. Puchi! Puchi! The tip of the overlord's spear in front shone brightly. It instantly shot out a stream of light and directly pierced the chest of the enemy soldier in front. Kill! Kill! The following disciples followed and charged with the overlord's spear in their hands. They directly tore a hole in the net that appeared. Tao Yuan was dumbfounded by such a valiant and powerful combat strength. Chapter 448. The Tiger Might Army, trained by Tao Yuan, had been through hundreds of battles. It was one of the top elite troops in southwest Yangzhou. However, they were completely vulnerable in front of the Iron Bone Wolf Riders. That was normal. Although the Tiger Might Army was well equipped and mostly rank 6 or rank 7 martial disciples, the members of the Wolf Rider Hall were all martial masters and high-level ones at that. They had done a strength test earlier. Without any martial arts, their explosive strength was around 45,000 kilograms. Together with the hurricane wolves and the overlord's aura, it would be a piece of cake for one wolf rider to fight against 10 Tiger Might Battalion soldiers. Jun Changshao dared to send 1,000 people to fight the 30,000 enemy soldiers because he was absolutely superior in strength and equipment. Otherwise, he would have just defended the city and let them attack. Thud, 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 thud. The Tiger Might Army did not panic because their defense line was torn apart. Many soldiers quickly closed the net and surrounded the spears that were charging in. Tao Yuan was relieved when he saw that. How can 1,000 people escape when surrounded by the Iron Bucket Formation? The strength of the Wolf Riders surprised him. However, they were few in number. Once they were surrounded, they would be sitting ducks. Kill! Kill! Zhong Yi led the team to turn around and charge toward the area where the cavalry had just gathered. Because they were strong and well-equipped, they were unstoppable. Puchi! Puchi! More of the Tiger Might Army were knocked off their horses. Soon, the members of the Wolf Rider Hall fought their way out of the encirclement. During the process, the enemy must have counterattacked. However, although the spears could hit their targets, they were blocked by the iron shields. Whoosh! 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 More than 10 soldiers of the Tiger Might army poured their spiritual energy into their sabers and slashed at Liao with their sabers. Ding! Ding! The iron-boned disciple who was besieged suddenly waved his overlord spear and broke the sabers in front of him. But he could not protect his back. Tao Yuan sneered. This was the result of breaking in recklessly. Ding! 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 6 or 7 sabers all hit the iron-boned disciple's back, and clanking sounds were heard. Tao Yuan's smile froze. The Tiger Might army soldiers were also dumbfounded. Die. Whoosh! After the iron-boned disciple blocked a few slashes, he turned around and sent the dazed soldiers flying. On the other side, there were also many members who were attacked from both sides. However, no matter if it was spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, or forks, none of them were able to hurt them. In the end, they were even able to beat up their enemies. Why was that? This was because they were wearing soft silk armor that was impenetrable by swords and spears. The members of the Wolf Rider Hall gave face to the Tiger Army and didn't activate their seal shields. Otherwise, no matter how they attacked, they wouldn't be able to get close. Kill! Zhong Yi roared furiously, the hurricane wolf beneath him moving at full speed. The overlord's spear in its hands danced wildly on both sides, and wherever it passed, the enemy soldiers would be sent flying. This was definitely a tiger general. Boom! Boom! The members of the Wolf Rider Hall followed closely behind their commander. They maintained a long snake formation, and in the end, they killed their way out of the encirclement. Tao Yuan's facial muscles had already stiffened. Surrounded by his iron bone formation, thousands of iron bone disciples were still able to fight their way out. This was definitely a blow to their self-esteem. However, the show had just begun. Under the wave of Shui Rengui's battle flag, Zhong Yi turned a spearhead and led his members to kill their way in. It was like Zhao Zilong of Changshan and Changben Slope. Awoo! Awoo! Boom! 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 The hurricane wolf ran wildly, and with its strong body, it knocked the war horses away. The members of the Wolf Rider Hall, who were riding on the hurricane wolf, frequently stabbed their overlord spears. Streaks of light flashed, and the surrounding enemy soldiers were knocked to the ground one by one. When Zhong Yi led his men out of the chaos, 4 to 5,000 of the 20,000 iron bone cavalry were either dead or injured. Tao Yuan was completely dumbfounded. The elite division that he had painstakingly built and had won 3rd place in the army tournament was actually being harvested like weeds in front of thousands of iron bone disciples. If it were any other division in Qingyang County, the Tiger Army would be able to completely crush them. However, in front of the Wolf Rider Hall, it was completely useless. It was like a martial disciple fighting with a well-equipped and powerful martial master with his bare hands. Not to mention injuring the martial master, it would be amazing if he could even touch the corner of the martial master's clothes. Some readers thought that people would die on the battlefield. That was right. War was merciless and the battlefield was cruel. Death and injury were inevitable. However, when the Wolf Rider Hall appeared in an invincible manner, death and injury were negated. Sect leader Jun had worked hard during this period. Moreover, with Jun Changxiao's character, he would never fight a battle that he was not confident in. Since he dared to fight against an army of 30,000 with only 1,000 people, he must be confident. Kill! Kill! Zhong Yi led his men to charge again. This time, they changed into a triangular formation. The members kept their overlord spears and took out their cold-edged swords. Whoosh! 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 The hurricane wolf galloped forward as fast as the wind. Under the enhancement of spiritual energy, the cold-edged sword suddenly flashed with dazzling sword light, mercilessly harvesting the Tiger Army's wolf riders, who were like wheat. After this battle, they lost as many as 2,000 people. After a few rounds of charging back and forth, the Tiger Army's casualties had risen to half. Tao Yuan would not allow the enemy to continue killing like this. He waved the war flag angrily. 10,000 infantrymen strode forward, holding special long weapons with hooks at the top. These were hooked spears used to restrain cavalry. Whoosh! 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 10,000 infantrymen raised their hooked spears and pointed them at the ground. Idiots! Jun Changshao said indifferently. Awu! Awu! Zhong Yi led his men to charge again. Although he saw the strange-looking weapons and the possibility of sweeping the wolves' legs, he sneered and shouted, "Charge!" Whoosh! 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 The hurricane wolf accelerated and increased its speed again. Seeing this, the infantrymen suddenly realized that if they were to hook the legs of such ferocious wolves, there would be a huge impact. Tao Yuan also realized this and hurriedly shouted, "Put away your weapons!" It was too late. The extremely fast hurricane wolf pack arrived in the blink of an eye. Their forelimbs hit the hooks hard. Not only were their tough bodies unharmed, but they also directly sent a large number of soldiers flying. Looking down from the sky, it could be seen that the moment the wolf cavalry and the infantrymen approached, a large number of them were instantly sent flying. And the formation was also messed up. Some of the Tiger Army soldiers were trampled by the hurricane wolves, and there were bloody holes in their chests. Even a martial master of the same level would not be able to withstand a kick from a 5th or 6th grade wolf beast, let alone a group of low-level martial disciples. Kill! Kill! The sound of killing shook the sky, and the momentum was like a rainbow. On this battlefield, the wolf cavalry hall was not the only one performing. Xiao Ziji, who was in the sentry tower, was also shooting nonstop. The cavalrymen were shot down one by one. Whoosh! The bullet flew out again and accurately hit a soldier's chest. "Ahaha!" Li Tiantian said excitedly. "Brother Snake, I hit him! I hit him!" Viper's mouth twitched. "You did hit the target, but do you know how many bullets you used to hit one of them?" "Let's try again." Li Tiantian suppressed his excitement and raised the Type 88 sniper rifle. He locked onto a cavalryman, and after a short period of checking, he decisively pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The stream photon bullet flew out. However, it did not hit the original target. Instead, it hit the back of Zhong Yi, who was rushing over. Li Tiantian, "Viper!" After killing a soldier, Zhong Yi turned around and bared his teeth as he roared, "Don't hit your own people!" Whoosh! At this moment, another stream photon bullet shot out and swept past his eyes, directly exploding the head of a cavalryman who was rushing over from behind. P.S. Today might be the last update. Tomorrow, another wave. Please vote. Chapter 449. The 1,000 wolf riders were like an invincible, sharp blade. They crushed the 20,000 cavalrymen and 10,000 infantrymen, making them unable to counterattack. Crushing. Absolutely crushing. Jun Changshao, who was sitting on the city gate tower, held his face in his hands and sang, "How lonely it is to be invincible! How empty it is to be invincible!" Mayor Xie's mouth twitched. Outside the city, the sound of killing was deafening. Corpses were everywhere. Sect leader Jun still had the mood to sing leisurely. How flirtatious! However, Mayor Xie was also quite shocked. These iron-boned sect disciples, riding on hurricane wolves, burst out with terrifying combat strength, not to mention Tao Yuan's tiger troop. Even if they faced an elite troop, they would be invincible, especially when they knew how to use arrays. That kind of cooperation and tacit understanding were not formed overnight. Thinking of this, Xie Guangquan couldn't help but look at Shui Ringui, who was holding the war flag, and thought to himself, "This person is definitely talented. Kill! Kill!" The members of Wolf Rider Hall, riding hurricane wolves and holding cold edge swords, seemed to have turned into killing gods, mercilessly reaping lives. Mayor Xie's hanging heart was completely at ease, because from the current situation, Qingyang City was temporarily safe. General. A deputy general's face turned ugly. Retreat. Half of the 30,000 tiger troop had died, and their morale had plummeted. If they continued to fight, they would be wiped out in less than an hour. Damn it! Tao Yuan clenched his fists in anger. The troop that he had painstakingly cultivated was defeated by 1,000 people. This was unacceptable to him. He had to accept it, even if he didn't want to. In order to not let more soldiers die, he could only say with hatred, "Retreat!" Since he joined the army, this was the first time he had lost a battle, and it was in a situation where he had the advantage in numbers. Swoosh! The deputy general waved the war flag and gave the order to retreat. The soldiers of the Tiger Might army, who were in panic, immediately retreated desperately. This kind of invincible enemy made their scalps explode. They wished they could grow a few more legs and escape as fast as possible. Sect leader Shui Rengue said they have retreated. Xie Guangquan was overjoyed. He, who was prepared to live and die with the city, did not expect that the final result would be that the enemy would be defeated before they could even attack the city. Jun Changshao said, "You come and go as you please? Do you think my Azure Sun County is a market?" He paused for a moment and then said, "Kill them all, especially that one called Tao Yuan. Capture him alive." Yes. Shui Rengue waved the war flag again. Upon receiving the order, Zhong Yi once again led the team to charge forward. Relying on the speed of the hurricane wolves, they wiped out the enemy soldiers who attempted to escape one by one. General. The deputy general's expression changed drastically. "They're too fast. There's no time to retreat." Tao Yuan shouted angrily, "Demonic explosive soldiers, stop them!" Swoosh! Whoosh! The 500 soldiers of the Tiger Might army took out their demon explosive crossbows and loaded them with demon explosive arrows. "Not good," Xie Guangquan said. "Explosive magic crossbow bolts." Jun Changshao smiled coldly and said, "I thought they wouldn't dare to use them." Tao Yuan did not dare to use the demon explosive crossbows when the crystal core throwers were destroyed because he knew that the enemy's hidden weapons would definitely hit them and cause a series of explosions. Now that he had summoned them, he had put a lot of distance between them and the enemy. No matter how strong the hidden weapons were, they had to have a range. I don't believe that the strange stream of light can fly over from 10 miles away from the city. Whoosh! Just as Tao Yuan was thinking, a stream of light streaked across the void and finally hit the demon explosive arrow that a soldier had just loaded on his crossbow. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions was endless. Looking from the city tower, one could clearly see flames and dust rising into the sky from 10 miles away. Hiss! Hiss! The series of explosions startled the war horses, causing them to raise their heads and neighed. Their eyes were filled with fear. Although Tao Yuan was a little far from the explosion, his war horse was startled and almost fell off. He tried to stabilize himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. "General, be careful!" At this moment, the lieutenant next to him exclaimed. Tao Yuan hurriedly looked to the other side and saw Zhong Yi rushing over on the hurricane wolf in the dust. Oh no! He hurriedly wanted to ride his horse and escape, but it was too late. Zhong Yi put away the cold-edged sword and instantly approached Tao Yuan. His big hand suddenly reached out and grabbed him from the war horse as if he was holding a chicken. "General!" The lieutenant and the soldiers roared angrily. Zhong Yi asked the hurricane wolf to slow down and lifted Tao Yuan up. He shouted, "Quickly put down your weapons and surrender." Damn it! Tao Yuan wanted to resist, but when he was captured, his meridians had been sealed by the enemy. At this moment, he could only be lifted up weakly. The general was captured, and there were wolf riders behind him. The lieutenant of the Tiger Army was filled with despair. After a short period of weighing the pros and cons, he threw down his weapon. At this time, he had no choice but to surrender. Whoosh! Whoosh! The soldiers of the Tiger Army threw down their weapons one after another. The cavalrymen also stopped their horses and jumped down from them. Since they had surrendered, the members of the Wolf Riding Hall would definitely not kill them wantonly. Therefore, they pulled out a line of defense and surrounded more than 6,000 soldiers. Ding! Defeated the Tiger Army of Xinjiang County. Meet the hidden criteria. Epic mission completion rate 30%. Host will receive 1,000 contribution points. Ding! Captured the enemy general. Meet the hidden criteria. Epic mission completion rate 50%. Host will receive 1,000 contribution points. Ding! Host has successfully defended Xinjiang City. Meet the hidden criteria. Epic mission completed. Completion rate 120%. Host will receive 4,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points 98925,000. Ding! Host has exceeded the requirements of the epic mission. Host will receive opening talisman X1, holy grade talent modification liquid X1, and some experience points. The system notification ended. The spiritual energy in Jun Changxiao's dantian was undergoing a qualitative change. At the same time, the cyclone next to him also turned into spiritual energy. Whoosh! In the outside world, majestic attributes emerged from his body. Half of it was vigorous, and the other half was fierce. Everyone seemed to have sensed it, and looked up. Seeing Jun Changxiao surrounded by the aura, they asked in surprise, "Is the sect leader about to break through?" "That's strange." Jiangye was puzzled. "Why is there such a big commotion? When he broke through to Martial King, there were also signs of a breakthrough. However, compared to the sect leaders, it paled in comparison." "What a powerful sword aura," Zhou Hong said with a serious look. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, the two different types of energy gathered around Jun Changxiao turned into a beam of light and flew toward the sky. It was as if they were going to soar into the clouds. Jiangye was dumbfounded. When he broke through to Martial King, there was no such phenomenon. Yi Xingchen said with a serious look, "Sword and Martial King, both of them will become kings. They will soar into the clouds and announce the arrival of a true king to the world." Ga! Jiangye was stunned and his facial muscles stiffened. Sword and Martial King, both of them? Could it be, he exclaimed in shock, the sect leader is going to become the Sword and Martial King? P.S. I'll write and post in the morning. Chapter 450. Sword and Martial King? City Lord Xia, who was standing at the side, almost fell to the ground when he heard Jiang Ye's words. His heart was in turmoil. In the Falling Star continent, there were dual cultivators who could reach the peak of both Dao and Martial King. However, this only existed in the records. City Lord Xia had never seen it before. Could it be that sect leader Jun's breakthrough today was going to broaden his horizons and make him unforgettable? Lu Qianqian's beautiful eyes were also filled with surprise. The sect leader usually only cultivated the martial Dao. When did he cultivate the sword Dao? Now that he suddenly stood on the city tower and wanted to become a sword and martial king, she was very confused and surprised. Whoosh! The two beams of light continued to pierce through the sky. No matter where one was in the Azure Sun County, as long as one raised their head, they could see the phenomenon. What is that? It feels like it's going to spread to the sky. Could it be that a treasure has appeared? Although many cultivators were confused, the more they looked at the two beams of light that shot into the sky, the more reverence they felt. Ordinary people even had the thought of worshipping. There were many martial kings and sword kings in the Falling Star continent. However, the sword and martial kings were very rare. Since they were about to descend today, everyone naturally had the urge to worship them. What was even more exaggerated was the swords of the cultivators in the Azure Sun County trembled involuntarily as the beams of light that represented the sword Dao soared into the sky. It was as if they were cheering for the arrival of the king. What's going on? My sword doesn't seem to be listening to me anymore. Could it be because of the rising beams of light? Many cultivators were shocked. Whoosh! A figure flew out from the back mountain of the Tsang Mountain Sect. It was a white-haired old man with a strong aura. He landed on the training ground and looked up at the sky. He exclaimed, "This is the sign of the Sword and Martial King." The elders of the Tsang Mountain Sect were also alarmed. Ma Yunting walked out first and said in surprise, "Sect leader, this place seems to be Azure Sun City." Wang Donglin was also stunned as he asked, "Since when did our Azure Sun County have a monster that can cultivate both sword and martial arts, and even become a king in both?" Speaking of evildoers, Ma Yunting subconsciously blurted out, "Don't tell me it's Sect Master June." Wang Donglin agreed with this statement and said, "It's really hard to say." The growth of Jun Changxiao and Iron Bone over the past year was enough to make the two of them think that they deserved the word monster. The Blue Mountain Sect Master said, "It's truly a joyous occasion that a sword and martial king has been born in our Azure Sun County." The Shangguan family, Shangguan Hong, said excitedly, "I never thought that I would be able to witness the birth of the sword and martial kings in the Azure Sun County." His sons, who were standing behind him, were also in awe. Even though their cultivation wasn't too high, they had heard from their father that the Sword King and Martial King had reached such a level. Without a doubt, they were the top geniuses of the Starfall continent. He was not a genius. He was a dragon among men. On this day, Jun Changxiao's breakthrough in 2 daos caused a phenomenon in the sky. Vast energy filled the entire Azure Sun County, causing many cultivators to be shocked and proud. However, even further away, the phenomenon in the sky could also be seen. Various cultivators were discussing intensely. Many of them were old. When they saw the 2 beams of light, their hands trembled as they said, "Someone has broken through. The Sword and Martial Kings." What? For a moment, the various cities in the counties were in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. According to the historical records, it has been at least 5,000 years since the Sword and Martial Kings were born. My God, this is too sudden. Judging from the direction, it should be the 9th grade Azure Sun County. If it's really an Earth stage cultivator in the Azure Sun County who has broken through to the Sword and Martial Kings, this county will probably rise to prominence. When the Sword and Martial Kings pierced through the sky and could be clearly seen in several counties, it caused a huge commotion. Some people were confused. Why would a Sword and Martial King be born so suddenly? Some people were discussing, if there was really such a powerful person in the Azure Sun County, their social status would definitely increase greatly. In Heian County, Huaiyan County, and Jinyang County, the army was working hard to attack the cities. When the phenomenon appeared, the soldiers looked up and forgot that they were at war. "Commander," a strategist frowned and said, "This is the sign of the arrival of the Sword and Martial Kings." Bai Ruihu, the commander of the White Tiger Army, who was ordered to attack the 3 counties, walked out of his tent and said with a frown, "It seems to be the location of Azure Sun City. General Tao just sent troops over, and the Sword and Martial Kings were born." "I'm afraid this is a bad omen," the strategist said. He guessed wrong. Before this phenomenon appeared, Tao Yuan and his Tiger Might army were already unknown. The arrival of the Sword and Martial Kings in the Azure Sun County made Bai Ruihu realize that something was wrong. He immediately ordered, "Contact General Tao and ask him to return immediately." Yes. Whoosh whoosh, the 2 beams of light pierced through the sky. Jun Changxiao, who was standing on the city gate tower, closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body. The spiritual energy in his spiritual core was much purer than before. The second spiritual core was also filled with boundless spiritual energy. There was only one word to describe it: awesome. The system muttered, "Isn't this epic mission for a little too easy?" From its point of view, it would at least have to face the main force of the White Tiger Army in the True Sun County and defend Azure Sun City. In fact, the epic mission's appearance was also meant to be like this. However, Tao Yuan would choose to surround the other cities in Azure Sun City and attack Azure Sun City first. Thus, he fulfilled the mission requirement. The Wolf Rider Hall defeated the Tiger Army and captured the enemy's general. Not only did they meet the hidden requirement, but they also completed the defense mission. It was fate. The phenomenon of the two beams of light piercing through the sky lasted for more than 10 minutes. When the energy in Jun Changxiao's spiritual core was completely converted, it suddenly disappeared. Clang! Clang! The moment the light beam disappeared, countless swords were unsheathed in Qingyang City, which was the closest to Jun Changxiao. Then they turned into streams of light and flew out, hovering above Jun Changxiao. Awesome! Su Xiaomo opened his eyes wide. The Iron Bone disciples looked at him with even more admiration. Whoosh! Jun Changxiao opened his eyes and murmured, "Sword and martial arts, I am the king." Wong! Wong! The swords around him vibrated violently as if they were responding to their king. Congratulations, Sect Leader Jun, for becoming the Sword and Martial King. Mayor Xie cupped his fists and said, the storm in his heart didn't calm down because of the disappearance of the phenomenon. After all, the scene of thousands of swords was still shocking him. Sect Leader is mighty, Sect Leader is mighty. The Iron Bone disciples shouted in unison, echoing in the sky above Azure Sun City. On this day, the Sword and Martial King had arrived in Azure Sun County of Yangzhou. In the annals of history, it would definitely leave a heavy mark for future generations to worship.